the Gaga Queen. Watch your back, see the hurt machine. Fuck the world since 17. She better down with kerosene.
break through some of this defense. Overclock does get taken out.
In place to use the Death Blossom. This is what we were talking about.
Had to commit that peak drop, but a reroll immediately from Jim.
And SK's actually the one on the hunt. Pocket from Wicca. Fun is not being taught. An army of one. And they have one last chance. And that's what we love to see. It's a shiny sticker from them. Thought they could get an extra push. Well, no more pushing no more.
Hello and welcome, everybody. We got day 2 of the Calling All Heroes Radiant Major, and Mox is over.
You baited me. You baited me. Like 20 seconds ago, he was like, "Oh, Moxie, you can take the intro. Go for it." And then literally, the second I opened my mouth, I was just like, "Hello, everybody, and welcome."
ran that bit like 50 times, and you've never taken the bait, and now you take the. You're making me look bad, Mox. You're making me look bad. All right, but so welcome back. We got day 2 of the Radiant Heroes Major, and after all the action yesterday, I could not be more excited to break open today. We've got some good matches on hand, 4 of them. In fact, Mox, I'm excited. How about you?
I'm really excited because this is the first time that we're actually going to get to see some of these teams in action. It's going to be NYXL Blue up against Timeless Ethereal first up. And I think a lot of eyes are going to be on NYXL Blue, not just because they're currently undefeated and they're one of the favorite teams in the tournament, but also because NYXL have already expressed that this is a roster that's not just locked in for Calling All Heroes. This is a roster that's also going to be joining the contenders region for NA. So there's going to be a lot of development, a lot of resources going through onto this team to make sure that they're able to improve and synergize and build themselves into something where they're not just taking on the CAH roster circuit, they're also really pushing for the full Path to Pro experience.
I mean, I'm not worried about him. This is a roster that is cooking up something different, something good. I'm excited to see what they got on deck, but we got plenty of stuff on deck like we saw in the graphics prior. Of course, tomorrow, that top 16 bracket starts and ends. All sorts of exciting stuff. You see, day 3 there, playoffs is happening, teams are getting knocked out, and today's a very important decider in that, especially this first match, because we've got undefeated teams playing each other for those top seeds.
Yeah, and this is still day number 2, so we are still going to be under the Switch stage bracket, which means that it's still going to be first to 2. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams to very quickly adapt and start to find those matches, find those wins, because it isn't until we head into day 3 that they get a little bit more leeway to be able to have a slower start when we head into the first to 3s, with the top 16 teams heading into a single elimination bracket. There is very little punches to be pulled. If you lose a game, you are going to be out of the running for good.
Well, speaking of losing games, let's go ahead and, or I suppose maybe if I'm in a more positive mindset, let's talk more about winning games, Mox, because we've got a couple of teams here standing at the top. NYXL Academy, Dart Monkeys, Timeless Ethereal, and Bumblebees all remain lossless. Now, after today, I'm not sure that's going to remain the case, especially considering our first matches between 2 of those. But these are the 4 teams contending for the top, and I wouldn't sleep on the teams beneath them either.
Vancouver Titans Blue shows an awful lot of promise. They did unfortunately lose one match, but when we were seeing them yesterday on stream, they looked extremely strong with some really good compositions coming through from that team. But like you said, all eyes are going to be on this first matchup, NYXL Academy versus Timeless Ethereal, because honestly, the pedigree on these team rosters is absolutely insane. Timeless Ethereal are a team that you are going to recognize immediately if you were following the last CAH iteration. This team was under the umbrella of Shock when they were able to qualify into the grand finals. San Francisco Shock then came forward, adopted them, gave them the resources, a little bit of training as well to be able to push up that mechanical prowess, and they ended up coming 3rd overall in the grand finals itself. And some of the roster from that exact same team have stuck around and returned for this episode today.
That they have. This isn't all we have, though. Of course, there are more teams floating around here. We got to give a huge shout out to, everybody who signed up. Playing in this alone is an achievement. You guys should all be proud of yourselves. You've done a fantastic job and put up some good games at that. I mean, the number of teams that we have 0-3, again, obviously, shout out to them regardless, but it's still relatively few. So all of these teams are putting up some strong fights.
Yeah, I think we're still going to be seeing, though, like you said, this very strange interaction between some of these players, because we were looking at the teams, we were looking at the rosters, and we were going, okay, who is going to be on the starting lineup? I think the biggest question for us is who is going to be on the starting lineup for NYXL? Is it going to be Sniper under the tank, or is it going to be Kindred coming through? Because Kindred obviously plays a lot more of the main tanks, Sniper plays a lot more of the off tanks, and getting to see which player is going to be fielded under that role at the beginning on control point is going to give significant significant indication onto the rosters and compositions that we're likely to see heading onto Control, whether it's going to be the Reinhardt or whether or not it's going to be a movement away from the Reinhardt, given some of the changes that have unfortunately hit that tank and made just Winston or Ramatra a little bit more viable
Stop rubbing it in.
as an option.
Stop rubbing it in. Stop rubbing it in. We don't need to.
I'm
Look,
getting
man,
my
I may
revenge,
have
though.
all
I'm
of my
getting
hours
my
on Reinhardt,
revenge.
but you don't have to. I digress. I think it's coming down to maps, which of these two tanks is playing. That being said, let's go ahead and take a look at our map pool and see how things are shaking out, because like you said, it is a big question surrounding NYXL Academy right now. In our control map pool between Ilios, Lijiang, Antarctic Peninsula, and Oasis, we're starting off Antarctic Peninsula, but that's not to be said that things don't change later on in series. When you bring a team together with this many players, with this many options, you're looking to use them.
Yeah, flexibility, I think, is probably the best way of just describing the meta that we're currently in, especially in tournaments like this, where sometimes you do just have comfort picks to come through. I think probably the biggest sort of indicator or example of that in any contenders tier 2 at the moment is those Saudi Arabian teams, right, which all hinge around things like pharmacy compositions, and we even saw them go in all the way through Pro-Am, qualify first in the Pro-Am for EMEA, and make it up into the Overwatch League tournament and put some of the teams to real pushing stresses when they were running that pharmacy composition. But if we're heading into Antarctic Peninsula, this is where I'm thinking that we're probably going to see either the Winston dive come through, or more than likely the team's moving away from that Reinhardt and fielding the Ramatra brawl instead. Just because Ryan used to be incredibly viable, you used to be able to put things like the Hanzo, the Cassidy, or the Bastion even alongside him. Mei plays really well with him, but the fact that Ryan has been hit by significant changes on this patch, as well as Sombra getting the ability with EMP to disable Blizzard almost entirely, makes things like the Sombra and the Tracer dive just a little bit more palatable over that brawl style.
Why I call him Scamatra. Man, I don't know how he dodges Nurse, man. I don't get it. Either way, though, like you said, a wealth of compositions that can come out on these maps. Antarctic Peninsula, pretty partial to running a lot more rush, but the Winston's still an option for the teams that want to go for it. That raises the question now, what are we pairing alongside it? DPS are pretty variable on these maps. Obviously, you've brought the Mei into things, but I think Mei on this map in particular can do pretty well into the Sombra, because the Sombra playing at such close quarters can struggle a little bit more to build up that EMP.
Yeah, it is. I'd just say if we see sub-level crop up, then I would expect that it's a Mei that's going to be there, because very similar to Control Center, that map is just hinged around really tight chokehold control, especially towards that initial high ground where a lot of teams just brawl over as quickly as possible to be able to retain that control. Maybe we see a little bit of Sombra. I've been noticing a lot of the teams yesterday were running that Sombra, sometimes alongside things like Hanzo or Cassidy. Cassidy has had a couple of changes to him. Remember, he is back down to 200 health, and that means that going for Cassidy as sort of an anti-dive option has become a little less viable, right? You used to be able to go, well, Cassidy has that extra 25 health, we can put him on an off angle. It doesn't matter that he can't have that verticality control, because if they jump him, he's still going to be able to chunk through the Winston's health bar, especially with the Magnade, so that we don't have to peel for him. But now that those changes have hit, I expect to see some movement away from the Cassidy and instead towards the Hanzo, which has always been my favorite option in that secondary DPS in that lineup, especially when you're up against something like a Ramatra or a Reinhardt. You have the Storm Arrow, so you can just go for a full shield break option, but you also have the ability to be able to keep yourself safe with the lunges as well as the wall climbing, so that you can make yourself a little bit of a harder target to be able to isolate with a dive onto.
Hey, look, man, you know I'm a fan of the Hanzo on my team and not on the enemy team. So that being said, I don't really care what's in the hit scan, Scott. What I care about is who's playing it. Let's take a look at NYXL's roster, because, oh dear, whoever comes up against this team is in for a cooking. Bun, Wisp on DPS, Wicca, Caro, support line. Like, this is loaded. Sniper, if you're starting a round or on a roster with Kindred on it, you've got to be offering something up to the table. So really big stuff. And like I said, I'm looking at that hit scan lineup. Bun can do some real damage if given the opportunity.
Yeah, she's got a reputation coming out of both Nyx and Sleepover Party, and now being signed to NYXL Academy. There's serious expectations for Bun. Wicca as well has had time to shine in contenders, both from Cryx and when she was inside the team of Hive for contenders a while ago. We know that she's extremely momentous on that support role. Caro, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the table, whether or not they're going to be able to complement Wicca, because Wicca does like to roll towards things like the Mercy, so maybe we're gonna see a little bit of pocket action coming through, especially if Bun decides to field the Sojourn that I remember just absolutely dealing so much damage and chunking through so many teams back when Sojourn was on base release Sojourn, and you would just attach a Mercy Pocket and watch the two
dark
power
days
from an
are
entire
over.
team
The
in
dark
seconds.
days are over, Mox. Don't worry. We don't have to worry about the so we got it done and over with. And speaking of done and over with this roster for now, let's talk about Timeless Ethereal, who they've got to go up against, who are no slouches in their own right. I think one of the biggest things backing Timeless is just this organization's reputation to consistently put together competing rosters for any tournament they enter. And I think this is going to be no different.
Yeah, Jim and Azure, as well as Santana, who is not going to be starting in the lineup, all having come back from that old Timeless Ethereal composition that won third place in the last CAH Grand Finals. Cal, however, is the one that I'm going to be looking to. We were having a discussion before broadcast began. This is someone who has competed in the Australia-New Zealand contenders and won B-sides alongside Direwolves, and then joined, I believe it was Timeless themselves when they were running the NA Timeless going through contenders last year, and they placed third, unfortunately falling foul of Redbirds, but still doing a very good job putting themselves out there, showing that they are an extremely gifted Ana. And that means that I'm expecting to see either this Ana trying to have a Winston up and running so you can continue to have that dive composition, aided by the fact that Lizard Wizard does like to field towards the Lucio, so you're not going to have that vulnerability of the Ana being left alone, given the fact that we should say it right now, we're not going to see Lifeweaver. He is not enabled for this tournament, so there's going to be no pedal platform shenanigans, no life grabs coming through to stop any of these tanks from being able to just press W and only W on their keyboards.
Who doesn't like a good bit of measured feeding? Cal, I think would have no problem on that. But regardless, Cal is I think one of the biggest threats that Timeless is offering up for us right now. But the threat they have to deal with is Antarctic Peninsula. We can go back to talking a little bit about the compositions that we expect to see. Obviously, Rush is big here, but one of the biggest maps that I'm expecting to look towards in terms of seeing differences between teams is actually once we head over to labs. I think Icebreaker and Sublevel, pretty straightforward in terms of the way that you play them, but I think you can learn a lot more about how a team wants to play by watching how they play labs.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of variations come through. Like you said, Icebreaker does seem to be just teams pushing towards that brawl style so they can control those side lanes of the point and really take full value of the chokeholds that you can get. I've seen teams try to run the Doomfist into it. I'm not the greatest fan of the Doomfist, given that, yes, you can punch above the walls blocking that point and access it there without having to go through those really nasty chokeholds, but a lot of the time it does leave the rest of your team a little bit more vulnerable behind you, and that's where that problem, that voluntary split of the team starts to crop up, and you find yourself being just a little bit too easy to dive into that back line. As we can have a look at what compositions we are going to be seeing in just a matter of moments, and more importantly, what submap it's going to be. It is going to be Icebreaker to start off with, so no lab, unfortunately. If we do get to see that one crop up, we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer as we can have a look at what some of these players are going to be locking in with. Starting off, it feels like, yeah, there it is. There's the Ramatra. Unfortunately, having replaced that Reinhardt, given the changes that we talked about earlier, and already I'm a really big fan of all of the heroes that are going to be accompanying them. They've got the Baptiste, so they're going to be able to use things like the Immortality Field to make up for the fact that Ramatra, even though he has that Nemesis form and the ability to block, does become incredibly vulnerable when he's outside of that, as well as the two Hanzas to be able to just chunk through that Ram Shield as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and that's the big thing that I'm looking at. It's my preferred rush DPS, running the Hanzo. Azuray's probably going to spot back to it. There it is. As we head in, first thing we're looking for, big walls. Jim up against Bun. 3-letter names maybe I like, but hopefully the gap in skill isn't. You'll want to see big walls land. At least as a Ryan player, somebody who's played a fair amount of rush, I'm excited to see good walls. First one out from either side. Either connects, but it's point pressure for NYXL Academy.
Timeless Ethereal just trying to have Azure wrap around that back, poke behind the squishies of NYXL's Academy, avoiding TV goals. Ram Shield trying to find that squishy. They've identified Wisps' position, and there it is. The Hanzo headshot takes the enemy Hanzo down, and this should be Ethereal being able to push forward, but they lose Soul Hill in the process. And NYXL Academy, with a really good Immortality Field, are going to be able to find the first cap.
Should and will are two very different things, you know? At first pick important, but losing your tank, a little bit more so.
Yeah, it's always really unfortunate when you find that first pick and immediately it's that green light go sign to be able to push forward, but because they're running this Ana rather than this Baptiste, if Sohail finds that extra little bit of pressure, they can't just throw in Immortality Field from Cal. They have to have something like a Nano Boost built up, and that just wasn't available given it was first push.
Fortunately, it's second push now. We've got a wall behind Sawhill. He's already popped Nemesis Form. TV Girl's got a huge advantage in this engagement now. Until that next Nemesis Form comes. Oh, no! Went down without having popped. Oh, man. That's a rough one for NYXL Academy, losing their tank without having invested a single resource thus far. They were counting on that Nemesis Form being used, but just slight mistiming by TV Girl, and that's all the opening Timeless Eternal needed.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but NYXL Academy will at least have ultimates to be able to play around with the fact that Bun is running this Mei, so you don't have to worry about secondary Mei walls coming through and potentially countering what Bun is able to set onto the table. Also means that TV Girl's Annihilation is potentially going to be even more efficient than Timeless Ethereal's, given that they can use that synergy of the Mei wall to block off Timeless Ethereal's exit and trap them in Annihilation.
Down very popped early by NYXL Academy, now looking to push forward with it. They're lacking the defensive tool. Timeless Ethereal have a massive advantage in terms of that. They have that up. They use it late into the fight to secure the victory, and again, marking up some serious percentage on the point.
Timeless Ethereal honestly play that perfectly. The Mei wall comes through from Bun to try and block off the angle of Sohail for Cal and Lizard Wizard, so the sign barrier can't connect, but Lizard Wizard actually waits until the Mei wall is gone to be able to throw in the sign barrier, and because Cal still has an angle on Sohail, they're able to connect the Nano Boost and keep the Ramatra alive even through the Blizzard, even through the Annihilation. As TV Girl now moves in with Annihilation off their own, catches Lizard Wizard, and Timeless Ethereal don't have the sign barrier, they don't have the sustain, and if they try and escape this, they're going to run straight into Wisps on that off angle on the choke.
Yeah, I mean, Lizard Wizard goes, hits the ground like a sack of potatoes, and once your Lucio's gone, you just don't have a disengage tool. Quick recap for NYXL Academy, and they've got a decent tool to try and hold on to it.
Dragon Strike is the thing that they have to hold on to. Timeless Ethereal are going to be so worried about which choke they want to commit through, because if they choose the wrong one, or if they choose to move through that choke when the Sonic is out from Wisps, they're going to walk straight into the Dragon Strike, and again, they're going to be punished for the fact that Cal is on the Ana for that burst healing and the nano boost with the damage reduction, not on the bat for Immortality Field, and there it is. Dragon Strike comes through, so he'll force to use that Nemesis form, and Timeless Ethereal losing more time, more percentage as NYXL are about to extend their lead.
I mean, about to extend their lead, I think, is maybe calling it a bit early. Timeless got a perfectly good engagement to go with here. Sawhill in on the nano, immediately pummels the backline. Bun's got nowhere to go. Speed on Timeless Ethereal look phenomenal, and this one could very well go the distance on the first sub-map.
Yeah, this is the difference for Timeless Ethereal, right? Because they have Jim on that Tracer, they have a lot more map coverage and a lot faster engagements as opposed to NYXL Academy, who have to wait to see whether or not Bun can use that wall and isolate someone off, waiting for a misstep to come through from Timeless Ethereal's side as opposed to Ethereal, who can just play super aggressively.
Aggression must be rewarded right about now. The Dragon thrown in early to the fight, but they still have an Annihilation to see their way through it. A Sound Barrier is the response from NYXL Academy, but that only keeps them in it for a couple of seconds. The Annihilation from Sawhill is still a very, very real threat. Bun's able to pick off two, though, and relieve a bit of that pressure. Now they can push forward behind the likes of TV Girl and look to finish this one off. Maybe taking Sawhill on the way. Great wall! Puts Timeless Ethereal in a box, 90% now, and the point is unlikely to be touched.
Yeah, Bun is able as well to build that Blizzard to be able to stop Timeless Ethereal from being able to touch us. We're going to see the panic swaps come through, so he'll onto the Doomfist, Ezra right onto the Sombra, and Cal onto the Kiriko. They're going to be able to tap and activate that overtime, but they don't have ultimates, and Lizard Wizard already getting pressured to not be able to put themselves into a space to be able to build up that sign barrier and allow Ethereal the sustainability to try and hold longer.
Yeah, this one's just not happening. I think I can surmise what you just said, Mox. This one's not happening.
Yeah.
It's done, though. Ultimate's up for NYXL Academy. A well-played point at that. Timeless Ethereal come in strong. Certainly some fantastic fights, but I think in the face of the Ramatra combos that were coming out from TV Girl, it's just a bit much.
So I think, again, like, it goes down to what was sort of happening for Timeless Ethereal. They had to wait for things like the nano boost, very similar to early doors of Dive, where the Winston would take that face tank damage so that you would build the nano boost up. That was when the proper initiation and engagements came through from Timeless Ethereal. When they didn't have that nano boost, they had to play a lot slower, which doesn't feed into the composition's wheelhouse, and it opens them up to be a lot more vulnerable, given the fact that they have to build towards things like Sound Barrier to sustain, as opposed to having an Immortality Field on a cooldown, like there is for Kero. And I'm really happy to say that as we head towards Labs, it is going to be still the Ramatra composition, but Cal is going to be matching the Baptiste. So even though they still don't have that Mei wall, they're at least going to be able to use things like the Exo Boost to jump over it in case Soulhill does get caught out and throw the lamp down to save the Ram.
No surprises there. Immortality kind of good in Overwatch, so yeah, I think opting for it's not too bad there. Though we do see a swap away from the Mei onto the Tracer, which I think in particular on this map, like I said, things are, you see how teams want to play a little bit more when you go into Labs, and this is definitely one of those telling instances of the Mei versus the Tracer, the backline pressure versus trying to double down on that rush. And personally for Labs, I like the Tracer option, so I'm excited to see what it can get.
Yeah, it's a lot harder, I think, to cage people in as a Mei on Labs, given the fact that, one, the point is just more open, and a lot of the choke points that you don't really fight over, right? So it does sort of open up all of these hallways and back corridors for the Tracer to be able to flank through, like you said, putting that extra pressure onto the Baptiste, because a lot of times we see even things like Pulse Bomb, they're not really used to find a kill, they're literally just used to burn out something like an Immortality build, so you can claim the kill later on.
Early investment, certainly a strong thing. Now as Timeless Ethereal look to gain position, they can't. They know that there's a Mei. They know that if they step up through this small choke, they will get walled off. So Soulhill's playing this pretty correctly. They need to allow Jim the space behind the likes of NYXL Academy to actually start putting in that damage, putting on the pressure, and like you said, pulling those resources like the Immortality Field away earlier on. If they can't do that by the time this point gets pressured, they're going to be in a little bit more trouble. Resources haven't been pulled yet. The coordinated dive from Jim and Soulhill does open up a little bit more. Immortality Field has been forced. It's the Baptiste in Jim's sights. Picks up a second on the way out. Takes one to go and opens up the fight for Timeless Ethereal. We're going to bulldoze over NYXL Academy.
Exactly what we talked about, right? The fact that that Tracer has that backline presence can bait out things like the Immortality Field. So even though NYXL Academy were able to pick up that first flip, they're not able to survive the dive that comes through from Timeless Ethereal. And it is a dive. It's Brawl, but it's sort of joined with that Tracer where you isolate the target, you're able to bait out the Immortality Field, and then you fully commit into the fight. But given how long that stalemate went on for, NYXL Academy do have ultimates to play with. Pulse Bomb immediately comes through from Jim, baits out the Immortality Field early again, and this is the go sign for Soulhill to come in with the Annihilation and cut off any momentum coming through from NYXL Academy. But the Immortality Field and Ant Matrix from Kero is absolutely gorgeous. The Dragon Strike from Azure tries to deny it, but it's a little bit too late. NYXL Academy are able to chunk through the Ramatra and sustain themselves all the way through Annihilation because of the winter that comes through from Cal.
I mean, the sound barrier from Wicca kind of just does it there, right? You've built up so much more from all the poke that you took in the previous fight. Wizard Cal was coming in with next to nothing.
Well, Timeless Ethereal will have both support ultimates. That's the big difference, right? NYXL Academy are going to have aggressive ultimates, but they layered both Ant Matrix and Sound Barrier in the last fight to survive Timeless Ethereal's aggressive push forward. And now that Timeless Ethereal are the ones having to intrude into this space, they have to bait NYXL Academy into walking off of that high ground, and it doesn't work out brilliant for them. They lose Lizard Wizard as NYXL Academy push forward, and they lose that Sound Barrier sustainability. Now it's just about burning as many ultimates from NYXL Academy as possible.
They're not getting much more than this Annihilation right about now. Nemesis forms up afterwards, and it's more cleanup. NYXL Academy, who continue to spiral forward, and they've still got ultimates in tow.
Jim, at least, is going to have that Pulse Bomb. And we have seen that the Pulse Bomb coming forward to bait things like that Immortality Field from Kero out is what tends to be the initiation for Timeless Ethereal. Given that they've got the Sound Barrier as well, they're going to be able to have that aggressive momentum picked up. But the Mei wall isolates Soulhill from the rest of the team, and they're going to have to use the Sound Barrier early to save them.
Wicca doesn't have one to respond though, so that Sound Barrier is well used by Timeless Ethereal. They get in early, pop the Sound Barrier. Yes, it was a bit more than they wanted to invest, but they use it wisely, get the flip, we head into the next fight, at least with something pretty efficient having been used.
Yeah, as a with the strike, and strike is going to be absolutely massive in denying this angle for Kara's Amp Matrix, especially given the fact that Wisps on this Cassidy is going to have that Deadeye for zoning purposes, and Timeless Ethereal don't have the ability, they don't have the percentage to play around with to abandon and get sidelined by that Deadeye.
Early push now for NYXL Academy. Oak, Dragon, Strike, Jim's charging up that pulse bomb, but they've got TV Girl completely isolated. A wall thrown out by Bun to try and save them, but now they don't have it for the coming engagement, which means that they're just going to get poked away at. Azure and Jim have free reign over this point right now. Deadeye through the Ant Matrix and zone as best as it may, but certainly not enough to put Timeless Eternal on their backs quite about yet. Azure falls, though, as I say that, and Immortality feels forced out. Another sustain tool being used in the sound barrier as well from NYXL Academy. Everything's being thrown into this fight, into keeping the team alive, and it's easier said than done when Jim is constantly harassing your Baptiste. Please give Kara a break already. Oh my god, they keep them up through the entire thing. And finally, at the end of it, they still fall. Timeless Eternal has so much fight left in them, and their Ramatra's still up to try and keep this thing going if they can keep that health bar from reaching 0.
Yeah, and Ethereal have numbers advantage as well because that composition gets back so much faster. Wisp has to go off the Cassidy and onto the Tracer to be able to touch, but TV Girl is going to be able to come in with the Annihilation. Cal's going to get pressured out, but he's out of the range of the Annihilation, and on the hit scan of that Baptiste, he's going to be able to take the Ram down, and we're going to be in for a long series. We are going all the way into Antarctic. We are going to sub-level, and this might be where we see a potential deviation away from the Ramatra. Whether you want to see a Reinhardt come through, I would expect now would be the time if Kindred was in the mix, but Sohail being there, I think we're still just going to see Ram versus Ram. I think the only deviation is still going to be this Tracer versus the Mei, but the Mei is going to find so much more value on this specific map than it has on the previous.
Yeah, I mean, the first walls, especially for this high ground, are critical. This is one of the points where first fight is absolutely non-negotiable, right? Given the high ground that you receive for it. Looking at these Meis, opening things up. Same compositions we've seen before, but that much more pressure being applied to them to win this neutral. Those drop out from high. Initial pressure taken. The wall connects onto Sawhill, not on the TV Girl to open things up. But Wicca! He's just too big for her britches on that high wall. Maybe too far forward, and by maybe, I mean definitely. Yeah. It's picked off by G2 and Easy now. See if they can push forward. The wall, secondary one is good. That's a second pick for the Baptiste, just looking to continue fragging out. TV Girl on the ropes now, so always got to be careful not to overextend while Manizi does plenty of damage, but they don't. And for it, they're rewarded with the point cap.
I mean, that's the star power of Cal. They may not have a Mei to be able to counter the walls coming through from Bun side, but the Exo Boots from the Baptiste are more than enough to be able to boost over that wall and still get a vantage point on all of the players that you're supposed to be isolated from, as well as continuing to pressure. Wicca, who was taken down incredibly early, she's unfortunately only able to build about 30% of the way to that sound barrier as opposed to Lizard Wizard. He's almost halfway through to it. That is brilliant news for Timeless Ethereal to have that sustainability.
Significant advantage, but so is this. Positionally very good by NYXL Academy, but they lose another to Cal! This guy's gapping.
No one can pressure him. No one can pressure him. Everyone is trying to push onto Sohail, and Sohail is not the target that they need to go.
Oh my god!
Okay, Bun.
What was that? Bun, chill out!
Oh, I mean, she's able to land the headshot onto Jim, but that is the only casualty Timeless Ethereal are going to be missing. They still continue to build up that point percentage. Cal's going to have Amp Matrix to be able to chunk through the Mei wall coming through from NYXL Academy. I would honestly just want to see NYXL Academy go point now that they built this blizzard up and push Timeless Ethereal into walking into it with the flip.
Zoot out. They're trying to push it back onto that point, and they are very successful in doing so. Sawhill not as much so. Pops an Annihilation, gets put in the corner unfortunately, but NYXL Academy will see their first cap here on sub level.
Yeah, thankfully Timeless Ethereal not going to be going for the full stall. They know that a couple of players did go down, but they can still regroup and put together a push relatively quickly. Now that the Blizzard is gone, that's the main punishing tool of grouping up. However, Wisps comes in with a gorgeous pick, staggering Cal, and this is just going to push Timeless Ethereal back even further. And this is the worst news for this composition. They want control of this high ground. They want control of these alleyways to set Jim up on their flanks. That's not going to happen now that NYXL Academy get to push forward aggressively, especially with this Maywall, to retain this hold on high ground. The Tracer's not going to have any choice but to go into a crowded room of players who can immediately run them.
Sound barriers out from either side, so a lot of damage being done, but not much of it critical yet. Now that we're back into a small room, though, and that sound barrier's worn off, it's a different story. TV Girl's on a rampage, and Sniper's looking to take out the rest of the team. Jim gets one, but it's kind of just a present for showing up, a consolation prize for entering the fight.
Yeah, Jim's going to have a pulse bomb in the next fight, but NYXL Academy, they're still going to have that amp matrix. They're going to have the store capability as well with Bun on this melee. Being able to hold this little small room is really crucial. It's so massive because, like we said, Jim just doesn't have safe entrance. The second that they try to come in, they're going to be found out, but they double blink in, hit the pulse bomb, bait out the immortality field, and suddenly it's a different story entirely. Sohail on the back foot is left behind, but will be able to survive. It's Jim instead who has to go into the line of fire and take the hit so that their tank survives, and it's only going to be temporary. As NYXL Academy, they rubber band that aggression back onto Timeless Ethereal and catch all of these staggered players in the icy corridors.
Hey, look, we talked about it, right? How hard it is to flip this map back in your favor. NYXL Academy got it and have not given it up.
Yeah, and I mean, all of these long angles as well just play perfectly for the Ram because you don't have that damage fall off. So it's not like the Rhine where you're only really powerful with fire strikes at range, and then it's everything just all about that melee fight. Ram gets to rubber band between range and close up so easily that you can't continue to apply that little bit of pressure, find that pick, force Timeless Ethereal into the retreat, and then go looking for more without very little punishment coming through. Ethereal now actually going to be able to go underneath the high ground, find the flip. So NYXL Academy are going to have to give this grind up eventually, but the drop has to be so clean. They can't be separated.
Well, NYXL Academy are waiting for a critical ultimate to come up. They have the sound barrier now, which is why they're looking to engage. One pushing up, takes down Monizy in Cal. The high ground still belonging to NYXL Academy, and the fact that they use that sound barrier later into the fight, there's not much that can truly contest them because they timed that fight so well. Now it's really just Sohail going for broke, trying to win this thing over in the last moments, but it's unlikely to happen. A sound barrier is but a cry for help from Lizard Wizard, who gets TP'd to by Cal. You're gonna have to see some miracles happen here on Antarctica if you want any chance of Timeless Ethereal taking this one away. It's NYXL Academy going up 1-0.
Yeah, especially given the fact that NYXL Academy just dropped Kera's Amp Matrix in the back corner of that point and set Wisps up behind it. So even as the members of Timeless Ethereal traipse onto this point and keep overtime in play, they have no ultimates. They're not getting any of the time to be able to target focus some of these players down. And as a result, it's just going to be shiny, flashy pixel effects as NYXL Academy are going to be able to take this first map. And note as well that there was a knee that was bent towards the latter half of that map. Jim did such an admirable job of as Tracer, coming in with the pulse bombs, baiting out the immortality field. But the second that Timeless actually lost that point, lost that control of high ground to be able to set the Tracer up into flanks, they weren't building up that pulse bomb anywhere near as quickly as we'd seen previously, and it's only until we hit about 80% that we see the next pulse bomb to come through, and even then they don't find the opening that they're looking for. The immortality field comes out and everyone from NYXL just goes, okay, cool, so what? We're just going to turn onto your team and there's nothing you can do. And only then do we see the Mace Swap come through. I would honestly have preferred to see the Mace Swap come through a little bit sooner.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's preferences to be had in terms of what you want to run on that map, but I think there's no denying that we saw some really solid play, and from no one more, I think, in that last point than Cal, who just straight up won 2 fights for the team, absolutely taking heads off time and time and time again. If that continues to happen, what do you answer with? There's one thing where you can like, oh yeah, we'll just swap heroes to you can't. You just shoot. It doesn't matter what hero you're playing. They're gonna shoot you.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see as well, like, they were frazzled from that first fight. Like, you look at the comparison of Wicca when she's wall riding super aggressively on that high wall above the May wall vantage point so that the Baptiste of Cal can just pick her up immediately, and you compare it to the other fights that they're taking, where they're in that small room, they're not going to be picked out easily by the Baptiste before the fight begins. They've got the walls of natural cover to be able to hide behind too, to punch the fact that if you want to play aggressively, you're going to have to put yourself into the line of fire, and then we get to see another power of the Mei, which is continuing to spam icicles down the stroke points, because headshots from a Mei hurt. It's like the Tracer has a little bit of pressure when you're able to push forward and you know that she's likely going to have a pulse bomb to pull out that immortality field. But Mei 24/7 is a threat, especially if she's already in control of that space. And heading into King's Row, I'm hoping this is where we're going to see the Mirror Mei matchup to come through, especially from the attacking side. You need to have a counter Mei wall to be able to use so that your tank does not get isolated and immediately chunked down around statue base.
I don't think you have to do much hoping with these two teams. They've both already offered up their Ramattra. It's very likely that that continues to be the case, though I could see it changing a good bit if either of these teams wants to switch over to Dive. Kings is honestly at this point a map that is unsurprising to see, as I think like 90% of the games have had Kings Row chosen at this point. Some obscene statistic like that. But it's for good reason, right? It opens up the hero pool to basically whatever you want it to be. And these teams can really lean into what makes them comfortable. That being said, I do think the way that Timeless Ethereal are playing, they're going to be more than comfortable in this map. They showed us a lot of tools, and I think Cal's going to be able to continue to get plenty done. Tanks-wise, I feel like Timeless Ethereal also have lots of options here.
Yeah, if they want to play that Winston, I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, to see it come through, especially because it allows Cal to lean in on one of their favorite support picks, which is the Ana, which we're yet to see. However, if they want to continue to run that Baptiste, there's also a lot of high ground that you can be able to jump to make yourself a harder target to be able to pin down, so that you don't have to play around something like a Lucio to come through to make sure that your secondary support is going to be safe. Like you've said, we have seen this sort of movement away from the Reinhardt role, again, just because of the fact that it takes time to be able to fully push onto the point, right? You have to use all of your cooldowns, especially with the Lucio speed amp, to be able to make it through that first initial choke. Then you want to set yourself up in hotel, wait for all of those cooldowns to come back up, and then apply pressure onto the point. That's 2 pushes and 2 times that you can potentially get caught out in that rotation, as well as the fact that you're denying high ground entirely. Like, the defense just gets to run circles literally around that Reinhardt if they're fielding something like the Hanzo, who just gets to sit in the windows with the walkway straight above that point, peppering arrows into the Rein shield, or even sometimes the Rein holding it from behind.
I mean, obviously, there's a million and one ways to route Kings Row. It's like skinning a cat, you know. Like, there is more than enough options for how to take this map at this point.
Your weekends are weird, man. Your weekends are weird.
I know what you're doing in Skyland. Mine must be different. Right now, though, I'm enjoying spending my time watching these matches. And like I said, I'm more excited for Kings Row just because it gives the teams so many options. And I'm hoping that we don't get a mirror matchup, because I think the mirror's shown us enough. We've seen kind of a little bit more of the identity of these teams. As well, on top of that, they both still have subs on deck should they want to change those out in order to change their composition. I think there's plenty of flexibility in the lobby. And for that reason, I think you're getting not robbed by a best of 3, but like these are 2 teams that I want to see go to 5, right? These are 2 teams that I want to see play a full scrim block together and see what kind of evolves them.
Yeah, that's always the sort of punishing thing about First to 2. It really does just force a lot of these teams who sometimes rely on not winning control, but using control as a way of downloading how their opponent plays.
Mickey Mouse map type, as they call it. You know?
But it's really unfortunate, like you said, that we're not going to potentially get that experience. This could be match point. This could be the series ending with NYXL Academy being able to be the team that continues in this bracket undefeated, and Timeless Ethereal unfortunately taking their first L of the series. As we're going to have a look, NYXL Academy are going to be attacking first, Timeless Ethereal going to be defending first. So we're going to be able to see what they're fielding, whether or not Cal is veering towards that Ana, or whether or not they want to stick with this Baptiste.
Hey, keep the dude. If it's working, don't fix it. Oh, okay. They're going for the Ana.
It worked for the first 2 fights, but Timeless Ethereal are actually, I love this so much. They're going to be putting Lizard Wizard on Brigitte. This is ultra wide 2.0 Brigitte. No, don't do it. Don't go back to spawn, please. Please, no.
We're just going high ground. We're just going high ground. Don't worry. I
was like, are they really going to do this? And NYXL Academy, like, they're expecting this. This actually plays really nicely into Wicca's wheelhouse, because like I said, Wicca is a renowned Mercy player. She is incredibly good at playing that Mercy pocket. And Bun on this forward, the synergy that these 2 players have is already absolutely insane, given the fact that they've already played on Calling All Heroes teams with each other before. And Timeless Ethereal, they've got Azra in the Hanzo, not the Casti. No traditional hit scan. If they want to commit to this pharmacy, There's not going to be a lot of easy counters, but they're not going to. They're going to put Bun onto that Mei. They're going to run TV Girl on that Ramatra, and they're going to see that it's dive really soon with the Sonic coming through. But do you really want to run Ramatra against a Winston? Because the Winston's going to jump away.
I did politely request a non-mirror matchup, and this is exactly that. You say jump away, but a well-timed Ravenous Vortex could really ruin a Winston's day. So,
That is true.
Or an arrow to the head. That'll also do. Just backing away. Great immortality field there to keep them up. But the follow-up from Jim and Sawhill, the damage is just too much. TV Girl can kind of just sit on point and watch, but that's the extent of their interaction with the enemy team up until popping Nemesis Form while their team's already lost 2 players. You can trade for Lizard Wizard all you want, but this is far from a one fight until you manage to put some damage onto that Winston.
Yeah, Wisps is back on the Widow as well now to see whether or not Timeless Ethereal are going to hold aggressively on that high ground and push for some of these daggers. Doesn't get that opportunity, so goes back onto the Hanzo as Bun is actually trapped behind enemy lines right now. She is on Mei, so it's going to be a lot harder to push onto her given the fact that both that block and the wall is available. And Timeless Ethereal, they don't want to put themselves into a place where they can push through some of these hallways where they lose the ability, especially for the Winston to be able to jump given the fact that there's a ceiling hindering that movement, and that continued high ground control might be the undoing of Timeless Ethereal's defense because it denied Azure that push on ledge, and NYXL Academy absolutely push through every single member of Timeless Ethereal within seconds.
Yeah, first point done. Now this Winston, I think, is going to have a little bit of a tougher time as we head into much more narrow pathways, much more straightforward sightlines to shoot down. The arrows of Wisp are really going to start connecting. As we begin to align things up, you're looking more for those picks that opened up that point to begin with.
They do have Nano though. They do have Nano, so they can open up with either a Nano onto Sawhill, which it does seem like they're going to be posturing towards. Yeah, there it is. Jump comes through, Nano boost out, Primal Rage as well, just in case you need that sustainability to be able to keep this chokehold control for Timeless Ethereal. But the Maywell comes through from Bun, allows NYXL Academy that opportunity to retreat. But it does mean that NYXL Academy have to use things like Annihilation to push through chokehold.
I mean, this has been a disgustingly good trade for the defending team. You just used Nano for a sound barrier.
Yes.
Any day of the week, I'm taking that. Sawhill does overcook a little bit with the Primal Rage, but that's all right. Let's see if they can disengage from the rest of the fight. Does burn down TV Girl, and with that, that'll put a stop to the aggression from NYXL Academy. Timeless Ethereal, in fact, they even look to fight back because they have that first spawn.
Yeah, Sawhill's going to be coming back in on the Doomfist, so they're able to push themselves back into the fight a lot faster as Cal sees that Wisp was wanting that angle for the Dragon Strike to cut through the defense before they're able to reform, hits the sleep and the anti and pushes the Hanzo further.
All 10 members are back on the field, we have to remind ourselves. Sawhill taking down Wick in the meantime, though. Shuts down the sound barrier charge on top of that. It's backline for backline, though. TV Girl's doing the exact same thing. A Bob thrown down the lane as you would a bowling ball. Finishes off some remaining health bars and lays down the law on this shield while Jim throws a pulse bomb on a TV Girl. Really stark pressure being applied by Azure, but well positioned at that.
Swaps are coming through now as well, both for Timeless Ethereal and NYXL. I can't. Gosh, that's such such a mouthful to say continuously. Let's keep an eye on Jim. They might decide to try and drop down and look for that one clip just to bait out that immortality field from KO. But Cal is pretty close to that next Nano. They're going to be able to use it for Sawhill. Lizard Wizard holding onto that Sign Bearer as well. Gorgeous anti-nade is going to slow NYXL Academy down even further. This one just doesn't get the timing to be able to use the Blizzard until Timeless Ethereal fully commit to this push. But they're also mobile. They're going to be able to dodge out of the Blizzard so easily.
Blizzard out. Let's see if they can dodge it. See if you're right here, Mox. Sawhill pretty well for wear right about now. The Blizzard does connect and separate people away, but nobody is frozen up or taken down. No tank now. NYXL Academy as their critical ultimate was dodged. Effectively no team for the remainder of this fight. 2 minutes on the clock now, and it's beginning to chip away.
Yeah, the Nanobus is gorgeous onto Sawhill. It means that even though that Blizzard from Bun does succeed in, like you said, cutting off the team, the Doomfist, away from Cal's line of sight, the Nanoboost still does its job with the damage reduction, and Sawhill, even when the Nanoboost runs out, has the Meteor Strike. His Jim is waiting.
What are we cooking here, Cal?
Someone so the Tracer can finish them off with Pulse. They almost found it. They almost take
You better get this kill. You better get this kill.
Out of the woods. Cal's not able to find the free tap, and the Lucio is still alive somehow, making it back to her team. But oh my goodness, it was close.
This position's cracked. Wait. Cal is a significantly better Overwatch player than I'll ever be. I just have to accept that. Look at this. Big anti-nade. No, they're all, the entirety of the dive is like, yeah, we dive forward to get the Ana. None of them are thinking like, Cal's paying 40 underwater mahjong with them and just putting them in dimensions they've never even seen before.
Yeah, really good job as well from Timeless the Field to just hound those members of NYXL Academy into that pub to make sure that Cal has that line of sight for the anti-nade to land from main into the angle of those players. They're going to have to play a little bit slower now, however, they do have things like the Sleep Dart to try and deal with Annihilation. The thing is, Sleep Dart now only affects tanks for 3.5 seconds, and unfortunately, a lot of the time, that isn't enough to be able to disengage an Annihilation, but they decide to play aggressively. Okay, Nanobase comes out onto Sohil immediately. Sleep Dart hits TV Eagle, so they're not able to use Annihilation to peel it off, and NYXL Academy just going to have to lose this fight and go back to respawn gracefully.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of surprised by the fact that they're playing aggressively, but I mean, you're playing Doomfist. You got one gear forward. Like, there is no questions. You live and die by going forward. There's no in between. So Sahil commits big and gets massive value for it.
Yeah, and they were able to interrupt both the Sound Barrier and the Amp Matrix coming through from NYXL Academy too. So even though they have things like the Blizzard, Azuri can literally just send the Bobbit to be able to make sure that there's another body standing in the way of NYXL Academy, taking advantage of that. And Soho again goes aggressively out of line of sight, is able to, with the Meteor Strike, escape with their life, turns back onto the members of NYXL Academy who had no choice but to use the Blizzard as we're hitting overtime and they have to keep themselves on this payload. But Blizzard is now out, and that was their best tool of isolating these members of Timeless Ethereal literally on the payload to allow NYXL Academy even more distance or even that second checkpoint to be picked up. And Timeless Ethereal, we said this composition might struggle in Streets Phase, but Streets Phase was where they came alive.
Yeah, I mean, they did a phenomenal job. The swap over to the Doomfist was it, man. Sawhill had their goose cooked ASAP, and there just wasn't an answer. The pressure being applied on the backline was too much. Timeless Ethereal were constantly looking for ways to engage, whereas NYXL were much more passive in their play, trying to peel away the Doomfist. And often in games, if you ever find yourself fighting the Doomfist, you're fighting a losing battle.
Yeah, and I mean, Sohill made sure that they had to fight them as well. Like, the amount of times that the Doomfist would jump in when NYXL Academy were literally just about to make that move, when Gero had just used Ant Matrix or Wicker was using Sound Barrier so that NYXL Academy could put TV Girl into that front line and try and use this Ramattra to brawl into the back line. Really doing such a good job of just disrupting the tempo picked up for this team. And coming in with these really good punches too, getting the connections onto the wall so you get that stagger, that you get that little bit of downtime where you're able to have Cal move forward into a more aggressive position and play off of those moments, either for an anti-nade or a sleep dart, or just to be able to make sure that Sohill survives when Meteor Strike isn't pulled up.
See if things change here on the second round. Sawhill obviously looking to make a lot of space, can control those high grounds phenomenally. Jim is offering up a far, but I think they're actually just going to do that cool Punk Widow shot. I think a lot of teams are actually super wising up to it. Yeah, the conk out, nothing connects. Hero swaps aplenty inbound, but only that we see a game plan change for either side now. Timeless Ethereal have found what works, and YXL have got to find an answer. Out to the high ground for Sawhill, and automatically, Whiff doesn't even know what hit them before it hit them. Sawhill makes out like a bandit. You can see TV Girl trying to engage onto this. They're trying to make something happen. It's just not going to, though. The Doomfist has such immediate impact on the backline where the Ramattra really has to force the engagement. And because Lizard is doing such a phenomenal job of peeling them away, there's just not much you can really do against it.
Well, I mean, you can have fun, hit a 2K.
That also helps.
That's what you can do against it. You can take Cal down immediately, and then even though Sohill is still able to survive and sustain themselves with the extra little bit of shielding from Power Block, still not going to be able to find even one tick of this point, and Bun is almost out of Blizzard Wizard, not going to have the Sound Barrier to be able to sustain through it. You have all of this pressure coming through from Bun. I love the fact that NYXL Academy, they're not putting themselves into the high ground where they're painting a target for Sohill. Instead, they're playing around the chokes, being able to use the spaces to isolate the Doomfist with that wall as Sohill's stuck in the Power Block form, and finally the tank is taken down before they're able to find that impact that we saw in the first fight.
I think a big advantage right about now for NYXL Academy and having those ultimates, but I suppose not in players anymore. TV Girl and Wicker are down, and I mean, that should be as good as done. Should get them over the line. Sawhill can continually dive his back one. There's not enough damage pressure to actually take them down. Cleanly done by NYXL Academy, and unfortunately, it's just fallen short off of a couple small mistakes in the face of Jib.
Yeah, nano boost from Cal onto Soul is honestly timed perfectly too. They know that Bun is going to have that Blizzard. They know that Wizard does not have Sign Barrier built up, so they use the front of the Doomfist, potentially punching the Mei and cancelling throwing the Blizzard to stop NYXL Academy from using the ultimate advantage, as Soil almost gets zoned out by that Mei wall. They do have a lose Azure to the zone that comes out from the Ramatra. TV Eagle now going to be slapped to Soil with that nano boost again. Comes into the fray. Meteor Strike to be able to push out that Immortality field. Bun using the Blizzard, trying to split the team from being able to help the Doomfist out, as it's going to be able to do its job. Even though they had the initial impact of the fight, the Blizzard from Bun saves NYXL Academy's defense around Choke.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're pretty happy with that if you're Talentless Ethereal, though. I mean, you got a Sound Barrier for it along with Blizzard. Like, I'll take that trade.
Yeah, and they're backing away. So now you've lost that control of Choke. You've lost that one space where the Mei is at its most powerful towards Street Phase. Or backing around the corner can Ice Pick lobotomize Jim, and immediately NYXL Academy just get to push right back to that same spot that Timeless Ethereal struggled to get past so much.
Back to square one, so to speak, but they've got ultimates to boot. Bob thrown into the back line, not too much of an answer to it either. There's no sleep for it. Bun doesn't have the ice block either. Bob's burnt down eventually, but now the only zoning tool they have is Annihilation. The TV Girls popped. Sawhill in the back line, there's only so much you can do. Sound Barrier's been used as well by Thomas Ethereal, so they can just push through this without a care. Deadeye, though, evens the fight up a lot. Sawhill now down. All they have to do is survive, but it's much easier said than done. All you have for healing is a Lucio. Times Ethereal recognize that weakness and immediately pounce.
Yeah, and they're going to have a whole amount of time as well. So even if they lose this next fight, given how many ultimates that they had to throw in, they're going to be more than happy. However, like you said, I don't think they're going to lose. They're going to have a nano boost. They're going to have Meteor Strike. NYXL Academy having to swap onto the Doomfist to try to tap. TV Girl does manage to make it, but they go incredibly low as a result. Meteor Strike now comes through from Timeless Field, denying Immortality Field for NYXL to keep throwing themselves onto the payload. And Ethereal even things up. We are heading into a map number 3, 1-2-1. Both of these teams are not giving up any gap. They do not want to be taking their first L in the bracket. And you can see the adaptation that's going through their heads. They know, they identify for Timeless Ethereal, the Winston's not working out. They can't really dive without losing the Winston in the process, given the fact that that Bubble's health bar has been reduced by so much. And there's a Hansel on the other side, so you're just going to be able to lunge away from that initial dive, or climb your way back onto that high ground, use Stormare to blitz through the Winston bubble, and then you don't have a tank to peel for your backline. You're going to just lose all of your cards, all of your pieces of the puzzle, and they go, do you know what's going to work right? Doomfist, because there's no direct counter to it. We don't see a Sombra come through, we don't see an Ana come through, we don't see any sort of break concussive with the shield from that rally to come through. So Soil literally just gets a playing field. Every single time they punch in, they know that there isn't really anything that's going to stop them or knock them back or cancel out that punch, because there isn't even a Reinhardt to be able to countercharge it.
Yeah, and I think you have to give a lot of the credit as well to the support line behind Saw, because of just how hard it is to survive without that tank constantly being there to keep you up, especially in the face of a Ram that was constantly looking to run you down. They did a great job of keeping themselves alive in some sticky situations. That being said, we've got a real game on our hands, and I feel like going to 3 is about the only thing that this series like genuinely deserved coming in.
Yeah.
With 2 teams that are completely undefeated, that have names like Timeless and NYXL attached to them, you deserve a match number 3, and I think both these teams are putting up finals level performances between one another, and the adaptation has to continue. That's the big thing for me, right? When you're both feeling rosters this large, the whole thing turns into a game of chess, and it may be short, it may still be 3 maps. That just means that the time you have to adapt is less. So we have to see an immediate flip by Timeless. We need to see an immediate reaction, and what that's going to be in map number 3, up to them, but we can certainly speculate.
Yeah, like you said, it is going to come down to adaptation. We've seen that Timeless Ethereal have been able to adapt, they've been able to field this Doomfist, that they're going to be able to find a lot of value from it being able to come through, given the fact that, like you said, it felt like they were trying to fight the Doomfist more often than not. a lot of the time the play that you want to make is go past the Doomfist so that you can push onto the backline, given that Doomfist is incredibly vulnerable when he doesn't have something like an Ana burst healing him through all of that damage that he takes. The problem is that Cal is doing just such a good job of surviving long enough. So when we were seeing Soil, they were punching in, they were finding that first pick, and then they had enough time to be able to circle back to that Ana. And their movement was insane. When we saw that first pick onto the Hanzo at the very opening of them pushing onto King's Row, literally, Hanzo evaporates, and then 2 seconds later, we cut back to Soil, and they've been able to punch all the way back towards Statue to stop the Ramatra from walking onto their backline. And that's going to have to be something that we see moving forward that they're going to be able to deal with. You have to kill this backline before the Doomfist can get back in time to peel for them.
You want the good news or the bad news? Actually, they're the same thing. We're going to Havana. I think Doomfist is just not being played anymore. I think we're in Sigma territory pretty firmly for both of these teams.
Heading into Havana, I think that's probably the adaptation that we're going to see. Take the fight and win against the Doomfist by not playing a Doomfist. Take us
there
instead
we go. Now we're thinking
Havana,
with our noggins.
Well, we are going to see the Sigma matchup. My concern here is that we've seen Timeless walk away from that May. NYXL Academy, having lost that map, got to pick this one. And it is no surprises that we are most likely going to be seeing Bon go for the May, and NYXL Academy just trying to shave off as much time as possible on that initial spawn hold.
Curious to see. It's honestly been a minute since we've seen the attempted spawn hold. The last time I saw it was when a team got full held in Pro-Am, and then following that, it's not really the most common thing to go for these days, especially since teams have found a lot of really creative ways to break it. Without that second tank, it does become a lot more difficult to have that longevity in positions like that because of the fragility of the hold itself. This map is, by and large, come very much down to snipers. And I mean, if we're going to talk snipers, NYXL Academy, you've got two players who can absolutely load up the long distance damage. Not to mention a player literally named Sniper playing tank, so I don't know what you want.
I was going to say, you've got 3 snipers, right? We're headed away from the 2-2-2 roll, or I guess the 2-2-1 roll lock now. Oh, you made me nostalgic. You made me nostalgic.
We're going into, with three snipers like this, we're heading into Chengdu Hunters territory, you know? This is uncharted land in these years, you know?
It's a terrible day for rain, and I don't think Havana even has a rain mode on it, so it's still going to be nice and sunny as we head in to have a look at what these teams are going to be fielding. Like you said, we have since seen a movement away from the May, especially because the May composition, it worked so well when you had something like a Reinhardt to be able to follow it up, and since we haven't seen any substitutions come through in the form of Kindred swapping in for Sniper, it's likely, well, 99.9% going to be a Sigma pick coming through from this team, and Timeless Ethereal are probably going to have to match the Sigma, even if they want to try and run the Doomfist, which it's still a viable option. Sigma just has a lot more options to dealing with the Doom, namely accretion. If you're able to land that accretion onto the Doom as he's punching in, you are going to deny a lot of opening that the Doomfist is looking to be able to give their DPS entrance to.
I mean, that being said as well, like, Sigma, yes, can play well into the Doomfist if you're able to hit your abilities. Havana just doesn't play that well into the Doomfist. You have a lot of mobility, but it's one of those times where it's like, do you want to spend every last bit of that mobility just to get into position and likely get shot down? Not likely. It's like Circuit Royale. Sigma is the law. And if a team's not running it here, that's a big surprise, right? Like, something that we should definitely keep our eyes on should it happen. But for right now, I'm assuming that's the case. And that's when we start looking towards snipers, towards those back lines to really start applying the pressure. So we've seen a lot of impressive stuff from the likes of Jim and Azure at that mid to close range, but at long range against the DPS lineup of NYXL, it's going to be pretty tough. That being said, bolstering them is Cal, who can dish out a lot of damage from range, so be careful. Don't doubt that support line, especially when you're talking about a map that is so dependent on its ability to output more damage.
Yeah, because, I mean, you want to talk about NYXL having quite literally 3 snipers. Timeless Ethereal do technically have 3 DPS because Cal, on Baptiste, has
Cal
been
counts as 2 of
taking
those, right?
these DPSs like to town. Wisps was being taken down by Cal when we were opening up onto sub-level on Antarctic, all the way back on map number 1 when these two teams were going head-to-head. And if we're seeing the Sigma, we're going to be seeing the Baptiste. We might even get to see something like the Zenyatta to be able to come through. And Discord, that brings a whole host of other interactions and how you want to play, how you want to poke, how you want to peek around these angles, how aggressive your DPS can be into controlling high ground because they don't want to walk straight into this and just volley slamming their heads the second that they peek their heads above the parapet.
We'll see what kind of long-range excitement we get, but we're going to bring this last one to you in just a little bit. Keep the excitement rolling, keep the tension high. Final map of the series comes after this break. do done. Got your water, got your halftime orange slices more importantly than anything, because you're gonna need every bit of glucose in them things. This thing's only getting better. Havana map number 3 is upon us. We've highlighted it, Mox. Plenty of stuff to look forward to, but definitely some compositional changes in the mix.
Yeah, and I mean, this could be a very short map, or this could be a very, very long map. That's sort of the two extremes of Havana, right? You either get entirely full held, or we see you come into Point C attacking with something like 5 minutes in the bag, and you still get held because Point C is just so favored towards the defense of things like the high ground access, the gate chokehold to be able to really play around with, finding those straggling picks before fights even begin, and again, that puts a lot of pressure on your DPS, because like we've said, we've talked about we could see things like the composition swaps come through. We're likely going to be seeing a movement away from the Ramatra or the Dive, the Doomfist, and instead just focusing entirely on the Sigma. But this map, there is no illusion around it. It is built entirely around your DPS running the show. And NYXL Academy decide to defend first, and that's a little bit of a surprise to you, because during the break you were like, oh, I'm guessing MXL Academy are going to be attacking first, but I
They
guess
didn't choose to
they're just
defend first. Timeless got the
confident.
choice. Timeless chose attack. That's
Timeless
the...
chose attack. Okay,
Well, yeah,
there we go,
it was the map pick by NYXL Academy. Yeah,
that does make a little bit more sense. But Wisp is going to be running on that Widow. Bun is going to
wait,
be
it still doesn't make
taking
sense.
up the
Anyways.
mantle of the Hanzo. And Kero is going to be on that side. So we are going to have that Discord orb coming through into the mix, and that's going to impact a lot of how Timeless Ethereal are able to peek around these corners. Azure going to be on the wood to try and duel Wisps and keep that attention focused on the sniper, as opposed to taking the easier route of trying to take Cal out of the fight. Jim running out on the Sombra, committing it. It's not just a spy check at the moment. They're going all the way around the back, just giving that intel to Azure of knowing where Wisp is most likely going to be playing, so that you don't jump into the firing pan as Bun headshots the Sombra. At least you know where she's playing from.
Over under on a swap. Over on an insta swap. Over on a 3, 2, 1. Jim stays on the Sombra. Wow. If I get cleaned like that, I'm swapping heroes instantly. It's a mental thing, you know?
I think they just want the Sombra to be able to put extra pressure on Kero on the Zen, right? Getting the hacks, being able to stop the Transcendence from stopping that Sigma Flux.
I don't know. It's yes, you can, but trying to cross these sightlines as Sombra is like playing a demented game of Frogger. Jim's only been half successful in doing so, but 100% successful in taking down Bun on the second try, that is. Now looking for the players lurking beneath this high ground. They've got him completely segmented out. Great control by Timeless Ethereal. Now they can continue to push forward with the space that they've made. Players looking 180 degrees at the Sombra means that their heads are clean for the taking from Azure. First fight.
Yeah, and Jim, because they're getting that intel, means that they're conveying that information to Azure, as opposed to Wisp, who's having to rely on Bun Sonics to be able to give away where the enemy is playing from. It's a huge leg up for this Widow, and the paranoia duel, as MXL Academy, having lost that first fight, don't have the initial defensive position for that Widowmaker. Instead, they have to intrude into Azure's.
Yeah, holding the second part a lot easier than holding forward in the first on Havana. This one does come a lot down to the tanks. The Sawhill's got to make the initial space. These first 5 meters, push past these little billboards here, and then you can look to really deal the damage. Great hack by Jim, opens things up. They've got an EMP should they need it, but it doesn't look like they even do. Phenomenally played by Timeless Ethereal, and again, the coordination with that hack cannot be congratulated enough. Really great stuff.
Yeah, and it means that MXL Academy, they can't really play around the Sigma Shield either to deny the shots from Azure. So you have a look at the positioning. Kero is playing off on stairs, out of line of sight. Wick is all the way on the back towards that health pack. When TV Girl gets aggressed upon, no one is in position to be able to save them. And Timeless Ethereal, off of another pick onto Wisps, they do lose Azure, but they're still going to have momentum heading into this next fight. Bun might just have to use this Dragon Strike to force Ethereal back and allow Academy the time to be able to recover.
Fortunately, they do manage to trade one back. It is difficult, though, in the face of Jim, who has been running the lobby for the better part of the... I mean, ever since they took that initial arrow to the head. Things changed big time. Glad they didn't swap. Now with an ultimate post on board of more than enough for both teams. We're in for a kitchen sink fight. This thing's going to get very dirty very quick. EMP counters a Gravitic Flux. Not much else found off the back of it. Wicket goes down. That's the opening they were looking for. Now into the small room goes TV Girl trying to contest it, and they do. Everyone's shoved in there by the dragon. It's basically a rock and hard place situation for any player trying to live through that.
Yeah, Jim is still going to be alive. We'll be able to connect the hack onto TV Girl, and it's just going to continue to pester that Sigma, building towards that next EMP. Sawhill is going to have the Sigma Flux, and Kero now has to be so careful that they don't get hacked out of being able to use Transcendence to save the team. As, oh no, TV Girl got split away from their team, isolated on the staircase, and taken down.
Yeah, I mean, we're overheating a little bit, and that is likely the fight. Wisp picking off Azure is nice, but it's certainly not enough to consider it taken back quite yet, especially when Sawhill has this Gravitic Flux. They can use it so aggressively should they need to just keep people off the cart in moments like this. Can TV Girl get back? TV Girl is back. Flux saved, so NYXL do escape without having had to give up the point. The Flux used aggressively, though. is nice. Calls a trance in response. Now all the tools have been laid out on the ground. Who can win this neutral fight? The position certainly pretty good for Timeless Ethereal, who have the high ground completely surrounded. TV Girl forced to drop, but that leaves the rest of the team completely vulnerable. The hack onto the tank now means they are marked for death. They're able to trade one back, but it's going to come up to the DPS to really clutch this one out. And Wisp and Bun are up to the task. A couple more health bars to get through, but they just managed to do it. Now 1v1 on point. Sigma on Tracer. Wisp low. Recall in hand. Pops it to stay at 150. The follow-up's there, though, and Soil takes it home for Timeless Eternal. They just get across the line, too, before Wicca comes in. The cavalry arrive, but all but a moment too late.
Oh, and the stagger pick comes onto Wicca as well. She had to go into Brigida to try to deal with this Sombra in that contest of the payload. And as a result, she is going to go down 30 seconds after the rest of her team. Now we're going to see the swap back onto that Baptiste. Wisps off of the Tracer back onto the Widowmaker. You have to go Widow to be able to keep Azure contested. The grapple shot comes through from Wisps, but Azure connects and keeps the Widowmaker in check, allowing Jim to be able to move forward aggressively and take Bun down before that Dragon Strike can finalize. As Azure hides behind the payload and waits to see whether or not Wisp is going to push on.
That was short-lived. TV Girl tried to pop the grab flux and immediately found the wrong end of a hack. Again, Wisp wins the Widow duel, but team loses the fight. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too late.
Yeah, Jim did use EMP at the same time as Cal using Transcendence, though, so they're not going to be able to have that to survive the Dragon Strike to come through. And that's going to be something that Ethereal are going to be exceptionally concerned about, given where that payload has stopped. It's right on bridge. There's not a lot of room for you to be able to walk away from the dragon damage if it comes down directly across that payload. And worse, if you move towards the sidelines out of that Dragon Strike, you walk straight into sight of the Widowmaker set up on the high ground. So they can play this really nicely. They can use that Dragon Strike to bait people into walking into Azure. And the thing with defending Havana on point C is you need one fight win to be able to keep retaining that high ground control and allowing your snipers to be able to just pick off one by one players emerging from that attacking spawn, so that even if teams coming in with something like 3 minutes or over on the clock, very quickly see it dwindle down to 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, I mean, turns out Castle's pretty hard to attack into. Somewhat well designed. The people who came up with that idea how to get a medieval
Except
raise.
Icon Vaults.
Yeah,
Icon Vaults
that
castles,
one
unfortunately,
didn't
need a
last
couple of
long, did it?
grading on the window.
Look, man, it was like whole Omnic. They didn't stand much of a chance. That being said, which is funny, looking at the castle right now, it's so bright. We got to point C, and we're on like the nighttime version of the map, and our fly-throughs on the daytime, and it felt like when you like pick your phone up at night and it's on full brightness, and I just got blasted.
It's like when you're wearing the tinted sunglasses, right? And you have them on for about 20 minutes, and then you take them
Yeah.
off, and you're like, oh, my eyes.
I just got like flashbanged IRL by the fly-through.
Oh, when it hits you so hard, you get transported back into Overwatch 1.
Yeah.
We're going on the nostalgia trip today, Joel. We're going full nostalgia trip. As,
What could make it more nostalgic? I feel like we've seen plenty of like changed heroes. I guess Havana hasn't changed that much in how you play it.
Yeah, it's still very, very strong. You just grab a Widowmaker or a Hanzo, you control and retain that high ground contest.
You would think the
And
Widowmaker
already-
duel would matter more, but Wisp has won it like 9 times out of 10, and I still see that team on the back foot. NYXL Academy, the capitalization on the Widow duels hasn't exactly been there, but I think that also tells you that the attention from Timeless's Widow has been just in other places, and I think well applied at that. It's often said that not taking the Widow duel is the best option in the Widow duel, and I think they're getting away with that more often than not.
Yeah, and Jim, remember, doesn't need to take that Widow duel because you have stealth. So
Well,
especially now that we
Jim's
head
been a
into...
menace.
Yeah, and it's going to get even worse because looking at Havana C, you have so many backways into these fights. Like you said, trying to push the Sombra through on point A is very much Demented Frog. It's bullet hell, where the Sombra is essentially playing DDR and have to go left, right, diagonal sidestep twice to be able to escape all of that damage and just spam coming through. But now that you have access to point C, you can go underneath the bridge, you can pop up in the back, you can try and take that Widowmaker down, because that's another thing that's like playing into the heads of NYXL Academy. Not only do they have to worry about what potentially a Widowmaker is going to grapple up into sight from, they also have to worry that if they split themselves too far apart, especially that back line, Jim is just gonna show up and one-clip someone. And when you're running a Zenyatta and you're relying on that disco dub for being one of the best tools at keeping that attacking team in check of just aggressively pushing forward, you can't lose the Zen before the fight begins.
It's wild that Jim's getting that to begin with. I mean, we have to start there. Getting solo kills on Sombra on this map where your backline's already so insulated, it should not be a thing that you're really ever giving up. I have to give credit to Jim, but there's also like, wait a minute, what's going on in that backline that you're not able to survive against a Sombra? Like, this should be pretty textbook stuff that we're just like making sure we're doing, but Jim is consistently getting pick after pick after pick, and up against a team with Hanzo and Zenyatta on it, two characters that, at least when I play Sombra, just put bullets in my head when I decloak near them. So I don't know what Jim had for breakfast, if he ate his Wheaties, ate the cornflakes, but it's something different, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they're doing really good as well, because like you see, whenever we head over to the POV of the Hanzo, right, Sonics are going down into the ground so that you're going to know that the Sombra
the Jimbo
is
detectors are on.
you.
Yeah, detecting Jim's easier said than done, you know?
It's so hard as a team, especially when you're lacking those Sonics, when the Sonics are going down to trying to keep track of the Hanzo's surroundings. When the Sombra pops up, again, it just denies that vein of information for the backline to know where the Sombra is going to be. Like, yeah, you can maybe checklist the area, like, okay, Jim's not showing up around at Sonic, we're going to know that they're not around at Hanzo. But that would just make me more worried, because if I'm in a Zen or a Bap shoes and I'm like, okay, the Sombra's not near the Hanzo, that's immediately going to fall into the line of thinking they've got to be near me instead. And
I think your approach to how you think about the game is very different from mine, right? Like, these players are playing an FPS game, whereas the backline playing into Jim is playing survival horror. Very different experiences altogether. I feel like you have to start with background and then work your way up. Like, go collect some items, see if you can take them down then. It's been a rough time. Rough time here for our PCs. Couple of crashes in, and
does that make like Immortality feel the flashing torch that like flicks on then off and then slowly just starts to
yeah,
wink
you need
out?
more batteries for your flashlight. Oh man, we will go collect some more batteries for our broadcast, so you guys can go recharge as well. We'll be right back after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. Our brief reprieve is brought in on a Havana C point that looks difficult right now for NYXL Academy to defend. A lot of tools up for Timeless Ethereal. Notably, Jim, who's a weapon with or without an ultimate.
Yeah, they are looking for this hack to connect onto Bond. They're well aware of that Dragon Strike to come through, but the hack comes down onto the Baptiste, denying what should have been Immortality Field. However, Wicket is actually able to find it before the hack is able to come out. And as a result, that Sigma Flux does not find the kills they were looking for.
No, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. In fact, this is phenomenal for Timeless Ethereal, who forced out a Transcendence in face of not much pressure, to be completely honest. Didn't even manage to save the other side. Sure, we'll trade it back. Azure gets one on the Wisp, but overall, I think a great trade for Timeless Ethereal.
Jim just used the EMP, and they're already 60% to the next one. This Sombra is actually insane coming through from Timeless Ethereal, and this is going to be something that NYXL are incredibly worried about, because that EMP can disable both Wicket and Kero, two of the backlines that are relying on survivability. The Immortality Field cannot save you if you are hacked out by the Sombra, as we see Wisps just going aerial, but Azure returns the favor, grapples up, and with the Discord landing onto Wisps, is able to do the damage to take them down.
I think Azure heard me talking trash on the broadcast, saying that Wisp had won most of the Widow duels up until now. That's like 2 in a row. Being said, you need more than that to actually win this point. Easier said than done. One of the difficult parts with Widow on this point is, yes, you can take 3/4 of Havana C, but once you actually need to push into the castle, she's toothless, to say the least.
Yeah, Jim, though, is going to be able to come in with EMP in this next fight. The problem is NYXL Academy are going to have both Sigma Flux and Amplification Matrix, and they can play themselves so that they split enough. You can already see Kero just distancing themselves from that front line as Jim heads underneath the bridge. Wants to have this angle to connect onto these members of NYXL Academy, set up looking for that angle for Amp Matrix, and there it is, the hack onto the Bat. Does deny the ability to be able to use the amp, but immediately it comes out and whispers that.
That could not have been better timed! Everything's in! The full commitment to Timeless Ethereal. It looked like checkmate. I mean, how often do you see a team come into a fight with EMP Trance and walk out losing it? But headshots galore connect from snipers, and they just don't care about Trance.
That's the thing. Transcendence blocks a whole host of damage, but it does not block the damage of headshots. So for Wisps and Bun, it is literally just the time to be able to land those shots. Like you said, Bun is then able to move up into the Dragon Strike, sends it right down main of bridge, and Timeless Ethereal can do absolutely but naught. And C is, unfortunately, they had the EMP. The EMP connected perfectly onto Wicket. The problem is that the Sombra hack, the way that it works, is changed so that it only denies your ability for merely a split second compared to what it was in Overwatch 1, given that we've moved away from things like crowd control and ability denies come through to make the game a little bit more viable for this fast-paced tempo of tanks to be able to find that value that they're looking for and not just be immediately stunted by things like a Sombra and a Mei and a Brigida in their face. And talking about in their face, that's exactly the game plan for Timeless Ethereal. You wanted to see a Reinhardt today, Dor. That wish is going to be granted. Jim is now off the Sombra onto that Mei, and they are going to be looking for that early full hold.
I did not ask for Reinhardt in this situation. I would like it to be explicitly clear. The full hold here is, not the full hold, I suppose the early hold. Can take some time off the clock, but definitely more difficult to execute in Overwatch 2 and Overwatch 1, just given how fragile it is without that second tank to really get the job done. NYXL Academy have their work cut out for them, though. A task has been set by Timeless Ethereal. Question is, can they capitalize? The wall misses, and all of a sudden, down that cooldown, NYXL know that there's an opening, and they take it. Azure gone. There's no more damage now for the side of Timeless Ethereal. They've got to find another way to get these kills. They've got to get the Reinhardt into the back line. It's a lot easier said than done, but they do manage to get the Reinhardt into the front line. TV Girl gets picked off without so much as a whisper. The Immortality Field wasn't answered by Wicca.
I mean, the wall from Jim actually blocks TV Girl on the backline, and as a result, Wicca was not able to throw the Immortality Field in time to save that tank, and the full hold. It's not there for Timeless Ethereal just yet, but they have been able to live through that first fight. Karamai swapping onto the Zen, volley Soyhill down, and this should be Ethereal backing out. Without that Rhine, there is no one to really keep NYXL Academy from just pushing aggressively onto these squishies.
That's what I was talking about. This is why I don't like seeing the Reinhardt here. Is because I know that if you go for this close hold, it just means that I'm going to have to watch you have to eat a volley of Zen orbs to the back of the head once. And I just don't like watching Reinhardt have to suffer like that. It's off the Rhine, though, for Timeless Ethereal. Well, not this life. They're sticking with it for now.
They are sticking with it for now, and that may or may not be a detriment. Granted, they're going to be able to walk through TV Gold's Sigma Shield when the Shatter is there, but are they going to be able to get into a position to be able to use that Shatter? Because Bun already is able to climb onto high ground. She's going to have a really good angle with that Sonic, giving all of the information of Timeless Ethereal's push onto that high ground as they look to drop down onto the members of NYXL.
Zones well. A wrap from Timeless Ethereal, less than successful. It will gain cart pressure. They're getting picked apart from all different angles. The high ground now claimed by Wisp. This should spell the end.
It feels like we're just in reverse at the moment, as Timeless Ethereal have unfortunately been pushed off of that high ground into the main straight of point A. Bun is just waiting. The Lizard Wizard, and it's Cal actually who goes down first. Immortality Field used. Azrai and Jim are both able to find the DPS on the other side, however, but TV Gold still holding that in the front line with that Sigma Flux is going to give significant cause for concern for this recontest coming out from Ethereal, given that Lizard Wizard and Cal went down so early. They're not going to have Immortality Field nor a Sound Variable up to be able to sustain through the Flux.
Immediately Blizzard's pop. TV Girl, no, doesn't get the height needed. TV Girl hit their head on the billboard, which caused them to stay down into the Blizzard. It doesn't matter too much because, again, closing that gap on the Reinhardt is just such an impossibility in a lot of these situations. Cal's got a nice angle on the flank, but angles don't mean anything if you just don't have the health bars to support him.
Yeah, well, I mean, you heard what they say about the entertainment industry, Dory. It's absolutely cutthroat, billboards included. As TV Gold will still be able to find the fight win for NYXL. Now we see that movement. Wisps going on to the Widowmaker. Azure sticking on the Hanzo, but Jim moving over towards the Tracer. Soulhill most likely going to be sticking with the Rhine until the Shatter has been expended and then swapping over to the Sigma. However, that again opens up vulnerability for this team as the rotation comes through. They have to go all the way to the high ground, and already you can see this Rhine shield is so low.
That was just how much time it took to get around the cart. Think about how much more difficult it gets when you actually start getting shot at pressuring the cart. They want to engage onto the Baptiste, and it does look mighty vulnerable. Yeah, Wicca got out of position, but it's traded for Azure. Spawns closer for that attacking side, too. It's something we should always be thinking about in moments like this. Until then, though, we just get a quite endless game of chicken, to be completely honest. Sawhill's trying to chase them down with the threat of that Shatter. And NYXL Academy are forced to just continually run away in circles. Unfortunately, they are a lot slower than the team fielding a Lucio.
Jim again just controlling all of those off angles. There's the Shadow. Immortality Field, however, is going to save them for a little bit of time. But Cal is still going to be able to take care of her down. Like you said, it did feel just a little bit personal. I would expect now to maybe see the Sigma swap, but unfortunately, you're not going to have access to your spawn point, unlike NYXL Academy. So now we see the swap come through from Bun onto that Tracer just to push into this backline past the spawn hold Ethereal are looking to set up.
I think it's simple swaps, right? I think you just need to get away from the Widow. Yeah, they do that. Bun over to the Tracer. Wisp over to the Cassidy. Timeless Ethereal are going to continue this. And I know it looks... Wow, okay, it is bad. I was going to say I know it looks bad, but this Flux I disagree with, I think, a little bit. But Timeless Ethereal, in theory, should have just like had ultimate advantages, and then that should just be in NYXL come back eventually. But seeing as they've spent their grab Flux, it might last a little bit longer.
Okay, I don't know. We're seeing the swaps now. Bun's going onto the Mei, TV go on to the Ramatra, looking to punish this Reinhardt pick. Remember, when the Rhine shields, Pummel still goes through it and connects onto all of the members of Ethereal hiding behind Soulhill. And as a result, now we see them give up that prior aggressive spot and immediately pull back so that Azure has that opportunity to try and find a pick before the fight starts.
With Ultimates in tow now, there are options for NYXL Academy. Of course, trying to keep your distance and playing for that Amp Matrix is one of those key ones. Timeless Ethereal, yeah, you can match the Amplification Matrix, but you just don't have the same amount of damage output through it. And that's the big problem they're facing right now. That high ground has been claimed starkly by NYXL Academy. It's only Cal left up there, but he's using it wisely right about now to throw down all sorts of healing onto the likes of Sawhill. Phenomenal stuff by the backline of Timeless Ethereal yet again.
Yeah, Sohail honestly makes such a good smart play as well. They get isolated by Bun's Maywall, which should be the end for that Reinhardt, right? But the call comes through, they give up that high ground control. Sohail drops to the ground, the rest of the team joining alongside to play away from those amp matrices, and everyone is so focused on trying to take that Reinhardt out that Cal just gets to hide themselves up on that high ground ledge and heal the Reinhardt all the way up to full. So what should have been a brilliant start for NYXL Academy, where finally they're able to break out from spawn, finally they have that room to be able to play their DPS with, so that the Cassidy can take full advantage of the distance that you have access to with that 6-shooter, and it just doesn't happen. And now they're going to have to do it all over again, except this time they don't have an amp matrix to open up the fight with and spook this Reinhardt composition from just walking straight onto them.
Yeah, it wasn't the change you expected to see in this series, to be completely honest. For all of the compositional mismatches we've got, the Reinhardt coming out last minute. On this map, no less, when you can go for the spawn hold with the Ram, it is really interesting to see. That being said, I do think the Ram on second point should play pretty well. Now it's just about getting back up on the horse, because I feel like that's something that we've really lost sight of thus far for NYXL, is being able to come back in on top of ultimates. The ultimate economy has seemingly just been thrown out the window, kind of for either side, but the defenders are doing a better job of making sure that it is a much more controlled burning of the ultimate economy.
I think like a large part as well to Timeless Ethereal's success on this map has come of just uncomfortability that they've put into NYXL Academy. Right, we were talking about what we expected to see, and Timeless Ethereal have just bucked all expectations. They've thrown off all of the tank picks that we were expecting to see, the Reinhardt coming through. Yeah, it's expected maybe on point A, especially alongside the Mei, but keeping it on point B, definitely not something you're going to be scrim practicing for, as well as that Sombra pick when they were attacking. Again, that's not something that you're expecting, not something you're practicing for. So all of these rotations that they're having to make, a lot of it is coming down to adaptations on the fly, and that's where things can get a little bit messy, a little bit uncoordinated, and that's what this composition is looking to punish. You have that Reinhardt, you have the Lucio. The second you see one person out of place on NYXL Academy's composition, you have the means to be able to close up the distance and punish, and we are seeing it up close and personal. Timeless Ethereal's rotations, especially around point B, where the Reinhardt composition falls off significantly, have been masterful.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a fantastic job of shifting the composition depending on which part of the map they're on. It can be exceeding and excruciatingly hard on certain parts of the map, but they're sticking to their guns, and so far, it's been working really, really well. What hasn't been is somebody's internet on one of these teams. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your ISP is. I'm not sure what you're doing if we're on dial-up these days. If there's like tones going on in one of these players' computers or what. Anybody in chat, just think of your least favorite ISP. I know it's not hard, and just get mad at them for right about now. But it's another tech pause until then, and I think that's no problem. These two teams deserve that the match go the full length. The sub not be needed and such, because to have anything affect the outcome of a game this important is, I think, a bit much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna say right now, Jim Sombra was so strong that even when they swapped off of it, we're still feeling the Sombra presence come through.
Yeah.
In the form of this disruption. That would be actually, I can imagine they would ever fully implement it, but maybe in one of the future April Fool's patches, we see a Sombra hack come through and just immediately crash a person's game entirely. Because I mean, it's not much further than the change they gave up last April Fool's patch, where Translocator deals damage. That was fun to deal with.
That was fun. I mean, speaking of being affected IRL, the Sombra ARG, I feel like we're all forgetting about that. Anyways, Timeless Ethereal looking for an early engagement here. Sawhill catches a rock to the back of the head. Less than comfortable for sure. Completely ignoring that Sigma though. They've sectioned off TV Girl, and you see Sawhill just back away, understanding, yeah, my team can just turn around, deal with the Sigma, as long as I hold the supports away from him, he's got no help.
This is what we were talking about, right? Divide and conquer. This composition, especially with Jim on the Tracer, just has so much momentum to be able to move on to these isolated targets. And it's overtime. NYXL Academy have absolutely no choice but to throw themselves into payload. And Timeless Ethereal can take full advantage of the Reinhardt getting to clobber away with the hammer for all their cares.
It is, as they say, Jover. Timeless Ethereal, a big win 2-1. And one that was well-deserved. I mean, it was a slog this series. Adaptation after adaptation. map 1 took forever for these two teams to figure out who was winning that rush mirror. And then once things got messy on King's Row and the adaptations started coming in and we started playing non-mirror matchups over and over and over again, theoretically, the game just got so dense. And so I think you have to not just hand it to the players individually for being able to figure out, okay, what are we playing? What do we want to do? But being able to figure out the adaptations, the small micro plays, the positioning changes, all sorts of interactions that change when you go out of the mirror and when you shift into these weirder non-mirror matchups. Those adjustments were being made time and time and time again, despite each other really throwing the entire book at one another.
Yeah, shout out as well to Timeless Ethereal's coach, Soul Shaker. Like, you can see that he has been doing a lot with this team to be able to make sure that they're able not just to play what we consider meta at the moment, that they're able, though, to go off meta, or they're able to play quote-unquote meta heroes, but in non-meta situations. And that is something significantly different than playing meta, right? Sombra at the moment is incredibly strong, given her ability to be able to pair with things like a Wrecking Ball or a Winston, where the Winston or the Wrecking Ball creates that space, creates that opening for either a Sombra or a Tracer to play off of players who already have been decimated in terms of health. So you get to come into a fight for about 5 seconds, find a pick, and then go off on your merry way. Jim was not playing with a tank to create space for them. They were going in and taking fights 1 versus 1 and winning.
Not 1 versus 1. That was like 1 versus
against
4. There's supposed to be 4 people on that back line. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
And a Sigma especially, like, is incredibly hard for a Sombra to be able to take down, given the way that we see hack working in Overwatch 2. You only deny abilities for literally like half a second. So when you take that hack onto a BAP, you're only momentarily denying Immortality Field. For Sigma, you're only momentarily denying Accretion. If you don't win that fight, if you don't manage to find the kill before the hack wears off, Immortality Field comes out, Accretion comes out, and you're going to lose off of the fact that they have that utility, while your utility is limited to you can run away with your tail between your legs.
It was a long game for both sides, but it was a game that was eventually finished despite everyone's ISP's best attempts to make sure that there was no end to it. And like we said, Timeless Ethereal are the only team remaining not with a loss. Yeah, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Undefeated.
Undefeated. Thank you, Mock. It's like, oh god, it's like you do this for a job or something. Anyways, yeah, remain undefeated. NYXL take an L, but we've got some more standings for you that you guys should absolutely know about, because I think, according to my mental math, there should be at least one more team that remains undefeated throughout this, but we're down to 2. It is brass tacks for these teams. It's become really difficult, and you know what? We're going to get those standings after a quick little break, and as well, after that, we've got another match for you, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a second match on our hands after what might have been the longest best of 3 I've seen in my entire lifetime. We are on to our second match of the day, and hopefully it has every last bit of the action to offer. The first game does. We have Wisp Luminaria up against Genesis Rain. We just continue to move through this Swiss stage. Mox, it is a cutthroat battle making it into that top 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, already we're seeing that, like, you have to be able to adapt incredibly quickly, but there you go, you get the answer. There were 3 teams at the start of the day who were undefeated. Now there are 2 still standing. It is Dark
4.
Monkeys and Timeless Ethereal, who are the only teams currently 4-0 with NYXL Academy, taking their first loss on broadcast up against Timeless Ethereal in that last series. Ooh, Dark Monkeys and Timeless Ethereal, that's going to be a good matchup to be able to look forward to. However, like you said, the teams that we're going to be seeing are currently 3-1, Wisp Luminaria and Genesis Rain. One of them is going to be able to move on to a 4-1, and one of them, unfortunately, is going to be going to that 3-2 and coming under a little bit more pressure to be able to qualify into those playoff stages where we head into one more map type potentially for some of these teams to get a little bit more time to be able to figure out how they want to play, as some of these other teams unfortunately having a little bit of a rougher time. One of Toki's sub teams coming in at a 0-4 at the moment, as Altior, again, like, I love the fact that just Altior gets so invested in calling all heroes. They come with something like 9 teams every single time we have a tournament, and all of them do amazingly well. It's really lovely to see.
Good stuff. And still only, one team winless right now, and even they're showing up, putting on good performances. You love to see it, and honestly, I love seeing the action from not just the top of the bracket. Of course, it's cool to see who's going to go undefeated, the absolute pinnacle right now of what we have to offer, but we're going to see more of them in the bracket. What I want to see is the dog fights that happen when you're fighting to make it into the bracket, and that's what this game is, because we got 2 teams at 3-1, and it looks like being 2 losses is kind of the cutoff for making top 16. You no more than that. So whichever team loses this, instantly put on the ropes.
Yeah. And you're going to see again, like, there is a lot of pressure for these teams, but more than likely, we're going to see the same occurrence that we saw in the last series, where having things like the comfort picks to be able to fall back onto give you a significant leg up, not just in terms of confidence of being able to take those fights, but also that element of surprise, especially in first to 2 matchups. If you can throw a curveball into the mix, that takes an entire map for a team to be able to figure out a way around it. You're immediately going to be able to put yourself score-wise at a ginormous advantage. You're looking at what both of these teams are going to be running with, whether or not we are going to be seeing full meta mirror matchups coming through, or whether or not there's a little bit of shenanigans at play. I'm looking forward to seeing.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our rosters. We got Genesis Rain up first, breaking them down. They've had some phenomenal performances, like we said. It's Fifi, Candy, Abby, Mithrea, and Bard starting things out. And then depending on the map, which I believe is Ilios, I would expect some big things from these players, especially in terms of flexibility.
Yeah, flexibility is definitely one of those. For control points, I feel like you need to have that flexibility in terms of tank and backline. Your DPS, if they can flex between things like the Widow, the Hanzo, and then your sort of maybe more closer brawlier style of hit scan of something like a Cassidy, that's all well and good, but that focus on the backline, especially on Ilios, where we can head towards places where Elusive is almost just called for, and then as well wanting to run either the Ana, where you're more vulnerable but you have more burst healing to be able to sustain your tank better, or whether or not you're going to play for a little bit of a safer card, veering towards that Kiriko. That again goes to show how a lot of these teams like to play, whether it's for all aggressive with that vulnerability attached, or whether or not they want to play it a little bit closer to the chest, even if it gives them a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of frontline power.
And if you want to talk about frontline power, we can look at the other roster as well. We got Wisp Luminaria up on the other side. You want to talk about a team with resources. You want to talk about a team with pedigree. You want to talk about a team that knows how to put together a good team. I'm talking about Wisp. This team is likely to get a lot of things done. And when you see big names come along in Calling All Heroes, this is certainly one of the ones that shakes the ground a bit as they approach.
Yeah, Calling All Heroes attracting so many tier 1 and tier 2 just houses of teams to come together, build teams, make sure that they have that safe space, like we talked about Altiora last year, and teams now like Wisp as well, adding their hats into the Calling All Heroes roster. It's really lovely to see, because it allows these players to just feel like they're included and that they're being sort of pushed into a space where they are going to have access to those resources, and things like having a coach, having availability to be able to scrim does a lot for these teams, does a lot for the players, especially when we're talking about things like flexibility. Having a coach to be able to go through all of these different strategies and run through all of the compositions and how you're going to play each composition differently and pilot the specific heroes that you're playing in a way, whether you're playing passively, whether you're playing aggressively, goes incredibly far. So to already get to see in the first major that we're seeing that support come through is really heartwarming in the Overwatch scene.
Yeah, man, you love to see it. Especially with, like you said, all the backing that they've gotten, tier 1, tier 2 teams alike. Tier 2 teams, they've been so quick to integrate calling all heroes into their game plans and making sure that they have every resource humanly imaginable. It's not just coaches. Reminder, like this is opportunities to be in places and exist with the organization of organizations, right? I have been in many team discords that are full of just complete chaos, but I promise you these tier 2 teams know how to run a clean ship, and they're doing the exact same thing for all your heroes. So it's a good opportunity for them to get an experience with that. That being said, we've got an experience on Ilios we better be getting to, Mox. Let's start talking tops.
Yeah, it's going to be well, so we're probably, like we said, going to be seeing, I mean, it's pretty much just decided it's going to be, well, maybe we're not going to well. I keep forgetting the flybys that we do, these amazing cinematic flybys go through all of the different maps. So, like we said, if we see well or Lighthouse, it's going to be the Lucio, and you can field either the Ana alongside that for the reasons aforementioned, or you can field the Kiriko. The Kiriko can be extremely strong. We already saw Kiriko and Lucio just being a package parcel deal for almost the entirety of last year, ever since Kiriko's release in Contenders, the tier 2 scene, and with Wisp having their roots in the tier 2 scene, I would imagine that we're going to see that continued presence come through from this specific team. Just given how strong Suzu is, especially into that Ana versus Kiriko duel. Ana finds a lot of value with things like the utility of the sleep dart and the anti-nade, and Suzu just cleanses both of those off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Kiriko come in. Personally on Ilios, I like seeing the Kiriko Ana alongside the Winston, which should absolutely be being seen on this particular map. It's going to be a very different texture for this series in terms of what we see out of both of these teams. The last one was punctuated, ended, and began with rush compositions because of that Antarctica first map pick. Ilios is likely to be much the opposite. Starting out on well, you did guess right. Yeah. It is more likely than not that we get a little bit of dive going.
Yes, I would assume that we're going to see the dive come through, and now this puts a lot of pressure again onto that backline to be able to survive, but it also puts a lot of pressure onto what your DPS are playing. Are you going to be playing from a backwards position where you're going to be seated far away from the team so that the Winston has to commit really heavily into being able to take you down, or are you going to be playing close up and personal? Fifi's going to be going onto the Genji, Sierra onto the Sombra. Mikeman, I'm assuming, is going to just play that Symmetra for early teleport and then swap towards the Tracer to be able to keep up. So Wisp, Luminaria are fully committing to this dive. This is going to be really rough for Genesis Reign's backline to be able to survive if we do see both the Tracer and the Sombra double hit squad come through for the team.
It is quite a survivable backline, though, to be fair. Lucio, along with the Kiriko, opted for both teams, which, if they're in dive into dive, should be a little bit more safer than that Kiriko Ana that was posed earlier, especially for this map. Great option.
The Diva, though, that's the problem against the Sombra.
Well, it should be in theory, but that Diva is pretty much gone for now. Trying to reset that health bar. McMahon forced to do pretty much the exact same thing on little Tracer duel. Both recall, but I don't think either of them want to put their lives on the line quite yet, as we're still in neutral territory. Point is unlocked. Genesis Reign began their assault on it, but it's answered back immediately. Auburn picks up 2. A little bit of supportal combat to open up the map, looking for a third. Unfortunately, not so successful in doing so. Now you're playing into a tank without one for Wisp Luminaria, and that is a far more difficult hill to climb.
Yeah, Candy is able to take down Auburn, but Abby is actually hacked, and the mech is lost. We're not gonna acknowledge that happened. We're gonna move very, very swiftly on, as Wisp Luminaria still have not actually been able to pick up the point percentage that they're looking for. Point only now actually unlocked. Genesis Reign doing a very good job, despite losing players, of keeping it contested. so they're the ones going to start to build up percentage. Fifi's already going to have a pulse come into this next fight. Abby with the pick onto the Winston as well denies that body to be able to absorb the damage from the Sojourn, and Candy takes over and down. This is Wisp Luminaria in full retreat.
Yeah, swiftly taken out. I think Winston had a little bit more of an idea of trying to jump in as quickly as possible for a recontest, but it wasn't really a recontest. Genesis Rain were completely set up to defend that dive.
Yeah, Spino, unfortunately, not able to find that cleave opportunity as well to be able to build into that Primal Rage to sustain. Candy Pop's going to be coming into that overclock, which is something that Wisp Luminaria are going to be concerned about, but Kitsune Rush is going to be available for them and not Genesis, as EMP is immediately going to push the dive forward, connects onto the Lucio, and Wisp Luminaria now get to just move on to the next availability of the backline.
There is at least a consolation prize in the fact that they've taken down Spinor with the Pulse Bomb. Can't let it be traded, though. Already forced the remake out. He's got a lot of work to do, but Mickman's already doing it for them. A third! Number 4 in the fight, mind you. It's immediately flipped over. Wisp Luminaria are really taking the ride on the back of Mickman right about now.
Yeah, the problem for them is that they had to use and invest both the Rush and the EMP. In that next fight, granted, they're going to have Primal Rage and Soundbarrier to try and sustain through Genesis Rain's use of this overclock to brute force Wisp Luminaria off of this point. But the D.Va with Defense Matrix is going to be putting on the pressure for Mikeman when that Pulse Bomb comes through. The hack comes down onto Candy Pop before the overclock can come out, and this Sojourn has been just sequestered in the corner.
Tiny Overwatch, anybody? Oh, not Candy Pop. Tell you what, quickly taken down. Mickman's done it again. This Tracer's been a bit of a difference maker.
Yeah, the hack goes down onto Candy Pop, so they're not able to find the angle that she's looking for to be able to open up with the overclock and push back onto the members of Wisp Luminaria. And Mikeman sees an opportunity and comes in with the Pulse Bomb to, like you said, keep Candy in that really small room so that the overclock can find nothing. Wisp Luminaria, with such a mobile composition, are spread all over the place, and the Sojourn just doesn't get an angle onto any of them. And what should have been the best tool of aggression for Genesis Rain very quickly whimpers out.
Genesis Rain, still lacking in tools to aggress, are going to push forward into the arms of Sarah, who is very quickly going to build this EMP. He's got a lot of choices to make and when to use it and how to build it up, but they're playing very patiently in the meantime. Wisp Luminaria have done this phenomenally. A hack out, the damage done onto the D.Va, a Kitsune Rush invested by Genesis Rain to try and pull it back, a Pulse Bomb as well. Everything's being thrown into this fight, and virtually no profit has been made.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush comes out from Genesis and they don't find anything with it. They are able to take down Sarah, so EMP threat is denied. However, they're sitting at 92% and climbing. Genesis Rain are still potentially going to get staggered. Abby needs to come into the self-destruct immediately to be able to just zone a Wisp off of this point and buy Genesis Rain the time to be able to keep this overtime in play.
Air dive onto the D.Va, forces out the bomb. Again, you feel like they're just on a timer, though. The remake kill Spider, no! Oh, disaster. They have the EMP, but now Sarah's like, do I use it? Sarah tries to use it, and oh no, I think they died in cast.
I mean, the EMP connects it. It connects onto the members of Genesis Rain, but there was just
matter.
no follow-up. It does not matter. Like you said, Spinal had already gone down, so the tank isn't there to be able to create that opportunity of space for the rest of Wisp Luminaria to take advantage, because EMP hit 4 of them. And as a result, Genesis Rain get to hold on to Soundbarrier. They're going to have it in this next fight to go toe-to-toe with Orbans. And even though Primal is going to be up for Spinal, I'm worried about Candy on this Sojourn, because all she needs to do is hit one good alt fire of that rail and she's fine to pick.
And it's gotten another opener onto Fifi, though. How many in a row is that for the Tracer? Counter sound barrier thrown out by Poryu is an answer, but once those shields go away, doors open for Wisp Luminaria to find a re-engage with that one-man advantage. And it's easily followed up on. Like you said, when the sound barriers fall, all the dust settles. Wisp Luminaria take away the first map. And you have to feel like a lot of credit's got to be given over here to Mickman.
Yeah, Mickman was doing a stellar job, so too was Sarah, just taking advantage of the fact that Abby on that D.Va is an ult battery for the Sombra, right? Especially because they weren't really being found out. She wasn't getting spy checked by Abby. She was always able to find the hacks onto the D.Va mech and then just chunk the damage. Even if she doesn't find the D-mech, she just builds EMP up so quickly, and that just puts Genesis Rain in this really uncomfortable position where they can't group up. And dive is a composition where you want to group up. You want your tracer to be able to play off the space your diva creates when a dive commits. But if you do that, you're playing into the Sombra's hands. As we now head over towards ruins, this could potentially be where we see a movement away from the dive, but it feels like both of these teams just want to stick with this Winston composition. It's again likely just going to be that little bit of a wrinkle of maybe Winston versus Diva, but no, Genesis Reign going to fully commit to the Winston mirror instead.
I think it's the right call. Now, though, you've got a match for the Sombra as well, which they're going to be able to answer an EMP with one of their own. Sarah forced back. A little bit of EMP charge being handed over. Neutral fight, though, generally going pretty well for Wisp Luminaria. A great disengage, a boop off the map, forces the Sombra back yet again. But Jockey down means that there's now no more heals for Wisp Luminaria, at least not one significant enough to keep them up. Each member, one by one, will fall after.
Yeah, it should be Genesis Reign picking up this early point control. Spinal just dropping that Winston bubble to deny any more stagger picks from coming through. But it's the difference in ult charge that you have to watch out for. The fact that Jacoby went down so early on in that fight has meant that the rush charge is going to be behind Genesis Reigns, and that is not where you want to be in this matchup at the moment, as it is going to be a hack coming through onto the Lucio, who falls incredibly low, but Candy Pop actually takes Orban down. So much focus went on to aggressively playing onto Genesis Reign that they forgot to defend their back line.
Counter dive is beautifully executed. Jacoby dives in trying to make something of a Wisp Luminaria. Up empty-handed yet again.
Yeah, Orban going to go down early, so Wisp Luminaria lose that speed boost to be able to disengage cleanly, and as a result, Genesis Ring, with all of this mobility from the dive, are free to pick apart the stragglers one by one by one, and what should only have been them picking up about 10% of that point off of one kill very quickly stalls out into almost 50.
Being said, one pick has been given away. Candy Pop a little too big for their britches. The dive from Wisp Luminaria doesn't really have that much threatening it. They can send the whole team in without too much worry of losing the damage. They just have more while that Tracer's gone. Poor You falls as well. Not quite up to the sound barrier. Had it come up, maybe Genesis Reign want to double down and try and go for it, but 4v5 without that ultimate, it's going to be tough.
Good hack as well from Sarah to focus onto Abby to deny the potential of that Primal. If Primal had come through from Genesis Reign, absolutely we see the investment of that Sign Barrier for an even higher amount of stagger to come through onto that point, as Wisp Luminaria are in position to be able to aggress in with this EMP, but they don't have the Sign Barrier yet. They need to be able to make sure it connects onto Poryu to use the EMP aggressively.
Got to hit Poryu. You've got to burn them down ASAP. EMP out.
Not on the Lucio.
It's onto a few. Didn't hit Poryu. That was the name of the game. They did find an advantage before that sound barrier hit the ground, though, so if nothing happens during it, they should be able to clean up afterwards.
Yeah, it is not going to, however, find the EMP onto Lucio, so Sound Barrier is there, but Wisp Luminaria are able to build into a Sound Barrier of their own. Orban's able to hit it, and as a result, Genesis Reign just don't have the damage to be able to chunk through. This is the problem when you're running Tracer and Sombra together. When you don't have ultimates in play, you do so little damage in the face of the Sound Barrier with the extra armor that Wisp Luminaria are able to keep this point in play and stall all the way towards another Pulse Bomb for McMahon.
Not quite. Not quite another Pulse Bomb. McMahon, they really wish they did too. They still got a point. They still got control. They don't have the kills to win it over properly. 75% ticks over, and now it's a numbers game. How much percentage can these two put on the board? There's 6-7% for Jacoby. Respectable stuff, honestly. A fight that they were losing for quite some time ends up in a bonus 30-40%.
Yeah, the problem is they're not going to be able to build towards an EMP. In this next fight, McMahon has to come through with a really good Pulse Bomb. And granted, they've been doing a wonderful job of connecting those Pulse Bombs, but Candy Pop has a Pulse Bomb of their own as well. Boop comes down onto the Spinal, denying the Winston that jump, but they're able to jump immediately back onto that high ground and push back on the members of Genesis Reign. Not before Fifi, however, has found the opening into the backline. Orban goes down. McMahon trades it out. We told you to keep an eye on this Tracer, but Genesis Reign still have the bodies to hold the point down.
It's crazy. McMahon hit the stick on the Candy Pop. Candy Pop recalled and just dropped it off on their Lucio. That's unfortunate scenes if you're a Lucio player. Pulse Bomb from the other side, though, does look good. Candy Pop throws it onto a Winston. 99% is up for Genesis Reign. You've got to find a way to touch here, but you're really just having to throw spaghetti at the wall, see if anything sticks, and it doesn't seem like it's going to. Genesis Reign burn down the remaining health bars of Wisp Luminaria and take us to another third sub-map.
it's not so much throwing spaghetti as throwing yourself onto point into just the waiting EMP. As like you said, it is overtime. You have no choice. You can't really sacrifice members in terms of just positioning so that everyone doesn't get hit by the EMP the way that we see teams when they have the time bank be able to do so. Where it's like, okay, well, EMP is here. As long as our support doesn't get hit, we're gonna be okay. We'll be able to come with a clutch time barrier. That doesn't happen in overtime. You just have to throw yourself straight onto that point. And Genesis Reign are able to deal with the stragglers. And like you said, we are headed into Lighthouse, and this is where we're going to see a little bit of mix-up. This is where we're going to see the Annas come through. Jacoby fielding that Zenyatta, looking to chunk down this mech coming through from Abby. And I'm concerned about Genesis Reign. They're not going to mirror the Zenyatta. They're going for survivability and utility with this Kiriko, rather than the glass cannon that is just Zen volleying down your front line. Without any Orb of Discord to mirror Wisp Luminarias, Candy Pop's going to have a harder time being able to peek these angles.
I mean, it's a risk-reward thing, right? The survivability of the Zen is practically non-existent, but if he survives, all of a sudden we got a different game on our hands, and like you said, those orbs can be real dangerous. Auburn going down early, though, does not spell good news to the Zenyatta, I'll say that much.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't spell good news for the rest of the team either. Without that Ana, they don't have the means of sustaining the Diva mech to be able to aggressively challenge Genesis Reign for either this high ground control around Courtyard or the point itself. And now it is just a game of stall.
Stall all you want. Your own percentage you're giving away for Wisp Luminaria, and Genesis Reign are more than happy to collect. You can apply pressure at the point. Steve is going to go down pretty quick. 15, nearly 20% built up now. Abby's doing a great job of just staying alive, trying to wait until the supports get back. And they do! Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
for you in the
Kiriko's
nick of time.
That's the
Wait,
thing
what
with
was
the
that
Kiriko.
pulse bomb? All right,
Yeah.
thrown out. Bit of a prayer. I feel like I just saw a pulse bomb in the wild, in its natural habitat.
On the
Nobody near
ground.
it. Yeah, right?
And here we see the natural pulse bomb flying on the ground as a Tracer unfortunately whiffs the connection. Even if you manage to connect it, the Suzu is still there. The Kiriko, however, isn't still there, and Mithria now is actually getting so much additional pressure onto the Ana now that the Kiriko isn't there to help out when the dive comes through into the backline. This should finally be Wisp taking control of this point, but the keyword though is finally. Genesis Reign stalled out to over halfway, and they're coming into this next fight with ultimates.
I think it's one of those ones where you gotta come in quick, give them the beans, and get out. Genesis Reign have got to make this fight happen fast. I mean, fast isn't even fast enough. The trance came up in the time that I was talking about it. Like, the timing was non-existent there. And now we got Jockey force the trance early. Fifi catches half of a volley to the mouth, but unfortunately survives the orders of death. Andy Pop goes down in the meantime, though. All the attention has been drawn away by this backline pressure from Fifi, and that's left a couple people open, but notably not the Zenyatta, who still has trance. And Genesis Reign are just so apprehensive about making that push happen until that ultimate's gone.
I'm really worried about this EMP coming through as well, hitting onto this backline. Abby's building
That's
towards that
mean.
self-destruct, but Fifi was
Fifi had
going
no
for
help,
her
man.
health back. Sarah knows as well. She gets to see the health bar when they fall below critical, so she just tracks the Tracer down. Genesis Reign all going to be secluded up into this little room. It might be able to spy check the Sombra before the EMP comes through, but Wisp Luminaria can use this EMP and combo with the self-destruct, throw it into that room,
my.
and catch all of these
Oh,
members.
it's huge EMP, come on. Sometimes you're just watching, like 5 players of the Sombra, and you are just frothing at the mouth at the thought of pressing your Q button. And I promise you, Sarah was at every bit in that zone before that EMP. It hits and it's massive. Still yet trying to fight back our Genesis Reign, and they're doing a pretty good job of it, but it's just not enough. You still got the Ana, you still got the Diva to contend with. The Zenyatta hasn't been touched in years, and finally Whisper like, fine, I guess we'll use our ultimate. They still have trance, they still have nano, they still have bomb, mind you.
I mean, overtime is hitting. Genesis Reign still have a pulse bomb and overclock, but Wisp Luminaria still have that point control. Abby, no! She gets demeched off the side by the self-destruct from Spiner and isn't able to build the mech back up. Wisp Luminaria, it's just cleanup duty right now, as Genesis Reign, without a tank, have no means of wrangling this fight back under wraps.
Really well played by Wisp Luminaria. I mean, swagged on them in a lot of moments. whether it was in terms of ultimates, whether it was in terms of compositions. You brought up the Zenyatta. It is a real threat if not dealt with, and it was never, ever dealt with. And I mean, obviously, that is not just all beating up on the team playing into it, right? A lot of credit goes to the Zen, the Ana, the D.Va for the peel that the Zen received to keep it such a threat in the game. But the fact that not only was it a threat, but the transcendence, which just loomed over top of their heads through the entirety of that round, like from, what was it, 50, 60% when it came online? You could tell they were playing like, oh yeah, they have trance. Like, what are we don't have an answer to this. We have to try and force it out. And they were just tiptoeing their way around, trying to force a trance, never fully committing due to the threat of it happening. And then all of a sudden it's the end of the map and trance is still up. And just the threat of it was enough to put together a lot of really, really good positions.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because like a lot of the time it falls to the Tracer to build that pulse bomb and threaten the Zen with the pulse bombs that if you stick to Zen, they have to use Transcendence. But it's not the Tracer's fault in that, right? Again, it goes down to the positioning from Whisply Minoria. They know that the Tracer is going to be what the Zen has to worry about, and so whenever we actually see that Zen, they're playing with someone right close next to them, so that when the Tracer shows up to try and use that pulse bomb to force the Transcendence, immediately, the second they turn that corner and they're spotted out, boom, 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 volley follow-up damage, and that Tracer has to recall straight out of there. And again, it's sort of has that knock-on impact. The Tracer has to have the rest of their team playing super aggressive to create that space, create that distraction. So the Tracer with a very slim sliver of health bar isn't taken out immediately before she can close up the distance and put those pulse pistols to actual work. Likewise, the team need the Tracer to be able to create that distraction and attention so that the backline with the Zen doesn't just discord your D.Va the second that they show up and you lose the mech in a snap of the fingers. That is what happens when you have a Zen and the other team doesn't. I said that it was my main concern that we didn't have a discord from the other side to be able to mirror the damage that is being amplified from the other side, and that was the difference maker, as well as the threat of that Transcendence hanging over that team. They did not want to commit from high ground to the low ground because the second that they did, they know they're getting the primed volley of that Zen straight to the dome.
Yeah, I mean, there's theory of like pathing to Zen, hitting a proper dive on him, but never really came to fruition, unfortunately. They weren't able to leverage the composition to its fullest effect. That being said, McMahon had a lot of jobs in that particular round to try and pull off as best they could, and I think that gets a little bit easier heading into the next maps. Obviously, map choice goes to the losing side there, and I think it's going to open up a lot of doors to try and avoid something like what we saw be really good there for Wisp, which for me, notably, was their ability to control high ground, place their supports up on it, and trust them to be pretty self-sufficient.
Yeah. And Blizzard World is actually going to be the map that gets picked, so we could potentially still see the dive to come through, but like you said, there's a lot more pathing routes that you can take, most notably all the way around the back of the point, emerging towards point B side, and then taking that staircase to be able to aggress onto that back line. The problem is, it's still not a ticket for a fight win. If you still get taken down by the Zen, and we've seen it time and time again, I think the most notable moment for me in all of Overwatch League's Pro-Am is when Houston Outlaws are getting pushed, and we just see Violet on the Zenyatta just nonchalantly turn to the side, see a Tracer creeping towards him, and dome him within about 2.5 seconds, and that Tracer is dead.
Yeah, there are very few feelings better in Overwatch than clapping a Tracer's Zenyatta. Blizzard World's a pretty good map for that, though. If you're talking about places where you can run double flex support, I mean, we saw the Atlanta Reign do it in Pro-Am to a really great effect. I love that composition with the D.Va. We could get something similar coming out in this iteration of the map. Alternately, like you said, you open the doors for dive, rush. The world is really your oyster, so to speak, on this map.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about what tank we're going to see. I'm not going to lie, I would prefer the Winston over the D.Va, especially if you're going to be running into that orbital discord, having things like that Winston bubble, not just to be able to mitigate a lot of that poke damage coming through from the Zen, but also to try and drop the discord orb as quickly as possible from your head, is going to be absolutely crucial in being able to secure that your dive has that impact, as opposed to the D.Va mech being burnt out of defense matrix and very quickly just being chewed up and spat out by the other DPS, using it to be able to springboard to their ultimates and record speed.
I'm curious to see if it actually does come out. Like you said, playing into the Zen, the Winston is a bit tougher because you're going to be taking all that damage. But diving it is not a bad option. Pathing around it is certainly a good choice. We could see more poke-based compositions come out. We've seen it earlier in Collegiate, and we saw a lot of Sigma played on this map with obscene amounts of poke. I mean, just volley after volley of arrows, orbs, and darts alike being thrown down the main choke. And that, I always think of really high poke comps like that, almost not as an IQ check, so to speak, but your pathing had better be really, really smart if you're going to play into it. Instead, we got 10 minutes until...
like IQ check. I think about it as a patience game. Because like
Oh,
sooner
yeah, of
rather
course.
than later, someone's going to get impatient and peak a little bit too aggressively. And that's when poke really
Is it
punishes
impatience or
you.
is it ego? With DPS players, it's usually ego.
I think it's a 50-50 of both. Maybe. But it is Genesis Rain going to be defending up first to the plate, and Abby is going to be running out not on the Winston, she's going to be sticking on that Diva. Note as well that they are still not fielding this Zenyatta. Like, I know why you want to sort of move away from it. Like we said, the vulnerability of it is exceptionally apparent, especially when you're running an Ana alongside it, and then you just have two support heroes who are not great at being able to keep themselves safe. And you do want to have something like that Kiriko to be able to keep that Ana up when the dive calls for them. But again, we are going to see the difference maker with Luminaria, with Jacoby on the Zenyatta, are going to have the Discord up, and again, it's not going to be mirrored.
I mean, I think it's fine for Genesis Rain, right? The difference isn't necessarily the other support in the Ana. The difference is in the DPS, right? If you want to run the Tracer Sombra, you have a lot less to defend that Zenyatta. If you're running the Zenyatta, you got to be fielding something like a Cassidy at the very least to try and help peel for it. But because they're going for this more aggressive look, the Zen's just not nearly as safe. So their option this time, the objective is the same. You have to dive the Zen. They were unsuccessful in it on Helios. You need to be successful with it on Blizzard World. Jacoby has got to be put under more pressure than they were in maps prior, and already not really looking to be the case. Genesis Rain give up the space, play on the back foot, and are trying to fight against the Diva rather than this Zenyatta that they really need to be worrying about.
Yeah, Mickman doing a very good job of actually taking point to keep that Zen out of target focus. And Abby, who takes so much damage from that Discord, and just the Zen volley, is forced to dive back to their team with the Diva boosters so that they can get healed up to full. And still the Zen has been entirely untouched on the high ground. They are being pinged out. You can see Genesis Rain are aware of their position, and Candy is finally going to be able to find the dive that we were looking for. The Zen is pressured. The Zen is ejected back to spawn.
And mind you, this was all Sans Ana, who was still coming back from spawn. So Luminaria almost made something out of a really uncomfortable situation, but they are going to have to wait to get all 5 members and, I suppose, a mech back into their arms.
Yeah, Defense Matrix as well, denying that ult charge from Mannix to be able to build that mech up a little bit
This is the worst
faster, as
feeling
Genesis Rain are
as a tank
still
player.
trying
This is
to
miserable.
keep this high ground under control. But yeah, as
78%.
a
Oh, boy.
player where you're just building towards that mech and there's still a Defense Matrix, Mannix is able to get into the mech, but it's in the
Still
nick of
doesn't
time.
matter. They couldn't stop the kill from going down on Jacoby. Oh man, not enough defense matrix in the world to save you from that much damage. The micro missiles, really phenomenal from Abby. Great usage of that nano boost, and I'm honestly far more positive about what I'm seeing from Genesis Rain, except for this part. So far on Blizzard World.
Yeah, and they're going to have a Kitsune Rush as well as a Pulse Bomb and EMP to play into this next fight. So Jacoby is going to be put under the pressure that we were hoping to see with this Transcendence. It's not the whole Pulse Bomb where the Zen's going to be forced to use it early. Instead, it's that sort of guillotine hanging above your head as a Zenyatta of needing to hold Transcendence to be able to counteract the EMP.
He was in. But this is far better for Wish Luminaria, or rather Genesis Rain. Not just because they picked off Jacoby, but because that fight is happening so early. They're catching Wisp Luminaria in rotation. Unlike the first fight where they allowed them to make it all the way up to the high ground, cutting them off before then is even better.
Yeah, they're making them uncomfortable. Candy even going for that Pulse Bomb stick onto the Ana as opposed to the Zen. They don't want to force the Transcendence out. They know that the EMP is going to keep that Zen holding on to the Transcendence even when these members of Wisp Luminaria fall into critical, and that's exactly what Genesis Rain want, because it's going to force Sarah to use this EMP before Fifi, and they're just not getting in position to do so.
It's forced out. EMP in a very small room. If you're Wisp Luminaria, you have to make this work.
And they
It
don't.
just hasn't. That was everything invested. That's the whole bank, their trust funds invested into one fight. Abby's picked up 2 on the back end, but but the stalls here from Genesis Rain could certainly just see the fight through.
Okay, we've got a nano boost for Wisp to be able to work with, but Sarah's actually swapping onto the Cassidy, so even less mobility to be able to put themselves onto the point. It's going to be up to Mickman to be able to survive. One tick has been picked up for Wisp Luminaria, but Genesis Rain can just play towards the back of the point. They don't have to play aggressively. Wisp Luminaria do not have the time to be able to rotate all the way towards the back ends of the point. This backline is going to be so safe to have the backboard to fall back onto.
Candy Pop looking for poked, and Inobu spent. Jacoby with an opener onto Mithraya. And it continuing to apply pressure onto the back line. Genesis Rain. Nobody falls over quite yet. The health bars are certainly reaching critical numbers. Finally, Abby's forced out of the mech and taken down. Now 3v5 for Genesis Rain. A critical sleep is hit to put the nail in the coffin for the fight.
Yeah, really good Suzu as well coming through from Jacoby onto Sarah, who was about to take a lot of damage from the pulse bomb that came out from Candy, but the Suzu saves the Cassidy. The nano boost from Manic as well to be able to have that diva to be able to body block all of the shots coming through onto Genesis Rain, as well as be able to push towards those supports who were safe above that point. Sarah on the Cassidy has high low ground control, but doesn't have the means of elevating herself to be able to push onto the members above them. As it is now going to be Mickman coming in. If that pulse bomb gets the stick to connect!
Wait, what?
But it's defense matrix by
Wait,
Abby before
what?
he can
How
land onto the Anna.
It said stuck.
Oh no.
It said stuck. Wait a minute, give them their pulse bomb back. Refund it.
I know
It
the
said
stuck
stuck.
showed
You can't do
everyone
anything
on the screen,
illegal.
but apparently
That's not-
defense matrix trumps it.
Hey, wait, was it a Cassidy stick? Was it a Cassidy stick, but the pulse bomb got eaten? Wait a minute. This is Overwatch 2 hurts my brain.
This is why we need like just color differentiation between Tracer pulse bomb connections and Cassidy
Magnetic
magnet
grenade?
connections.
Yeah. Okay. I'm like, what in server hell happened for that? But no. Okay. I think it was just pulse bomb magnet. Okay. Now that we've got our ducks in a row, we'll get back to this. A chokehold right now for Genesis Rain, who are defending this quite valiantly. With Mickman down, Wisp Luminaria just gonna have to wait.
Sarah is going to have that Deadeye to be able to force Genesis Rain back, but it is going to be probably just playing on that off-angle. Fifi already with the EMP. Candy's got that pulse bomb too, so they can't really just keep the Cassidy using that Deadeye first, because you're going to be putting yourself into a position where you can get caught by the Tracer ultimate. And Wisp Luminaria!
What? There was no need. There was like
peeked
two.
it.
Wait. Fifi had 2 feet further back in that
Yeah.
sign. They could have played that so much safer, but they're like, no. Being here on the very edge is that, like, I get it. That is a tough place. Like, you looked like you were out of LOS, but you could have been so much safer. I digress. Nevertheless, unfortunate death. Maybe a pinky toe showing to the bomb. But a pinky toe, the bomb will claim.
Yeah, hitboxes are not forgiving when it comes to self-destruct claiming kills. And unfortunately, off of that, the chokehold is broken. The good news is Fifi didn't use EMP, so they are still going to have it to try and play into Wisp Luminaria, but the Deadeye is still going to be in play to counteract the impact of Horyu's Kitsune Rush if they use it.
Air Force back to Deadeye. Fortunately, does not see much other than an Abby flying at it. Gotta hand it with Luminary. They did a great job of switching it for Mickman. He's pulse bomb both himself and the mech. Fry on the high ground, they'll finish things off. Genesis Rain, great defense. Granted, maybe a little bit more space given up on B than they were hoping for, but all in all, a very successful hold.
Yeah, like there was a little bit of a wrinkle in that first fight where they allowed so much space to go into the way of Wisp Luminaria, and I was really concerned that it would literally just be point A picked up in first fight. But we saw them figuring out, okay, they're getting these moments, they're getting this time to be able to set up this dive and figure out where we're going to be at our most vulnerable, catch them in the rotations. Because Wisp Luminaria, they were playing for those rotations. Like we said, attacking Blizzard World, especially on that point A when you're running that dive, you have to play for rotations so that you don't have to use things like too much defense matrices or just losing your mech before the fight even begins. Because of how little damage you do together individually, all of your players have to be alive. If one person goes down in rotation, the push is essentially done, and you can't even hold that aggressive position because then you just voluntarily split one of your players off as they try and come back from respawn point and rejoin you, and that's an opening Genesis Rain are immediately going to take advantage of. So really good adaptation coming through from them to just shift that tempo up ever so slightly into the more aggressive style and not allow Wisp Luminaria to be able to dictate how those fights began and ended with. But now the shoe's on the other foot. And Wisp, Luminaria are playing composition I think we were expecting to come through. It is going to be the Sigma coming out from them, so a little bit harder for this dive to be able to connect onto the high ground, given the fact that Abby on the Winston, when she jumps in, is most likely going to have a very hard time meeting a rock, paper, scissors Sigma, who's just going to throw accretion every single time she tries to jump in.
It's just rock, Sigma. I don't know where you're getting paper scissors from.
I mean, the shield's kind of paper.
And it... Sure, a stretch, but I'll give it to you. The Sigma's gonna be forced back on the point. He's got his work cut out for him. Manic piloting it, though. What do you dive here? There is so much safety in numbers with Luminaria. Between the Cassidy, the Brig, so many choices and ways to keep your team alive.
I would not have made the
Not
call
many
dive
to
the
try
Sigma.
and keep Genesis alive, yeah. The question is, who do you dive here? Where is the safety? Not behind them! Sarah just domes Fifi.
Yeah, look at the adaptation come through from Wisp as well. Like, they identify that they're going to be faced by dive, and they don't play their supports on the high ground behind the point. They play everyone on point. And as a result, when Genstoring look for that entrance, the first point of contact isn't the Baptiste that they're looking to use to force a mortality field out from, it's the Sigma. And then that second point, that sort of poke coming through from Fifi into the backline, the Cassidy is who you run into, not either the Brig or the Bap. Really good positioning coming through from Wisp, and they're doing it again.
Setup, gorgeous. Big rotation again, defensive, keeping that Bap and the Brig postured at the back of your team. Ultimates aren't even coming up for Genesis Rain either. They've barely charged anything. There's not really an engagement tool coming into this fight. They face down the same problems and reach the same solutions.
Yeah, the hack came down onto Manic, not Jacoby, because they weren't able to find that Baptiste. Because, again, like you said, the rotation from Wisp is clean. And Genesis Rain, they did the exact same thing twice. So Wisp knew exactly what was coming and exactly how to counteract it because they'd already done it pixel perfectly the first time. Now we're seeing adaptations come through. Abby is on to the Zarya, but Fifi and Candy Pop are both going to have the same hit squad of the Sombra and the Tracer, given that they're so close to EMP and Pulse Bomb. Zarya's going to have that sustainability to be able to chunk through the damage that the Cassidy outputs before the fight begins. But again, who does the Sombra and Tracer go after?
Questions to be raised all over the place. Fortunately, no answers for the Mugs. You keep asking for every fight, like, who are they going to dive? How are they going to... Like, I don't have an answer for you. I don't have a good one. Right now, with Luminaria, do not have any cracks in their plan. I mean, Abby's trying to say, screw it and just dive Sarah, but that's not happening any day this week. Now you're facing down the barrel.
Rain.
4 ultimates for Wisp Luminaria. You've got an EMP and a prayer.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a fast fight, right? Candy and Fifi are both looking for that poke phase to be able to build up into Pulse Bomb and EMP. Jacoby's going to have Immortality Field as well as Ant Matrix. Manic's going to have a Sigma Flux, and the only thing they really have to answer that is Sign Barrier, where you don't want to use it before. Like, best scenario, Abby is able to bubble whoever gets hit by the Sigma ultimate, and you keep the Sign Barrier for Deadeye or Ant Matrix survivability, but Ant Matrix is out.
Ant Matrix is out with Luminaria. Still more tools, though, in tow. Trying everything in the book to spy check the Sombra, and they haven't found her. Fifi dives the backline big time, spots a widescreen TV, a little bit harder to hack that one. Abby picks up 2 on the back end, but now is with Lunaria's time to try and strike back where it was until Auburn met the pry knee deep.
I mean, ultra-wide TVs, they're probably sensitive to water, right?
Yeah,
the electrics are a little bit funky on that one, as Wisp Luminaria are going to lose that full hold control. Genesis Ring going to be feeling very happy with that snowball potential too. They're going to have that grab, they're going to have a nano boost to put alongside it for the Zarya to be able to just chunk through these members. The one thing that they have to watch out for is that they don't feed the grab straight into the shift from Manic, because if they do, snowball potential goes up in steam.
I think you've just cursed it. I'm going to go ahead and say you've probably cursed it. This grab is certainly going directly into a kinetic grab.
Oh, please no.
Oh, Abby, good job. Abby baits it. But now with Luminary, they just back off. They're now all out of grab range. So actually, wisely played. Manic calls that they've used the kinetic grasp, and they're going to have to handshake away a little bit of cart progress for that, but they're more than happy to.
They've still got high ground as well for Sarah to be able to use the Steadeye from, but Candy is getting her way into the backline. Has the Pulse Bomb, has to play around this Brigida as we see the Sigma Shield come through, the Nano Boost, the Zarya straight past the Sigma onto the Cassidy, and still holds onto the grab!
Nicely done. Great opener by Candy. She just dives straight in, hits the pulse, gets out. Easy as it comes. The grab's still available for follow-up as well. The threat of that alone is making Manic play very differently.
There's not even the threat right now, right? We're about to hit that checkbox. They can literally use the graviton, and there it is to stop members from touching.
There's a Sombra here. A ball to contest, but I mean, you have a Sombra. You already have a perfect counter here. Genesis Rain have a sound barrier. Finish this thing off should you really want to. Quick dive onto a Baptiste. Just to get it out of the way. Make sure there's no healing for this. But in the meantime, they just push the rest of the cart. No problem at all. Genesis Rain send us onto a map number 3.
Yeah, Genesis Rain, that adaptation coming through. It's only really the Zarya that changes, but the Zarya's ability to be able to just push aggressively and create that distraction for the Sombra and Tracer to work with so that they're not playing into a team fully expecting them to already pop up, where a Cassie can literally just 2-tap your head every single time you try and show your face, is massive. And then denying that high ground control, playing with the threat of the graviton so the Sigma isn't able to use that defensive tool of the kinetic grasp to be able to try and deny any aggressive movement forward onto that high ground, taking it away from the attacking team, is absolutely chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they played phenomenally towards the end. It was definitely rocky, though, for a start. Making that push happen. Well, I mean, it wasn't happening. And on the attacking side of the map, I mean, we saw the Zenyatta for a long time. That got cut short. So a lot of adaptations have been made in this series, and some of them confusing, but I like the doubling down. When they swapped over to running the Kiriko alongside the Cassie, I'm like, okay, we are going full survivability. We're just making sure this team can live. And that felt like the right investment for me, especially since they'd been losing the Zenyatta for some time. I thought maybe if you wanted to kind of half swap, you could bring the Cassie in, help peel for that backline a little bit, and keep the Zen. But just doubling down, changing the game plan entirely. I talk often about like a big red lever on the wall of like emergency. When do we totally swap comps? When do we just completely change the game plan? And I think it was a well-timed lever pull.
It was really good too, because literally the Zarya with those bubbles and that sort of self-sustainability is able to walk past the Sigma and onto that prone backline. And I think that was something that we weren't really seeing at the beginning when they were pushing onto point A. They were never able to walk past the Sigma every single time the dive came through. They met the Sigma head on. And we already said in depth, Sigma is not the target you want to dive onto. One, he's going to immediately increase in your tank so you don't get that immediate damage as a Winston to be able to use the melee as well as the land to be able to find the extra damage, or even the D.Va with her boosters to be able to connect alongside the melee, now that it doesn't immediately just like cancel it, so you can just continue to push forward and push forward and push forward. But because he's able to use that shield, he can block off the avenue of the tank's healing, isolating them away from the front line and the back line, and even being able to cut the line of sight from something like a Lucio, so you're not immediately getting that constant tick passive heal coming through from your support to sustain. And that's before we even talk about the kinetic shift, where you can literally just eat up the follow-up damage that should come through from the Tracer and the Sombra to be able to confirm a kill.
Well, I mean, none of that works in the face of the Zarya, who, like you said, can just walk past you. And a lot of those situations isn't as committed, doesn't have to get into the Brigitte's range in order to do it. Great problem solving. Hats off. Wizard World was well earned. And now we head into map number 3, Mox, and it is down yet again. I've said it a million times tonight. The brass tacks. Last time we ended up on Havana and were greeted woefully with Sigmas and ISP issues. This time we head over to sunny Rialto, where I think things will be much better.
Yeah, we're still potentially going to be greeted by Sigma. However, given the fact that I mean that first
issues, I was like, no, please.
I don't think we're gonna see any continued internet issues. I mean, Sombra's still most likely going to be in play, given the fact that she pairs incredibly well with Tracer on this map for all of the reasons that we've seen before, and the fact that it was Tracer and Sombra hit squads coming through on Blizzard World. Rialto is very much the same avenue. A lot of grind for those DPS to be able to flank around the back and worry your backline so that you just lose control of the fight overall.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to approach this map, all of them very different, right? If you want to dive and control the high ground, that's one thing. If you want to rush and control the corners, it's another. If you want to poke and control the high ground from very far, it's a whole other set of positioning. And I think that's the big pain point for Rialto for a lot of teams, is understanding where the pressure needs to be applied, because per matchup, it's one thing in a mirror, it's another with every other permutation of compositional matchup you can think of. Pressure and where you need to apply it given that matchup changes massively. So once we see the compositions they lock in, where the comfort is for these two teams, then we can really determine what the win conditions are. But honestly, until that happens, Rialto is going to remain one of those maps that it's very difficult to tell the win condition or those comps are locked in.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what composition we see, however, one major win condition is always going to be rotations. And I think Rialto, more than some maps in Overwatch, you can say maybe Blizzard World, is up there, Havana too, potentially, is just rotation central, especially for the attacking team. Like, if you're going to be able to deny the defense that immediate access to high ground on point B, you are going to have an infinitely easier time of being able to push through that specific part of the map, because you're not going to have to rotate safely around bridge and then either underneath this very room that we are currently slowly zooming through, or around the staircase to be able to challenge the defenders for high ground that way. And it really is going to come down to whether or not your rotations are clean, whether or not you are going to be able to have continued control of both the high ground and the low ground. That's why we're seeing Genesis Rain fielding that D.Va so that they can use Abby's boosters to be able to bounce between the high and the low, keeping that payload contested around that first corner, which is where you were talking about where a lot of those sort of Reinhardt and Ramatra compositions like to anchor their defense over, but the D.Va can do both and make sure that Candy and Fifi continue to have angles onto Wisp as they approach, and more importantly that the Zenyatta and the Ana continue to have this presence towards this very bridge here, where they're going to be safe, or at least safer, from the initial intrusion of the Tracer and Sombra out to get them.
So we talk about keeping the Ana and the Zen safe as best we can, but what that kind of involves is some really strong work from the Tracer and the D.Va, monitoring these backlines. You could see spy checking going on, but it's too late. Maybe they just missed out a little bit on doing their job of monitoring those side lanes. Sarah, it's free reign, makes it all the way there. They do have to make sure to not let the Tracer, though. That's the primary job of Fifi. If Abby can stop Spinor, and then the same thing can happen, Fifi can stop Bion and keep that on Zen alive, all of a sudden, big game plan. And great follow by Abby. Spinor immediately eats a ton of damage. The dive is stopped, and it's held strong. Candy Pop, in the meantime, makes that look way too easy.
It's Mifraya, actually, who's able to find that anti-nade onto Bion to deny that Tracer to join that Sombra and hunt down Poria on the Zenyatta. However, they do lose Fifi, so that's one avenue of spy checking removed, and as a result we can immediately see Abby backing up to make sure she's within booster distance of helping her backline out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Boost up to the high ground to be able to help out that Zenyatta and the Ana as they're pressured by the Sombra and the Tracer from on far, as Candy continues to just poke away at this D.Va max health.
The floodgates are open, though. We talked about defending those side lanes and the back lanes. It's gone. Now you have bridge to play, one more spot to defend on this map, but the high ground has already proven itself quite fragile as the Tracer's made her way around the side. Abby dives back up towards the top looking for heals, but heals aren't home. It's just Jacoby and a whole lot of orbs.
This is what we talked about. Like you said, the floodgates have been removed, and now there is just no space for anyone of Genesis to work with. They don't have that bridge to keep their backline safe. They don't have that tank of Abby to create the sight lines and room for Candy to be able to hold an angle and find the kills on this Widowmaker. And oh, I said it. I said as a defense, you cannot afford to give up that initial high ground control as you head towards B, and that's exactly what happens. Wisp catch stragglers of Genesis out and continue to pressure this team away, and as a result, the payload has moved past bridge entirely safe, nonplussed at any control of high ground the defense could have had.
Defense still have a decent chance of holding this high ground. In fact, I think they're in quite a favorable position. Genesis have claimed it. Wisp area haven't pressured it all that much. Maybe waiting for the D.Va to drop. Regardless, though, we've got a lot of ultimates on deck. First of which is going to be popped as the EMP. Response is immediately Transcendence from Jacoby. Allows him to pick off Fifi, and now how do you see your way through? Nano Boost is thrown on top of that. Nick here, but no, nothing to be found.
Well, Transcendence, though, comes through from Jacoby, even though Orban had already gone down in that fight. They are going to be able to keep Spinal's mech through it as a result. Self-destruct now being used to be able to buy that little bit of space and keep Genesis Rain away so they're not able to pressure Orban as they cross over that really vulnerable part of Bridge as Jacoby from the Sun just continues to send volley after volley to keep Genesis Rain stuffed up on the staircase.
Jacoby's job is so difficult here, though. You don't realize that Jacoby is playing on a nice edge. They have 200 HP right now, but in a matter of a millisecond, they could not. You see, they step forward one moment and immediately have divas and tracers and everything trying to run them down. Same thing's happening to the opposing backline, though, as Spinor has found the target they were looking for. Immediately, both supports down. Not just a tracer left. 3v1, a remech available for Spinor. This should be as easy as coming back to the point and cleaning up. Ion down, maybe not so much so. How long can Auburn live here? I don't think you can live, right? Okay, no.
Ooh, she finds the DMAC though. She does find the DMAC and Sarah is able to find Candy Pop. Spino's still alive. With the blasters is able to take Abby down, and this is still Wisp Luminaria at least keeping somewhat of control towards that high ground from Genesis Rain. Like that additional pressure coming through onto those players means that Wisp Luminaria will be able to safely regroup without the Zen getting to be put in that forward seat of being able to hammer those volleys towards Auburn on the Ana.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the regrouping is nice, but positionally, this is still great for Genesis Rain, who have a lot of tools. They built up towards another Nano and another Transcendence, whereas with Luminaria, they're sitting on this EMP, but the second they pop it, yeah, they can trade backlines, but every single time they use it, it seems like that's exactly what it is. Regardless of ultimates, they are trading backlines. It costs something for them to take those fights.
Candy, by the way, on the Sojourn, like this pick has been just momentous in stopping the shenanigans of Sarah and Bion. Just using the disruptor shots, cutting off these angles of approach for the Tracer and the Sombra has done so much for Genesis Rain to be able to continue to have this presence without worrying about a Tracer or an EMP to come through. Speaking of EMP, it is there, but the Nano Boost comes out. Candy with that overclock is going to keep Wisp in check as Auburn goes down immediately. Jacoby not using that Transcendence. They're going to hold on to it as they have to wait for the Ana to regroup once more, and they're running out of time to do so.
Transcendences thus far in this series have just been death threats effectively for either team, just being thrown at one another. Neither of them willing to actually use it. Out that EMP though, like you said, see if Sarah can get in position. They got spy checked out of the last one. The attempted engagement. See here, this time sticking with the team, pushing forward. The spy check again from Abby, so on top of things. Sarah yet again forced back, no way to use this EMP safely. A reminder, they have to get all the way to the Zenyatta that is like miles in the background right about now. If you're Sarah, an inch feels like distance. Finally, they make it to the backline, but how do you get the rest of the team here? They go low on Diana, and yeah, Oryu's just ready for it. That being said, if they can somehow get out of this, maybe with 4 members alive, their own could be bigger. Maybe, just maybe, Jacoby can time this Transcendence perfectly. And they do, finishing off Fifi. There it is. That's the rejuvenation that Wisp Luminaria needed to see their way through this fight.
Mifra's gonna have that Nano Boost though, so Genesis Rain not giving up this contestant tally. They're still going to be playing on this main road. However, Jacoby is able to come in and he cleans up absolute house, takes down Mifra, Horu, and another, allowing Wisp Luminaria the opportunity to move towards point C, but they only have 1 minute and 14 seconds to work with. They're not going to have the Nano Boost, they're not going to have the Transcendence, nor even an EMP or Pulse Bomb to work with. And here come the swaps. Genesis Rain know that Wisp Luminaria do not have the ultimates to chunk through them, and the Sombra and the Tracer combined are not going to be able to tear through the sustainability of the Cassidy, the Mei, and the Ramatra's elongated health pools.
We talked about it earlier, how critical I think it is to be willing to swap for 3rd point in Overwatch 2, and I think this is an exact case of that. Genesis Rain make a smart swap, but maybe not enough of one. They managed to trade back here, and every trade reminder is better for the defending team here just because of how spawn advantages work. If you lose Abby, it's not worth it at all. Low HP, no Nemesis Swarm in sight. 150 HP, and they just get out. Popping that Nemesis Swarm. No, there's a re-engagement here for Wisp Luminaria. They have all 5 members, and Nemesis Swarm is down. They got out of the Nemesis Swarm as soon as possible, but the opening is very, very real.
Horror is going to be able to come with a Sound Barrier, though. It's a race against time. Sound Barrier versus EMP. Who's going to be able to build it first? But Spino's already been able to build that self-destruct, sends it right into the middle of the team. And as a result, Candy is forced into Sarah.
Getting flashbacks to Blizzard World there for a second. Sound Barrier, though, in the 4v4 is critical. The later Transcendence, though, is going to give far more sustain to Wisp Bloom in area. Along with the Nano Boost from Auburn, there is a lot of damage being thrown Genesis Rain's way. The only thing they have going for them right now is the spawn advantage, and that might just not be enough considering the damage they face down. Candy Pop's able to trade back one, but how much sustain do you have? Well, 0 when you have no players on the field. A full half has been completed for Wisp Bloom in area.
Auburn actually really impresses when we see that sort of shift towards point C, not only coming in some really clutch nano boosts, but also the anti-nades to deny the aggression that Genesis Rain were looking to use to just boot Wisp Bloom in area off into a regroup form, and if they go for that regroup, if they go for that reset, they're never getting back onto the payload. Genesis Rain using that nano boost, trying to be able to push back onto Wisp Bloom now with things like the Ramatra, the nano boosted May, with that wall trying to isolate those members, but the anti-nade connects, and as a result, Genesis Rain are forced to back on up. What should have been a golden opportunity for this team unfortunately sours into purple, and Wisp Bloom and Ara, because of that anti-nade from Auburn, are able to hold that forward aggressive position and continue to apply the pressure onto Genesis Rain so that they're already set up into advantages of using things like the EMP and that self-destruct that they can capitalize when it gets thrown down, and forces Genesis Rain into the waiting hands of the Sombra.
The Sombras having been so critical, we shift our attention to the other side of the map. Granted, the compositions are the same, but the game plan changes big time. Wisp Bloom and area made quick work of this A point. Like we kind of highlighted, the floodgates opened the second those side lanes opened up, right? The second Abby let Spinor through. The second that Candy Pop let Bion through. Now, Aster flip, Spinor and Bion have to defend those side lanes from the D.Va and the Tracer. Otherwise, things will start falling apart.
Yeah, especially because Wisp are playing the exact same backline that Genesis Rain had. It is going to be the Ana, it is going to be the Zenyatta. Glass Cannon, definitely very, very vulnerable. Probably actually going to be going onto the Kiriko to be able to try and cleanse the effects of Bion's dive. As we can see, the infiltration attempt now starts up. Candy is actually the one to take the reins and take that high ground control potentially away from Wisp, as no one is guarding that backlane. Now we see Sarah try and step in. The Discord Orb coming onto Candy to stop them from walking up that staircase, as the volley from Jacoby just follows up and pushes the Tracer and Sombra out.
I love how actively this is being defended by Wisp Bloom area as well. They're not just sitting back, shooting at them when they come up. No, they're taking the fight to Genesis Rain when they try to take those side lanes and firmly saying, no, you may not have them. These volleys from Jacoby, dangerous as they are, offer up a threat to Genesis Rain actually trying to make this push happen. Now dropped low, kept up by the Ana, or at least should be in moments like this. A nade, critical in keeping the Zenyatta alive. A counter dive is offered up by Wisp Bloom area this time instead of trying to defend those side lanes. Say, hey, what about your own back line? Keep an eye on your Ana. You got to keep them alive, and they're not quite able to. Spinor doesn't make the most of the counter dive. Goes out of mech, but should actually be kept alive through it. High ground, no. Can see the line backing away, knowing just how much danger they're really in moments like this, but they don't really have an answer to it.
Yeah, side lane's going to be not really opening up in full. However, now they're going to start to open up as Candy moves forward alongside Poru. The Pulse Bomb already going to be there. Spawner having to pull into position of being able to defense Matrix it, but someone's got to stop this payload from moving. Genesis Rain are able to infiltrate. Candy comes up the staircase, lands the Pulse Bomb onto Orban. Abby follows up with the booster damage onto Jacoby, and it is going to be a self-destruct thrown in from which to try and stall so they can use this nano boost and keep this point contested for a little bit longer.
So sick, man. Candy Pop dives high ground, picks up a 3-piece chicken dinner to go, and takes it on their way all the way through the rest of A point. They are going to cruise on into B. At the back of a critical play from the Tracer. We talked about how
Oh.
Wow, this is a choice. This is a big choice by Wisp Bloom area. They've gone for the Transcendence. They have all in this point. If it doesn't work, that is everything. Fortunately, I think, for them, and I think they're taking a deep sigh of relief. They got at least an EMP for it.
Yeah, EMP does get burnt out from Genesis Rain's side. However, Abby is already onto that staircase. It's going to potentially be pushed off of it, but we can see that Orban already is going to have that angle with the nano boost and give that D.Va a little bit more damage on that frontline fight, or even just durability to be able to hold this high ground so that Wisp Bloom and Aura have this staircase to be able to fall back onto to make it even harder for the Tracer or the Sombra to be able to enter into these fights. Rush is going to be up for Poryu. Wisp Bloom and Aura pretty smartly, I'd say, playing their supports really far away. There's not that same avenue of risk as the Tracer and Sombra just walking onto you straight away, given how far away from the fight you are.
Speaking far from the fight, we do see a translocator forced. A low HP Sombra. Wisp Luminaria would love to hold nothing more than this second point, make their job a lot easier in this map in a concise fashion. Throwing an nano boost in, they want to play proactively. But now that nano boost is in the face of a Kitsune rush and anti-nade and a whole lot of damage, Byron's able to relieve a little bit of that pressure by taking down for you, but the pressure still remains. Genesis Reign want to stay on the front foot in this fight. They want to step forward because they are losing members in the back line. They do beautifully, all ending the fight at the perfect time. Abby may go down here, but the damage has been done. The advantage was there, and they're going to reap the rewards in a B point.
Yeah, that's unfortunately the double-edged sword when you play that far back of your support line. If a dive and infiltration is made successfully, you're going to be too far away from the rest of your team for Peel to come through in time to save your backline. And we see it happen. They're still contesting, but it is just going to be all for naught. Genesis Reign have already been able to pick up that second checkpoint. They're going to have snowball potential coming through into this next fight. Fifi is already able to find the hack connecting, is looking to try and take the Ana down to have even more room for Genesis Reign to work with without Wisp getting an Ana to sustain the pushback, but that doesn't happen. Orban stays alive thanks to some really good peel coming through from the rest of her team, and it's actually going to force Genesis Reign into playing a little bit more conservatively, allowing Wisp Luminaria far more control than they should have in this next fight.
We see the same game of chicken we've seen, feels like a million times right about now. Wisp Luminaria, though, opt to not play it. Ready to tell you the tale of them trying to force out the Transcendence from Jockey, but no, it's Genesis Reign who should have been careful, as the aggressive fight from Wisp Luminaria is beautiful.
Sarah is going to now swap onto that Cassidy, punishing the fact that Genesis Reign are going to have to walk through these chokeholds into a team already set up. With this Ramatra as well, it's going to be really hard for this Tracer to be able to find that infiltration onto this Nyata, and as a result, yeah, the hack has to come through onto the Cassidy, so they're going to be able to stop the peel to come through onto the backline when Candy looks to use this pulse bomb.
He is still such a threat. The infinite game of Sombra Chicken continues into the final moments of the C point. Throwing out all sorts of damage, but Fifi just refuses to press their Q button. A pulse bomb thrown out again. The health bar is taken low. Transcendence available, but Jacoby was caught by the EMP. Genesis Reign continue forward. A time bank in their back pocket as well. Most critically of all, is there one more fight left in Wisp Luminaria, or have they just called curtains on their third map?
I mean, there's definitely still a fight left for Wisp Luminaria. They're going to be coming into Annihilation. Genesis Reign don't have an answer to it. They don't have the Lucio. They don't have a Zenyatta. They don't even have a Baptiste Immortality field through it. It's just a matter of whether or not Wisp Luminaria can buy themselves the time for that ramp to hit the last 9% of ultimate charge, and they might have done just that. Orban with a pick onto Candy opens up the fight. Spinal has already got Annihilation bolt up now. Really good anti-nade comes through from Mifra to stop the Ramatra, and they don't even need to use it. The Sleep Dart connects onto the Ram, but the kills are still in Wisp's favor, especially with the Transcendence now coming through to make sure Genesis Reign don't find that last little bit of meter that they need to be able to see ourselves into the next round of Rialto.
I would say you're really happy having pulled that trance, because it was a fight that Wisp Luminaria could have maybe won without if they were willing to take a risk, but with all the swaps that Genesis Reign have made, they've thrown all of their ultimate charge down the drain. Wisp Luminaria are starkly ahead.
Well, Genesis Reign, they know, like, if they lose one of these players before this fight begins, when you only have 1 minute left to work with, it's as good as done. So we're seeing the sustainability come through. This is all counteractive measures to things like the Deadeye that is already built up for Sarah. The Ramp's going to be able to power block it. Fifi's going to be able to wall it off. Candy Pop with that mobility can find an off angle and try and take the Cassidy down before it comes through. Like you said, though, this is still resetting your ultimate charges entirely and playing into a team that have theirs already built.
How do you actually win this? I mean, the Annihilation is just so powerful. Oh man. And Ice Gold to the dome for Bion is the only parting gift they'll be given. Spinor force back. You got Annihilation out, but 30 seconds left. I'm not sure you have time for one more fight. Spinor's dropped low. There's an opening here, but I mean, you're 3 versus 4, pushing into a lot of open space. They have to stay insulated on the cart. Fifi needs to push forward with Abby if they want any chance of doing this, but no, they get pushed back. There's just too much damage being thrown out by Wisp Luminaria from afar. Their hopes of sticking it out on the cart all the way to the end fall on deaf ears. Wisp Luminaria celebrate as they can finally feel sweet relief from a series that was oh so hard fought. Overtime burns down, as does the health bar of Abby, and Rialto will likely fall by the wayside. They maybe have a chance to get back in here. The Dragon thrown in. Remember, the tank's in a much better position right now for Wisp Luminaria. They have the nano boost, they have the damage, and Genesis are constantly fighting, throwing tooth and nail at this card to make their way on, but it's just not to be had. Wisp Luminaria take the series 2-1.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did just see that fall on domino effect of not being able to have enough time. It took so long for point A, it took so long for point B, that when they headed into point C, Genesis Reign, they had one good fight with the composition they were coming in with, and then it was just swapping onto more sustainability, more of a brawl composition to try and aggressively push onto the payload, onto the waiting members of the backline that Wisp had been able to just set up out of sight. Or rather, more importantly, out of danger, because that backline is never fully out of sight. Orban is doing such a good job of making sure that she continues to have a POV onto Spinal. So even when that Ramatra is without that Nemesis form, without that block is taking so much pressure from all angles, the Ram still stays standing. And we have to talk about Jacoby, because oh my goodness, what that Zen was able to do using things like Transcendence to really play with how the team that they were going into had to connect the EMP with the Zen, the fact that they weren't even able to find the EMP onto the Zen and had to go for the solo Ana and still not finding the pick, continuing to just poke and pressure from afar with those volleys, all the while keeping himself safe and out of line of fire. It really does go to show just the vein of communication that was there for Wisp Luminaria. Like the fact that they were able to take what should be a glass cannon build and look like it was made of absolute stainless steel.
And that's not to say Genesis Reign did not put up an incredible fight of their own. From every compositional swap, they held on time and time and time again. Their dives, phenomenal. Like I said, I love the Blizzard world that they offered up. It was a great adaptation, but at the end of the day, I think the flexibility that Wisp offered up and their backline's resilience was really what got them through. And I honestly, at this point, I think there's only one thing left to do, Mox, and that's just talk to the players. And that's what it was like to be in that driver's seat, because 3 maps later, when the dust settles, they finally get a win. There's only more pressure the further we get into the competition. So like I said, we come back, a quick interview. Welcome back, everybody. We promised a quick interview, and of course, we'll get right on into it. We've got Jacoby around to talk a little bit about what it must have been like to pilot a support in that series. It looked like a stressful task. I gotta ask, was it as stressful as it looked? Because both backlines were under just dumb amounts of pressure.
Yeah, it got stressful at times, but we maintained our cool and our comms, and we were confident in each other, so it turned out good.
So then, talking about communication, obviously when you're going up against Tracer and Sombra duo hit squads, as a Zenyatta, you obviously feel that like additional bit of pressure, and there has to be so much peel and communication coming through, not just for your Diva, but also for your Ana. How exactly do your comms get structured as a team?
Mainly with like who's in position to peel, like you have like prio people on the team. Just however it works best for your team is usually how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you guys clearly found the right formula with that. It got you guys a pretty critical win that nets you a good spot coming out of the Swiss round. How does it feel knowing that you've gotten over at least the biggest hump that I think you guys have to offer until tomorrow? Is it relief? Is it understanding that there's still more games to go, or what's the feeling looking forward?
It feels good, but we definitely know we have a lot more to come still, and we're looking forward for some good games and playing well tomorrow.
And obviously, playing under the banner of Wisp, a team that is known for being in contenders, what's it like? Like, what sort of resources have you been able to have access to? Have you been scrimming almost constantly and being in like sessions with hosts and analysts, or?
Yeah, we scrimmed like pretty heavily these past few weeks, and we've had a lot of like great content people talk with us, and managers and coaches and all that. It's been really great. We're really thankful for them.
What do you feel like the biggest way that A, it's enabled you as a team is, and B, what do you feel like the biggest improvement you guys have come across as a team is in this time?
Just like playing for each other and like synergy and like trusting each other's plays. Just being able to do stuff together without always needing like repetitive comms and stuff has been really nice.
And then looking forward as well, considering you were able to take the win, you continue up in the upper bracket. We've seen a lot of really strong teams, some teams even remaining undefeated. Is there any specific team that you're worried about coming up against, and why?
Whoa, Mox. Yeah, I think the question is there a team they want a piece of? That's
I think XL2 would be, or NYXL Academy would be fun. I have a lot of friends on that team, and I'm close with them, so that would be a fun game.
It's good to hear. Congratulations again on the win. We really appreciate you popping in for the interview, and best of luck. Like we said, you got big stuff ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And pre-spawner.
All right. Fun stuff from Jacoby. But of course, like we said, we got more action today. It has been a long broadcast so far, but that is only the first 2 of 4 games that we've got for you guys today. So plenty more on the docket. Be sure to keep an eye on that. And if you need something to do while we're on a break, of course, we've got a wonderful website that you guys can go ahead and go to. Raidiant.store if you want to look Radiant. All sorts of cool merch there. Also, that Mercy Cat. I
need it. I know what I'm gonna do during the breakdown time. I'm gonna go grab me that t-shirt because I like cats. I like Mercy. Together, I feel like this is just one of the greatest mixes in the universe. I'm getting that t-shirt.
Yeah, somehow I suspect you're not the only person in that demographic, Mox. So like I said, you guys have your homework. Check out the website. And when we come back, we've got another game. Welcome back, everybody. We appreciate your patience as we get through. I mean, we thought we had the turbo bangers on our hands, the 3 mappers going all the way. Apparently not. There's like maps tying left, right, and center, 5 map series. I don't know what's happening in the rest of this Swiss round, but boy, is it not pretty. I mean, at least for the teams playing them. For us, it results in a pretty sick looking bit of standings after a lot of dust has settled, that's for sure. Timeless Ethereal
Monkeys took
currently
a
lead
loss.
things. I know. I mean, that was the matchup that we were all watching, right? To see who really is the top dog right now. But Timeless Ethereal, big stuff, 5-0.
Timeless Ethereal, the only team currently undefeated, sitting at that 5-0, pretty much almost secured, well, guaranteed their position into tomorrow, as NYXL Academy are still going to be able to be pretty happy with themselves. 4-1 for them. Dark Monkeys taking their first loss. Offstream also going to be tied for that 4-1 alongside Starry Knights and Vancouver Titans Blue, as well as Wisp Luminaria, the team that we just saw. And you can absolutely see why they're currently 4-1. This is a team that is looking exceptionally strong heading into some of the later stages of the bracket.
Yeah, now is when things get rough for a few teams here. I'm not really concerned about the teams that are currently 4-1. The teams right now that are 3-2 are the ones that I'm watching.
Yeah.
3 losses is effectively the cutoff right now for top 16, and none of those teams at 3-2 can afford to take a loss right now. Obviously, there's teams that are 2-3 that want to just hold on, but then you start getting down to differential, and boy, do things get close. Beneath that, you've still got a whole lot of teams here floating around, vying for qualification. 2-3 does not mean you're out right now. You go down to map differences in specific matches and all the such like that. Unfortunately, though, there are a few teams who we can count out right now, but they have not gone out without a fight. All of them showing up for their matches and putting on good performances.
Yeah, we still have 2 more rounds as well to play. So like you said, that cutoff is very much looking like it is going to be on the cusp of those 3 losses. So those teams currently floating around that 11th to 17th spot, definitely in a precarious position. Everyone around us wanting to retain that spot in the top 16, and everyone who is above 16 in the leaderboard is going to be wanting to push their way forward and secure themselves a spot.
Yeah, it's much easier said than done. Like we said, that last round ended up going obscenely long for some of these teams, and there is more yet to come. Just want to update you guys on the Swiss. We're getting the next game ready, and when we come back, it should be pretty much straight into game. Welcome back, everyone. We got all of our stuff figured out. The next round of Swiss is upon us. We've got 7-2-1 Black up against who I think is quickly becoming a fan favorite off their Twitter content in Bumblebees.
I mean, when you see the logo as well, come on, it's adorable.
Cute,
Also,
yeah.
when you look at the roster too, like how can you not be a fan? They've got Aramori, they've got HK. Like this is a team that I think is going to do exceptionally well, and I would be very surprised if we don't see a podium finish for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is another team that is a subsection of a contenders team in Hive. So some really, really nice pedigree there. Hive's been doing some phenomenal stuff as of late. Bumblebees coming in, racking up some big wins thus far. And with this roster, it's no surprise. Like you said, Aramori and HK, two big names on this team that can do a lot of damage. HK especially can just take some teams to town. The rest of them, though, nobody to sleep on. Death, Steady, and Jam have their work cut out for them in supporting those two, and I think are going to be pretty good at doing it considering their record thus far.
Yeah, Jam and Aramori, obviously, both you'll recognize from being on Shock Timeless all the way back on the last CAH. They were able to come in third in that one. HQ, on the other hand, was able to win the entire thing back in 2022, and she is coming back to try and win it all over again in 2023. Like you said, a subsection of Hive from the Northern American contender scene. They are going to have a very, very fun time, and I think like a lot of the pressure as well has been lifted from this team, like from a lot of the teams that we're going to be seeing who don't have to worry about a potential free loss defeat. Like Bumblebees is in a decent spot. They're not middling of the pack. They're not a little bit too close towards the cutoff of the top 16. This is very much just comfort games for them.
Yeah, and we have had a quick change. Fortunately, our production's so on top of it, they can do a mid-screen. Avery is in for Steady. That being said, I don't think it's the last we see of Steady. Avery, another player of note, though. Really be looking out for that tank play, and especially as we head into Control, I think that's going to be a pretty dominant force.
Yeah, definitely coming in, probably or most likely going to be there for the Ramatra as we head into Control, and then more than likely we are going to see the swap come through as a couple more tanks and flexibility becomes a thing. However, we do have to talk about their opponents, because it's not Bumblebees versus no one, it's Bumblebees versus 7-2-1 Black, and this is a team that I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing how they develop in this space. I'm very much looking forward to seeing whether or not this team is going to be able to push their way into that sort of path to pro place, because a lot of these players have actually come through from Open Division. In fact, European Open Division. So EU represent, especially I have to give a shout out to Boomed coming from the background.
Isn't
of
it
Insomnia.
literally like 5 a.m.? What time is it for?
It's 4
for you
Thank you very
EU
much. It's
people?
4 a.m.
Isn't that worse? 4 a.m. on like 150 ping. You got to be a different breed of human being. These 5 players are psychopaths, and honestly, I wouldn't want to be in their way. I don't want to be in anybody's way who's playing on 150 ping from EU at 4 a.m. But these 5 have the gumption to step up to the plate up against a team of the caliber of Bumblebees, and that is going to be real difficult, especially on our first map of Lijiang, where things are going to shake out. I love Lijiang. I think it takes teams to kind of the extended limits of compositions in pretty much every single way, and then allows them a little bit of play in Night Market to kind of show that flexibility, show where they'd rather lean amongst that spectrum. And so it's going to be a great place to see 7-2-1 Black and Bumblebees really take off.
Yeah, however, it's also going to be a brilliant place to run Ramatra, especially on a map like Control Center, which used to be just home of the Reinhardt, right? Even when we were really heavily into Winston, Lucio, Kiriko meta all the way back in December of last year, teams would still sometimes run the Reinhardt for that brawl composition. Ramatra has sort of just shouldered his way quite literally into the Reinhardt's position. In that composition, you can still keep the Mei. You're still using that wall to be able to block off those players from the rest of the team, most significantly the backline, especially if you're fighting in that side room. If you're fighting in Generator, then you're going to be able to use the fact that the low-hanging ceilings, a lot of the time when the Mei wall comes through, don't actually allow the Baptiste to be able to exo boot over the Mei wall and keep healing whoever is separated from it, which can be seen from some of these Baptiste plays towards places like sub-level in Antarctic and also on King's Row, where you have just a little bit more room towards where the ceiling fan hands down.
There is, and that's why I think Lijiang is so sick, though, because you get everything from that all the way out to the depths of dive maps and gardens, and then Night Market really opens up the door, turns into a preference thing. So for both these teams, it's critical that they come out and are ready to adapt, but also are ready to show what they're most comfortable on, because I think, again, pointing towards Night Market, that really is a map that, for me, makes a big difference in terms of the swing of the series. You're dictating the pace of the match. So whatever you're playing, you're most comfortable on it. That way you're ready for what the other team throws at you, because a lot of the times it doesn't end up being a mirror match. He said, should we start out here on Control Center? It will be, but I think this is fly-throughs, and I'm definitely not going to get baited.
Ooh, this is fly-throughs.
I'm too slick, Mox. I'm too streetwise.
Picturesque maps of Lijiang as we just fly through. Well, it's sort of like the slow mode Farah experience now, where you're just like swimming very, very slowly, very gracefully and elegantly all around these wonderful maps and appreciating the architecture. Or if you're, you know, a support player, you're probably having flashbacks to being nailed off from your team and held at that choke for 99% of the point. When we were knee deep in Reinhardt and Zarya and grabs with Dragon Strike wombo combos aplenty if you want to have the full nostalgia trip of Overwatch 1.
I don't think we've escaped the nostalgia of this map yet. There's still a lot of things that are kind of left over, whether it's a spam damage, whether it's teleporting to point. There's all sorts of strategies that have maintained themselves thus far. And I'm curious to see if any of those map specific ones, whether it be Junkrats on Control, so whether it be Symmetrix on Night Market, do end up coming out, or whether we go even further in, something we haven't seen, I think, at all today, in a Wrecking Ball for Garden.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that Wrecking Ball come through. Like you said, being able to take advantage of the approach to bridge, being able to use it sort of environmental, but also just this point itself as we're flying around here, you can see it's perfectly built for a Wrecking Ball, right? Sometimes it just feels like heroes are made and their kits designed with specific maps in mind, with every single chokehold in mind, but it feels like Lijiang Gardens was just made for ham install, and that was why we would see things like the Winston dive coming through when you had Primal and you were just able to immediately jump back through that window from your spawn point, pop Primal and store that point for a good amount of time, sometimes even being able to win the entire fight off of just being able to get back onto that point so quickly. And it's made even harder to be able to eject full teams now that we have Kiriko coming into the mix, and you can just swift step bypassing so many of these walls and keep that stagger going.
Difficult place to dive. I do want to see some ball, though. We haven't seen any thus far, whether it's just teams or tank players, pools, whatever it may be. It's a high risk, high reward composition. Certainly an extremely high skill floor, but I trust that there are at least a good few teams here that are capable of playing it and bringing some pretty good value out of it. Just a matter of, are you ever put in that situation where you feel like you need to make that risk to play a team composition that can be extremely difficult, where more often than not, that if you're losing on it, it's because you're not playing perfectly, but it's so difficult to play perfectly.
Yeah, especially because like that Wrecking Ball is always going to be playing aggressively, and you also play around health packs. It's sort of the Tracer problem for support players, but amplified because so many support players are supposed to build their charges or the ultimates off of their tank player, right? That massive sustained health bar, the fact that they're a lot larger in terms of hitbox as well. You are constantly pushing up, whether you're an Ana or a Baptiste building towards Nano or Amp Matrix, off of that space and health bar that your tank provides. And when you're running with a Wrecking Ball, chances are that they're not actually going to be letting you get that ult charge. Instead, they're going to be playing around those health packs instead. So not only do you not get your ultimates to be able to keep pace with the enemy teams, but also you don't have that backline presence of the peel in case things go a little bit too wrong for the backline.
All right, Max. Into map number 1 of game number 3. We've got another one after this, still cooking up for you guys. Of course, that is, should this thing not just go the entire rest of the night, but I don't think it will. I think these teams want to end this one swiftly. Both of them want to take the hurt to one another. One of them, though, is giving us maybe what we asked for. I'm not going to count my hamster chickens until they hatch, but we might just get a Wrecking Ball.
I think we're going to get a Wrecking Ball, and I think Bumblebees might actually veer towards deciding to field this more. They're anticipating this dive to come through. They're anticipating the full commitment of the dive with this Wrecking Ball coming through to make sure that you have that follow-up damage from the Tracer. And Aramori, oh, no, there it is. They're going to swap to full counter dive to come through. They're going to go dive of their own. They're going to keep the Ana, though, keeping that Lucio, having that little bit of extra sustain off the burst, given the fact that the D.Va mech is going to be a much bigger target than the Hammer to lock down.
Everything to counter this Wrecking Ball right about now. A lot of pressure being put on BXXM, who dives into the back line. It's a slam. The follow-up, decent, but not perfect. Bumblebees have a lot of ways of avoiding that dive in the first place. You can slam all you want, but your health bar is as good as gone should you stand still for more than a moment. BXXM out of the way. Bumblebees descend upon their prey.
This is going to be Bumblebees coming in with that win, sure enough. They have to still find the flip, though. Now they've been able to find it. Saiga not brilliant from 7-2-1, especially since they lose their Kiriko towards the tail end of that fight as well. And now you have the biggest problem for a dive composition. When you lose that fight on Night Market, you lose the ability to position yourself on the high ground before the fight begins. That chokehold is so problematic for these players to be able to bypass. Thankfully, they've been able to shoulder their way through. Bumblebee's not setting up a chokehold grip. And Necroslayer coming in on the Hanzo with the off angle is actually able to find the first blood onto the Tracer. 7-2-1 Black off of 2 shots coming through from the Hanzo. Have dealt with both of the DPS and very quickly find a flip.
Flip. How much more to say, man? Neko Slayer just fragged out. It's a quick fight.
Yeah, sometimes you can go into like spades and spades of analysis where you just write spiews of essays,
Yes.
and then other times it's just shots fired. That's how they're able to win, and that was exactly how 7-2-1 Black were able to win that. They've already almost built up to a Dragon Strike to have in this next fight as well, and it's going to become that little bit of a fight, game of cat and mouse as a Sombra is about to hit an EMP, and Alicia a little bit far away from the
nice
Sombra.
Yeah, XM sent to a short grave. He'll be traded back, but the tank advantage is feeling particularly stark. Also with the sound barrier being used by Jam, just really, really late into the fight. And it's going to wear off by the time they get to the point anyway, so he raised a couple of question marks. The counter sound barrier is really good for Zepturn to get their team on point. Avery goes down as well, so the D.Va's been taken out. Remember, the entire time, the point's in control of Bumblebee, so the longer it goes, the better it is for them. They're going to pop the EMP and really commit to this thing, and that pays off big time.
Yeah, that's why they're more than happy to use that sound barrier first. It forces 7-2-1 Black into using a sound barrier of their own. And suddenly the Sombra can EMP without the additional caveat of finding that Lucio and denying the sound barrier. And Bumblebees, like you said, still in control at that point. Even if they lose, they've been able to pick up a lot of stall potential, and better for them, they're able to win it. Lane's going to be coming in with a Pulse Bomb, however, but Aramori on that Kiriko can cleanse it off. With the Suzu, the stick connects onto the Winston. Avery goes so low, but doesn't go down.
Huge. The XXM this time not first to go, but still all eyes on the Winston right now. A ton of damage. 2-1 Black able to clean it up though, again off the back of some really sick shots. Yeah,
BXM with that primal able to take down Jam. Chisato going down before the stall can properly come through from Bumblebees. No Pulse Bomb going to be connecting onto them this time around. As Neko Slayer on that Hanzo is going to make this choke escape a lot harder. However, we are seeing Bumblebees to send that Sombra pushing onto that point, drawing 7-2-1 away from the chokehold, so that Hanzo doesn't get those opening shots into the back line.
Hacked in, but the Sombra out. Now 4v5 because that Sombra left, or Bumblebee has a big opportunity here for 7-2-1 Black to step forward. They recognize that Chisato dropped low, The XXM first to go, though. A slight overextension by the team in orange. 7-2-1 Black has to cower back to point. Lick their wounds. Play to fight another day, and they do. Neko Slayer, it's one head, is looking to solo Dragon. What on earth is this? A soft to an early grave. 97%. And Mox, I think you hit the nail on the head earlier on. You could talk about it all day. You can analyze the fights. You can say who used what wins. But Neko Slayer has got them through 2 fights with sheer aim alone. And pardon my Italian, but they simply click it ahead, you know?
Shouldn't
Look
it be
at this,
Japanese?
man.
Shouldn't it be Japanese?
I don't speak Japanese. That's my that's my best Italian. That's all I got.
Oh, just having that burst damage of the Hanzo, as well as counteracting a lot of the Sombra's utility, right? We talked about it when we were seeing the Sombra all the way from Jim on Havana. It feels like days ago that we got to see that series matchup. It's been such a long broadcast. But just being able to use those recons to be able to figure out where the Sombra's playing around from, even when the Sombra comes in for the hack, you can see the immediate force of the translocator, as opposed to Neko Slayer, who's able to just hold those angles, continue to pressure onto Bumblebees, force out that Winston bubble as well from Avery so early every single time, and it's just broken in the blink of an eye by that Hanzo just slamming arrows into the shield. And no surprises, they are going to keep the Hanzo. If it ain't broke, do not fix it.
That's what I said earlier, and then they fixed it, and then they tried to fix it. Didn't actually work. Nevertheless, Echo Slayer in, and when Mock said it, it seems to come true a little bit more when I say it. 7-2-1 Black. I'll push back these Reapers. Artisan out the hurt, though. Lane and Chisato each putting Winston's to almost early graves, at least in the case of the XXM, and certainly a very early grave for Avery.
Yeah, Avery goes, and again, like, it's that additional pressure of both the Reaper and the Hanzo. Bumblebees are going to have a Hanzo of their own to try to do just that, but that early point control going to 7-2-1 Black is such a leg up for this team because it forces Bumblebees. He's taking this really long flank around the back of the point, and that's just playing into the Hanzo's hands.
Immediately laying down. Now the Winds can just charge forward. Another quick one for Bumblebees. I mean, I'll lean to what you said earlier and say at least it was quick, but certainly a lot of copium when I say that. That's a quick flip to give away, and one I don't think they're happy with.
Yeah, especially because it's the Hanzo that comes up in the kill feed, but it's not 7-2-1 Blacks. It's not Neko Slayer. It is Drunk Monkey style, and as a result, they've been able to match ultimate charge of Dragon Strike, and this Dragon Strike is going to be absolutely crucial in keeping 7-2-1 Black in this choke for as long as possible. Stealth comes through! PXXM immediately goes down. No Dragon Strike necessary at the moment. The team are already split by their own hand, and the Lucio is gone. No disengagement tool, no speed amp to take 7-2-1 Black safely out of that fight. A full team kill comes through from Bumblebees, and not a single ultimate expended for it.
You know, sometimes, I know it's just cleanup kills, but the shots are still nice.
Yeah.
I can watch somebody play an aim trainer and still be impressed. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad.
Right,
Dive
you were
in
watching
as
the
well
aim
by the
trainer. No
Winston.
one was watching Chisato on the Reaper.
I saw Chisato and I'm like, they're gonna check that. They're gonna send somebody high ground, and then by the time they didn't, it was just too late.
Yeah.
It was just too late. Great dive as well by Avery to back it up, throwing the bubble down on top of it to make sure that Chisato lived.
Yeah, I think like you can see just like that little pressing voice in the back of their head where they know that they have to be able to rotate to that point before the Dragon Strike comes through, and that hurry, like you said, meant that they did make the mistake of not checking that specific angle, and they're still being boxed up in this space.
Boxed up, and they spent their sound barrier early. Jam hits the better beat. Chisato, though, does go down in the meantime. Lane picks up another one for their troubles. A whole lot of ultis being thrown in by Bumblebees here, but relatively fruitless fight. Their lack of proactivity, so to speak, has finally gotten to them. They seem to win the fights. They go in early, and they lay back for just a moment. 7-2-1 Black pounce.
Yeah, Drunk Monkey Style wanted to use that Dragon Strike to deny the Kitsune Rush, and it does deny the Kitsune Rush, but I would rather have seen it used to deny 7-2-1 entrance onto that point entirely. Like, use it to split the team and make sure that they don't have access to the support. So force that swift step early from Santix to be able to regroup with their team. And as a result, like you said, that passivity played against them. However, Zepton going down early is going to play massively against 7-2-1 Black as Aramori pops that Coalescence to keep this team full fighting fit, but goes down to the Deadeye from Neko Slayer. The Moira ultimate denied the sustainability for Bumblebees as as attack denied. 7-2-1 Black need to find the kills. Avery is gone, Chisato removed. This should just be a cleanup flip.
It started out so well for them. Just went straight downhill. Once that Cole got canceled, the Deadeye zone, the Primal Rage kept them going. 7-2-1 Black got right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Aramori unfortunately denied that Coalescence. Even though you can use that Fade for the Deadeye, it must just have been on cooldown still, which is really unfortunate. Chisato does have that Death Blossom coming up at the moment, but it's the Dragon Strike that's going to be up first in 7-2-1 Black. They don't want to put themselves in choke to be able to not escape it.
Being in rough chokes right now, Avery is feeling the pain in the face of this Reaper. So Chisato takes half the health. Neko Slayer taking the other requisite half to take a life in total. Jam next to fall. Without the threat of that Reaper, this isn't enough damage to throw the other direction. 7-2-1 Black have run this map straight on in. 2-0 looks to be the final scoreline for it. I think a couple of touches here are in favor of Bumblebees, but even that's just blocked away nicely by 7-2-1 Black.
Yeah, it's a little bit closer, and then we see the swap onto the Cassidy. And that just makes a world of difference. Suddenly you're not really like allowing that early control to come through. For the other side, you're not allowing the Hanzo to just dictate that tempo continuously. Instead, you have things like the Magnate to land in if they try and dive aggressively to make sure that the Lucio doesn't really get to play aggressive and capitalize off the space that the Winston creates. You've got all of the side lanes as well to punish the fact that they had to use so much utility to escape from that choke so that they don't just get shot like fish in a barrel by that Cassidy, and then when they're actually on the point, you have to deal with the Reaper. And if you've already invested things like the Winston bubble to block that initial poke pressure coming through from the cast, the Reaper just gets to walk on that monkey for absolute free, and that was what we were seeing. Continued pressure at the exact same time onto the backline to deny them from having the means of sustaining the front line, and because those two just continue to be divided by that pressure of the Cassidy and the Reaper working in tandem, the fights were over so quickly that they didn't be able to build up into things like the Primal or the Coalescence to be able to try and find that moment where they can turn the tide against that enemy.
That was a rough time for the back line. I mean, all that poke pressure, but I think one of the things we talk about with poke is making sure that it's not just poke in general at the enemy team. When you're able to find the same target like we saw consistently from 7-2-1 Black, that's when the real picks are made. Obviously, Hanzos can find heads, this, that, and the other. We saw a lot of that, and it looked really good. But the more impressive ones are when you're seeing each player take half of a player's HP when they're only peeking for but a moment to actually try and get poke off of their own. And 7-2-1 Black did that consistently. On top of that, I felt that their ultimate usage was significantly better. They came ahead in a lot of those fights. While yes, we saw Bumblebees winning practically every neutral fight, there were only so many of those to take. And yes, Bumblebees are consistently better at it. I think that may help them out a lot more in the coming maps. When it comes to control point, controlling that ultimate economy like 7-2-1 Black did, and being more consistent with those picks easily gets them over the line.
Yeah, it's not just the ult management as well, like we said, like that swap onto the Cassidy disrupted the momentum of Bumblebees. Bumblebees like to make that first swing, they like to throw the first punch, and that was when we saw them having success holding down the fort on Gardens. The second that the Cassidy pick came through, they had to play reactively, they had to allow the Cassidy that space, allow the team onto that point, and not having that choke control to be able to set their hands up to come in with those first opening kills, it played against them. It played against them on multiple fronts, which unfortunately did impact them losing the map. So they do, however, get the added fortune of being able to pick this next map, and it is, no surprises, going to be King's Row. It doesn't matter which Overwatch player you give the choice to in terms of hybrid map. 7 times out of 10, King's Row is going to be the one fielded.
Yeah, we do this awesome thing where it's like, okay, great, you lost the first map. I'm sorry about that first map loss. Here is a map pick, and you get to use it however you want. Lucky you. Turn the game around with this, and then they just go, no, we'll take King's Row. It's like what they would have picked anyways. Like, what's the point anymore? You're supposed to be the advantage. No, we're going back to Kings, guys. We're going back to Kings. Like, I digress. It's a good map. It's a fun map. A lot of people like it, and for good reason, but every team is comfortable on it, so not much is going to change. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing here. Bumblebees did pack on a respectable amount of percentage, so I don't think trying to like hard counter pick and map is necessary. Sticking with comfort, they trust their own play, should do fine.
I think they trust as well the fact that they picked Hanzo over Cassidy. Like, we've talked about it in depth already, but this broadcast has been going for so many games, I'm going to touch upon it again. Cassidy on King's Row, especially by like trying to defend it, you have very limited options on where you want to play, and you also have limited survivability. You don't have that immediate access to the high ground if you get dove upon or pushed forward aggressively. Yes, the Magne does a lot of damage in terms of the threatening presence that it has, but if you're not able to find those shots or create enough of a time gap for Pule to come through, the Cassidy does tend to go down extremely easily, and once that burst damage threat has been taken off the table, the other team is going to get aggressive, as opposed to the Hanzo pick where you have that ability to keep putting that pressure onto that front line to keep the tank in check of being able to create the space for the rest of the DPS to move forward and take out your backline, but you have the added benefit of verticality. And Overwatch is very much played on the 3D. Having access to that verticality angle is massive, both for the attack and the defense, where an attacking team, if they're able to get a Hanzo on that ledge right above that point, can very quickly crack it open entirely within about 20 seconds. Likewise, a defensive Hanzo, who continues to have access to that one-off angle, can keep a team pressured in that first choke without allowing them to put themselves onto that point and force the rest of your team out of position to make sure that the point doesn't just tick over for free.
So you bring up that high ground, and I think it's obviously incredibly important, but well, you run the Hanzo. Pretty obvious for both these teams, they both want to go for it. How you play with that high ground changes a lot though, right? Do you want to bring in this Ramacha? Do you want to bring in the Winston? Do you want to bring supports that can dive it with you? 721 Black opting for the more aggressive of those options, wanting BXXM to dive towards that high ground to try and set Neko Slayer up. Whereas Bumblebees are going full on the defense. They're not trying to counter dive anything. They just want to hold on to this high ground the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, it is going to be the Mei wall there as well to make sure that 721 Black can potentially get isolated. The problem is 721 Black, if they do decide to run this dive composition, well, they're not really going to get split apart by the Mei wall because they all have means of being able to escape it. The Tracer that blinks around it, the Hands have the ability to wall climb over it, the Winston the ability to jump over it, Kiriko the wall climb. The only way it can really isolate is line of sight for this Ana pick, and if you can do that, well, then you're going to have an easy time taking the tank out of the mix.
Yeah, well, they can do in taking the tank out of the mix. I love the routing from 721 Black. Thus far, it's been good. Oh, it was good until BXXM turned around. I wonder, was BXXM trying to help another support cross or something? I mean, you're not poking from that distance as Winston.
Of distraction, so that 721 Black could try and take away this high ground control.
Play.
But like you said, yeah, like running in with that Winston just offered on a silver platter straight into the zone to stop the jump from allowing the escape means 721 Black are immediately pushed away. But now they put themselves onto point, and Drunk Monkey Style has already been denied that high ground angle, so a lot of that momentum that the Hanzo has early on, now denied.
Speaking of Hanzo's being gone, Neko Slayer has hit the floor and is no longer vertical. Mortality Field's been used though, and Bumblebee's running out of position to play. They've given away one tick now. Avery's looking to recontest, does have both supports around to try and help them with this recontest. The Ravenous Vortex as well crushes the jumping dreams of BXXM and shuts down any hopes of the fight being taken away.
Yeah, there's that Mei wall that I was talking about, used to deny line of sight from Zep turns Ana to be able to heal BXXM on that point. And as a result, the Winston isn't able to sustain long enough to board into the Primal, and Bumblebees have a moment to be able to regroup and steady themselves onto that high ground. Doesn't look like they want full control of the high ground, though. Like you said, they're playing very far back, and that is going to actually allow a window of opportunity for Jam to go down. Now they have to play even further back because they don't have that speed to be able to disengage when 721 Black dive onto them.
The goal's not disengaged. They gotta dig their heels in and deal some real damage, and they too! BXXM is down on Aramori Road. No! Sometimes you just can't avoid it, man.
Yeah, can't jump over it,
though.
can't go around it.
Up.
Just gotta chunk through that damage.
Feels bad, man. Anyways, 721 Black off the back of that dragon. Pick up a big win. It was a nice try by Bumblebees, but when they were lacking the Lucio, fighting that one back, it was just gonna be tough all the time.
Yeah, Matrix was thrown in, so it is expensive for 721 Black. Not only do they part with the Dragon Strike, it's also off of a Nano as well. So this chokehold from Bumblebees can be incredibly successful. Like, that Blizzard can come through, and they don't have the Nano to sustain whoever gets caught in it.
I feel like it's like, at this point, just the ceremony to trade players via Hanzo at the beginning of each of these fights before we can engage. Like, we must reduce ourselves to playing 4v4. We must move and progress to Overwatch 3 before we may engage this fight.
It's just a joust, you know,
getting
where
out of hand.
everyone loses.
Well, no, it's specifically the people who are not Hanzo are losing.
It's just the, like you said, the truth to make sure we're 4v4. However, 7-1 Black swapping BXXM onto the Doomfist are going to be able to regroup a lot faster. Bumblebees deciding to give up that ground so they can regroup and play with their 4-5 stack in Overwatch 2, not Overwatch 3, are going to be feeling the burn as the Kitsune Rush comes through and cuts off the team. So Dragon Strike and Sound Barrier are both invested, as well as Blizzard laid over the top. This is a heavy commitment for a fight that 7-1 Black are more than happy to trade out for just one rush.
That is definitely an overspend for sure. You're checking your pockets like, I swear I had a 5 in here, didn't I? And then it's like, no, you are flat broke. And Bumblebees are turning over their couch now, looking for change. 7-2 Black have not a lot of tools coming into this, but certainly more now that the economy's evened out.
Yeah, inflation is unfortunately going to hit Bumblebees pretty hard in this next engagement. They will have Amp Matrix, though, to be able to buy themselves a little bit of time, given that 7-1 Black are not running that Lucio. They're not going to have the means of being able to easily back away from it, especially since they don't have a Ramatra or a Reinhardt as an anchor point in the front line to soak up the damage. They're going to have to pull entirely back, and that should allow Avery to be able to build up into this annihilation.
Nope. Through the field goal. Through the post. Nothing much to be found there. Implication Matrix is a bit of a prayer out of a corner like this. Yeah, you are completely surrounded. That window, I mean, granted it goes two ways, but you're surrounded by both of them. 7-2 Black have played this fight phenomenally. That initial engagement from BXXM, though it was not particularly fruitful, it still did separate members away.
Yeah, Aramori now is actually going to swap shoes off the Baptiste onto the Ana to match that burst from Zepton, as well as being able to use things like the Sleep Dart to try and shut this Doomfist down. Yes, you can only sleep the tank for 3.5 seconds, however, that disruption is more than enough to close the door on what 7-1 Black are using this Doomfist for. Not for kills, but the disruption that the Doomfist intruding in that space so quickly provides that little window of opportunity for Lane on the Tracer to be able to sneak their way into and find a pick without anyone turning around to take the Tracer out could potentially be massive for this team.
Yeah, we saw the Doomfist earlier on today actually be the swap that kind of turned King's Row on its head, and it very well could do the same thing in a situation like this. We'll get right back into it now, though. 2-1 Black have a lot of options in their hands. Bumblebee is still in a similar economic spot where they were earlier, but that nano boost just looks like such a trump card when you have a player like the XXM to throw it onto.
Yeah, especially because the Meteor Strike is going to be there as well, so you can send the Doomfist in with the Nano, let them go aggressively, and then use the Meteor Strike to get away. Meteor Strike is actually being used to lock down Avery, who used Annihilation. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. Bumblebees had already lost 2 players, and again, we see just a little bit of miscommunication coming through, some missed timings from Bumblebee's side as they overinvest in a fight, and 7-1 Black are immediately going to make that one hurt extra hard.
I mean, I'd hardly call it overinvestment, right? Pulse Bomb was spent, Meteor Strike was spent. It's just the Annihilation spent back, but you're still in a losing spot. 7-2-1 Black have pulled an ultimate advantage out of this B point by those back-to-back-to-back winning fights and are going to leverage it massively to finish off into point C here. Should be able to finish this fight off. Yes, they are. Just staggers at that point. This is where Bumblebees have to dig their heels in, though. They have ultimates. They have the economy. They've got a strong spot to defend. Can they keep the team alive?
Yeah, Avery trying to come in on that Doomfist was unfortunately cleanse the effects of the stuns from Santix. Bumblebees, like you said, will still have that little bit of faster respawns. Jam going to be coming with Soundbar, but it's Chisato who can really turn this opening around using those blinks. Getting around the corner, might be spotted out by Neko Slayer as they know that there's a Tracer around the Winston from BXM now coming through, going incredibly low as the Pulse Bomb does land. It's going to force 7-1 Black further back so that Drunk Monkey style gets to have control of that high ground, gets to have control of that poke phase.
Robbing that Pulse Bomb, bit of a miracle, not gonna lie. Saw the XXM's health bar hit like sub 10. That's no problem for them. Big eat on the Dragon. Avery easily spots it out. Instead, Drunk Monkey style gives Neko Slayer a bit of his own medicine. Big dive in. And with it, they'll return victorious.
gorgeous boost into defense matrix. You can actually see that Necroslayer was trying to use that wall to actually stop the side of the Dragon Strike going through and also block that potential of defense matrix, but the D.Va intercepts, and 7-2-1 Black don't get that moment of opening into a fight that they were looking for, and again they have to go back to square one. Jam this time is actually the one on high ground, so if the dive is attempted to come through onto the Lucio, you can just knock them back. Really good adaptation of positioning coming through from Bumblebees, but they lose Avery's mech. Self-destruct, trying to save the team and stop 7-1 Black from moving forward now that the D.Va's gone, but the nano-boosted Winston is not going to hold back any longer. The bubble comes down, and so much space is created for 7-1 Black's DPS.
Shout out to Aramori. I mean, she's done a great job of disengaging that Azana, but it's a tough place to get out of alongside your Tracer, at least. They still have tools, though. Got that Sound Barrier. They've got a Pulse Bomb. And they've got a Dream. Never mind. I take back the Pulse Bomb thing. Right, cut that out of the broadcast. Chisato's down. They've only got the Sound Barrier. And boy, is that going to feel like an important tool in moments like these. Jam throws it down. It only lands on a Jam and Avery, though. And you're feeling worse and worse about the odds right about now. It's getting dicier and dicier. If they try and get the engagement in, but it's Avery out of the way. With the ultimate having been used by Jam, what tool do they really have?
Yeah, and it is going to be even harder, like you said, for Bumblebees now that they lose that Hanzo. Aramori not going to be able to have that healing line of sight onto the team with the Winston bubble, but the bubble has been removed. Antine does connect. Bumblebees with the faster respawns are going to be able to put together a potential contest as BXXM goes for Aerial, will be able to cycle back into another bubble. Nanoboost coming now onto Avery to try and push onto the backline so the Winston doesn't have that sustainability. Dragon Strike from Drunk Monkey Style will pick up Necroslayer, however, as Avery is able to find Santix. Still, though, a stall comes through from Bumblebees. Aramori, entirely untouched, is just continuing to pump healing into the members of Bumblebees and keep their presence on the payload. That and his health bar did not fall past full the entirety of that fight.
No, not once. I mean, there was no focus. I mean, Aramori is doing a great job of leveraging it. She made the most of it. But for me, I got to give a lot of credit to Shisato. The contest from her was phenomenal and just kept it going for so long. You see, the card is wiggling at the thought of getting to explode at the end of the map, but it just is not going to. Bumblebees put a stop to it, and now they've got a very clear line of victory drawn in the sand. 7-2-1 Black, though, we do have to remind ourselves, are the ones on match point right about now. So for them, it's just as much a line to defend.
Yeah, Bumblebees are, like you said, going to be a lot happier that they were able to deny that full push. As we can have a look at what 7-2-1 Black are going to be defending King's Row with. No surprises, they're going to have Necroslayer on that Hanzo. They've been doing a absolutely stellar job of being able to deal with any of the squishies that poke aggressively forward from Bumblebees, and you also want to have that mirror Hanzo to go up against Drunk Monkey Style, because we've seen what happens when a Hanzo is able to rule the roost. So much additional pressure gets applied onto the tank to be able to use things like the bubble at the right time, but even more pressure gets heaped upon these supports, especially when you're running the Ana. You need to have that constant line of sight onto your Winston, but if a Hanzo spots out a tank out of position or a healer trying to push forward into an angle that they can see where that tank is playing from, that support is gone within seconds.
Initial dive for Bumblebees now. They take a similar route, but notably not peeking back to where they can lose their tank player early on. Souter as well, progressing up the high ground. Necroslayer, though, gives them an arrow to the side of the dome. One that didn't look particularly comfy to take. 7-2-1 Black, and now going to slowly push him out. Can Bumblebees get out safely?
Really good synergy coming through. Lane keeps Chisato's attention solely on the Tracer, allowing Necroslayer on the Hanzo to go entirely unnoticed and land that headshot beautifully between the eyes, as Bumblebee is still not able to find that high ground control that they're looking for. Also not able to aggressively dive onto the Hanzo. They're playing incredibly smart around about this hotel. If the dive wants to come through, they're going to have to use cooldowns, and then those cooldowns are going to have to reset to be able to push back on the Hanzo, but not if Drunk Monkey Style is able to take them out before the fight begins. Winston Bubble comes through, but it's not in time to be able to save either Santix or your burst DPS, and this should be Bumblebees finally able to move forward and start accumulating point percentage.
It's Aramori again, dude. The sleeps have been crazy. The healing's been dead on. Everything's been perfect. small overextension, but I mean, they've got no problem dealing with that, do they? Do they? Do they? The Winston's back. All of a sudden, it's Problem City for Bumblebees as BXXM is back in, and notably, Zepturn is building up towards the nano boost that may be useful in the coming moments. Which has been halted, though, at 2 ticks. The question is, how long can they keep this Winston alive for? Big! Gisato down! Winston back in the fight! Off from the 7-2-1 on the back. They thought they were ahead the entire time. They just cannot deal with the healing from Santix. Another cleanse, another Suzu comes out. Santix immortal at this point, and the fight finally goes down to Avery. He's had a lot more work than Bumblebees wanted it to be.
Drunk Monkey Style gets 4 out of 5 players in that fight. Doing significant work on that Hanzo, looking so comfortable on that pick of it as Avery gets to move forward. Didn't even have to use the self-destruct. Like, you can see that they're waiting for BXXM to use that Winston bubble, and then Drunk Monkey Style just drops 2, and they're like, okay, cool, we can hold on to this ultimate. We can use it to keep 7-2-1 back. Nano Boost now coming in onto BXXM, and Avery's just going to disengage with the boosters.
They're going to try and disengage with boosters, and they do with the second round of boosters. Dragon thrown in as well. BXXM diving in, bolstered by that. The confidence ever increasing for the monkey, but maybe it shouldn't have. Too big for their own britches they were. 7-2-1 Black now lacking a tank player, lacking the tip of the spear. They've got to go in and find these kills some other way, but with no Suzu to save lane, they're running out of tools to pull themselves back into this fight. Complete scrambles on the point, though, as both teams are still vying for a position, though only one of them has a tank.
Yeah, BXXM coming back on that Hammond to be able to make up for that absence as quickly as possible. Will be able to make up for it, but it's Aramori who deals out the Hanzo, whiffs the sleep dart, but still enough damage is done to the hamster to force them back. Nade connects onto Santix, and the Kiriko is gone. Zepton's going to have to go onto the Lucio to be able to put together a recontest for 7-2-1 Black if they can even make it, and even then they're running straight into a rush on the main road that's going to allow Bumblebees to have so much more control before this fight begins.
I'm not sure the fight's going to begin. They've got to get a quick contest in. Swing with 3 meters. They do manage to get on. Wrecking Ball taken low. The dive there. They dive past the Kitsune Rush, notably, negating a lot of it from Bumblebees, but Bumblebees still have a positional advantage. They're still the ones who can just sit back, defend, play off the back of Aramori, who is still just uncontested on the Ana, putting in obscene amounts of work. Before that, they're rewarded. The cart continues forward into C with a 4-minute time bank. This is Herculean from Bumblebees.
I wish we had stats to see how much damage Aramori and Jam have been outputting on this Ana and the Kiriko, because they are doing work right now. Drunk Monkey Style going to have that Dragon Strike, 7-1 Black, like you said, going to have that work cut out for them. And it's going to have to start with a fight win. They need that reset point. They need that moment where they can set Neko Slayer up onto the high ground to pick apart this team before these fights can properly begin, so they can drain that time bank down. Problem is, are they going to be able to find it? Dragon Strike comes through from 7-2-1 before Bumblebees, and it doesn't split the team up enough for the dive to be able to find an isolated member.
Oh, now it's Drunk Monkey Styles, and looks slightly more successful than the one thrown prior. A 3K, make it 4. Do I hear 5? Do I hear 5? No, only because now I'm calling it out. It's not going to be 5. Unlucky.
Yeah,
Maybe?
enough time
Maybe?
has passed. The ace has been denied.
No, it counts. It counts. Come on, just Kiriko. Find the Kiriko. Find the Kiriko. Come on. Come on, Drunk Monkey Style. Come on. Arrow. Arrow. Come on, connect. No, it's not happening. Sound barrier out from 7-2-1 Black. They've got the re-engage they want. Bumblebees, though, they can just survive this initial moment. They've got to re-engage with the nano boost. They've got the self-destruct. They've got a pulse bomb, everything in tow to make this fight happen. Into the back line goes Gisato, throws a pulse bomb out. It connects onto the mech, forcing out the defense ultimate for 7-2-1 Black. The remake is what does it, though. A counter bomb from Bumblebees is unsuccessful. 7-2-1 Black, hold on, but to be real, it was just.
Yeah, Drunk Monkey Style does in the Frockus find Santix, so the ace was slightly delayed, but I guess in Doors World it still counts. as Bumblebees unfortunately invested significantly into that fight. Like you said, they were able to wait out 7-2-1 Black, they were able to drain the ultimates out, and then they came back in thinking that that was their fight to win. And unfortunately, it has significantly drained that ultimate economy. Jam's going to be coming with Kitsune Rush, but that is all that they have to play with, and Necroslayer has that Dragon Strike to be able to eradicate any impact the Rush can find. As Aramori goes down, the timing cannot be worse for Bumblebees. Rush comes through as the Baptiste goes down.
Quincy has turned this from everything positive into a bit of a disaster. At 1:30 on the clock, and even the finish seems uncertain. 7-2 Black have an economic advantage that it's not going away anytime soon.
And they've still got Dragon Strike as well as Sonics. That early high ground control too coming through from BXXM, just denying that initial angle from Bumblebees. The dive does come out onto Necroslayer, pushing them off of that high ground so they don't have that angle onto the squishies, but the Dragon Strike is already built up, and that buys 7-2 Black the time to be able to position back.
I mean, they're positioned back, but they still haven't won the fight. Looks like there's out another dragon. We saw what happened last time. So hold your breath, everybody. The dragons are coming out. A lot of damage done. Put 7-2-1 Black on the ropes. BXXM's health bar looks to go back up full, though. I think they've just stabilized in this moment. Lane drops low, but isn't down for the count. Now it's no ultimates on the field, save for the ultimates in 7-2-1 Black supports back pockets. Those are trump cards, each of them. The Kitsune Rush or the Sound Barrier could both be used to finish off this fight, but if they're not careful, they could go down to this amplification matrix from Bumblebees. They pop it immediately. The damage beginning to mount on the likes of 3-2-1 Black. And they pop the Sound Barrier in response just to survive the amplification matrix, and they're rewarded for it.
Bumblebees not going to be able to find the attack that they're looking for. Chisato has swapped over to the Genji to try and coordinate a full dive, and it is going to be commitment to a full dive. Unfortunately for them, it's also commitment to speed, because they need to throw themselves onto this payload. We're about to hit into overtime. Not a single ultimate other than this rush for Bumblebees to be able to play around with. The good news is 7-2 Black aren't going to be able to disengage it. The bad news is they've been able to counter rush it themselves, and now it just becomes an arms race for these ultimates. Is it going to be Necroslayer or is it Chisato? Chisato goes down before the blade is available. Necroslayer falling so low goes down as well. No Dragon Strike to come through and immediately eject Bumblebee's presence on the payload, and still the overtime burns.
Ever closer we reach towards the end. There, Mori even getting in on the action on point at this point. Bumblebees fighting tooth and nail for the victory here, and they've got it! A huge map finish, one that did not look likely coming into the fight. It took the supports getting their hands dirty. It took the tank coming back 3 times, but by God, Bumblebees did it.
We're going for a third time tonight to another third map door. Like we said, like you can tell that these teams, they want these wins. They want that security of being able to make it guaranteed into a top 16 finish and qualify into those later stages of this tournament. And like we said, Bumblebees are a team to watch for significant reason. The prowess on this roster cannot be understated, and that backline duo did so much work. Aramori on that Ana was hitting nades left, right, and center, was hitting the sleep duds, and more importantly, was dueling the enemy Hanzos out. Had the confidence to be able to go for those 1 versus 1s and won them, to be able to secure that little bit of extra safety for their DPS to be able to work around. Aramori doing so much to be able to make sure that her team makes it into a map number 3.
And I think most notably from Aramori, just not dying.
Yeah.
For every cool play you can make as a flex support, the coolest play you can make is not dying, which I wish I could tell a lot of my teammates these days, because I've had some rough games lately, but not Aramori. I want Aramori on my team. That seems like a pretty solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, look at, again, like at her defense on Kingsroad Point C. A lot of the time, like we see a meta develop where teams who are on Point C defense will field either a Widowmaker or a Bastion onto that side lane because they understand it's overtime, everyone's focus is going to be on the payload. And Aramori just plays it perfectly, plays for the sideline, doesn't really pull focus onto her, doesn't make herself a target. Even if you do make yourself a target, you're still buying bodies off of the payload, and overtime has been going so long. If they lose a single body on that payload for any amount of time, it's just going to be up, and we're going to head into the next map, which is going to be Havana. So again, it's going to come down to that survivability. Is that backline going to be able to sustain long enough, or are we going to see a little bit more pressure being more successfully applied?
I mean, it changes the texture of the series entirely. We haven't seen Sigma as of yet from either of these teams, and so that alone in itself brings a big shift. It also puts a lot of focus on the DPS, who have not disappointed. Neither of these Hanzo players have been slouching.
Yeah, it really has been just sort of like a tale of two Hanzos, hasn't it? It's sort of a seesaw of dynamic shifting between the two, where Drunk Monkey Star has been finding so much impact with early first picks, but so too has their counterpart. And like, you can see that both of these Hanzos are equally mechanically gifted. It really does come down to which of their teams allows themselves like that extra little bit of resources, whether or not it's the D.Va diving up to make sure that the other Hanzo doesn't get that initial angle on you, and you can just keep spam pressuring those chokes, whether or not it's the supports, making sure that you have just that backline to be able to fall back onto if you feel like you're going to be pressured a little bit too much. Like when we were looking at the defense on point C, we would see the Hanzo player up on that secondary high ground control on a point C, and then immediately the second that they know there's a D.Va about to be boosting up towards them, they would just jump into the waiting safety of their Ana, knowing and trusting with that full exercise that they had their back, and that is exactly what they had. And as a result, while the Ana didn't go down, it feels a lot of the time like the Hanzo in those really vulnerable situations didn't go down easily either.
Oh, and I think that's really important on this map, just to not get picked more than anything. Getting kills here, great, but not getting picked, especially when you're playing on defense, arguably even more powerful. Your Sigmas can hold neutral on this map quite a long time with just maintaining shield pressure, with just maintaining neutral against the enemy tank. Really, whether or not your DPS players can work around that, can find picks around the shields of the Sigmas, because the support's pretty straightforward job in keeping the Sigma up, but the bonus damage they can throw in over top, the bonus damage we've seen from the likes of Aaron Mori consistently throughout this series, it's going to be a real big difference.
Jam as well, coming with some really clutch kunai picks in that last map is, like you said, going to make a world of difference. Overwatch 2, one of, I think, the biggest shifts for a lot of supports, not having that secondary off-tank to be able to build up those ultimates, having to do a lot more damage to be able to sustain and build into those ultimates faster than their counterparts, has meant that these supports have got to get their hands dirty. Like we were seeing Lucio's when Sojin was meta fully committing to diving, even when the Sojin was mid-overclock, to be able to build those sound barriers a little bit faster. And like Zenyatta at least has already got that toolkit to be able to play really heavily DPS focused, especially if you've been playing them in Overwatch 1. You're still very versed in how you want to play the Zen, charging up those volleys. It very much is muscle memory. Charge a volley, around a corner, peek the corner, find a head. If not, hide back behind the corner and do it all over again.
Repeat step one. He said Zens can do a lot of damage, but I'm really looking at Widowmakers right about now. We've got two players maxing out the character count on their Battle.net account names, going head to head. I could not think of a more unifying feature of these two players. That, and I suppose the fact that they've been multi-killing each other's teams over and over again.
Yeah, both Drunk Monkey Style and Necroslayer are going to keep this rivalry that they've generated from King's Row going, both going for that Widowmaker, but Necroslayer is the one who comes in with the first kill. Aramori taken down. Bumblebees are going to have to back up. They don't have that Zen to keep additionally pressuring the Sigma shield from BXXM, especially because Jam used that immortality field, and now that too has been burnt out. So Necroslayer is getting even more room to be able to work with, as unfortunately Drunk Monkey Style, because of this space that their team has had to give away, has lost a lot of ground in that Widowmaker duel.
That space is so important, but the space has been made back. Chisato, she's connected onto two heads and is looking for a third. Uh-oh. Watch your Zenyatta, watch your Zenyatta. Chisato's on the flank. A third in the fight. Looking for number 4 on the signal. At this point, numbers just don't matter. The fight's over.
Yeah, Aramori is able to find Zepton, Drunk Monkey Style able to lock down BXXM, and like you said, this fight is as good as over, especially now that Chisato is able to, off of the back of a lovely accretion, find a stun and hit onto that Widowmaker, as Bumblebees, having won that fight, can now put themselves back onto that high ground. Santix is going to have to build this Transcendence incredibly quickly, because Avery is going to hit that Sigma Flux a lot faster than BXXM, who is probably going to have to burn a lot of that Sigma shield, just allowing that team to aggressively face check where these snipers are located.
Got that for Chisato. This time not rewarded. Instead, rewarded with a bullet through the skull. Echo Slayer connects onto another shot. Another headshot. This Widowmaker's really been something impressive thus far. Should they want to use him? Doesn't even need it! Drunk Monkey style sent to an early grave. 7-2-1 Black continue forward on Havana, led by Neko Slayer.
Yeah, she's just doing so much work at the moment, being able to keep that other Widowmaker in check. Chisato is right away going onto that Genji to be able to put even more pressure onto the Widowmaker. It's going to put more pressure that onto Drunk Monkey style because you have to now keep up contesting not just a Widowmaker face-to-face, but also a Hanzo as well. Double duty now for Drunk Monkey style because Chisato just doesn't have that room to be able to infiltrate and push this Widowmaker now that sights have come up.
I wonder if Neko Slayer ever misses. I'm not.
Oh, there you go. You get the answer now.
I mean, it was their choice. It was that shot. They meant to. Zep turn though, fortunately cannot cause bullets to miss. Though both teams are coming up on ultimates and so many on deck. It's very likely that one of them doesn't quite go to plan. Chisato zoning away the Widowmaker wisely, biding their time, waiting for those ultimates to be best used by the team with the high ground.
Yeah, really good denial, like you said, of that off angle for the Widowmaker to take control of, because it allows you to retain as the defense control of that high ground, but Chisato, with that Discord orb, is not going to be able to escape. Neko Slayer takes the Genji down. Drunk Monkey Style does trade
what
it
is
for
happening?
Zen for a Genji as Ant Matrix is committed from Bumblebees. Jam is going to have to go toe-to-toe with Zeptons, and Jam comes out on top.
Jam is the greatest Chinese Overwatch player of all time. I think we've just concluded that right now. Hand them the medal. It's all over.
I mean, I think a lot of it as well was down to the fact that Aramori was still alive on design, so Discord was still coming onto the members of 721 Black in that small room. But yes, Jam did significant work to make sure that 721 Black were unfortunately spread fully apart. As it is going to be Aramori with this Transcendence holding on to it so that the XXM can't use that Sigma Flux. There's the ultimate. Oh, we're going to see Transcendence? No! They hold on to it. Avery is the one that gets targeted, but Immortality Field is used, and so Transcendence is still there for the team.
I mean, the dragon got eaten. At that point, you're just like, okay, well, what now? Knocks out. Francis for both sides. A little bit better, though, right now for 721 Black, who continue their crusade on the high ground. One which Avery is not stopping anytime soon. Chisato can take one with them on the way out, but for her, I think it's just going to have to be a consolation prize again.
Yeah, the good news, however, for Bumblebees is that 721 Black in that fight did use Transcendence, and Chisato does have that Genji Blade. Granted, Bumblebees don't have the Ana to give it an extra boost with that Nano, but the Genji, as long as you're able to survive getting into that team, should be able to find value with the ultimate as we see Deflect comes out. No way! Santos with the snap kick finds the kill onto the Genji as the blade starts! And Bumblebees are denied the win condition!
It's so much funnier because you're talking about it for like 45 seconds. This Dragon Blade that was going to end everything. And Santix just gave him the boot. Oh my god. This poor Genji.
That's the dot. You hit that snap kick and immediately you hit him with the dot, which does even more damage. And the kick is... No way! Back-to-back snap kicks with Chisato. We just heard a Genji spine snap.
Swap Chisato. Swap.
There's no way Santix literally goes to ratio in spawn, right?
Santix is still moving forward. Oh my god! They're terrified. Santix is on the warpath. This is T2000. Not an Omnic.
Target acquired.
Yeah.
Lock on. Terminated. Oh my goodness, Santix. And now it gets even worse for Bumblebees to deal with because the Zenyatta has an even better, even clearer line of sight into the avenue of how this next fight spirals out.
Well, fortunately for them, it's harder for the Zenyatta to get into their backline, which has somehow been a problem. Santix backing away, though, has to take a longer angle. Understands that there is a Genji lurking around here, but doesn't seem to fear it, especially with Drunk Monkey style down. Now Santix can just go ham. With the Widowmaker out of the way, it is free farm city for the Zenyatta. Even if the shots aren't connecting, the discords are. You can't miss those. Happily following up on them is 721 Black, who now have 3 ultimates pushed to this point with an amplification matrix is not going to do it in terms of defense. They've got to find a big pick.
Especially because Dragon Strike is there for lane. Like, the second amp comes out for Bumblebees to try and find steadying ground, Dragon Strike is just going to go straight for the middle of it.
And Matrix, Dragon Strike, you are a fortune teller, Mox, if nothing else. Ravidic Flux sends them up and swiftly down. Santix with another 3K. Make it 4! Do I hear number 5? Sigma using Kinetic Grasp. Wow. What a giver. Santix allows Lane to have that final kill.
Are we gonna see
Not
the
just,
transcendence to body
not
block
just a
point?
multi-killer, but a philanthropist. Look at this. Now has a beautiful position to defend. Avoids the Genji. Ducks the shot from the Widowmaker. Santix is existing in the Matrix. You saw that bullet dodge?
Yeah.
You saw bullet time dodge? That's crazy. They're operating on higher levels than we will ever know. Like,
Look, sometimes you just see a Zen pop, and like we said, like we talk about, that movement into Overwatch 2, it's hit some support players a little bit harder than others. Zen players, they were born, they were bred in the fires of vulnerability and dive. When you played Zen in Overwatch 1, it wasn't a matter of like, oh, what are you gonna do when you're alive? It was, how much can you do before you die? And you can see that a lot of these players have taken it very, very personally. If you started off as a Zen player in Overwatch 1, you learned how to defend yourself. You learned how to take down Genjis as they came blading for you, wanting to deny that transcendence. And Santix has that prowess, has that experience, and is absolutely rolling through every single member of Bumblebee's team.
I think it's funny. Like the blade comes out from Chisato and she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna get you." And Santix is like, well, "You didn't even nano her? Come on, give me a real challenge." Like,
it's the JoJo's meme. It's like, "Oh, you're approaching me?"
yeah, right. You dare step in my path. All right, let's talk about this other side though. I mean, it's gonna look much the same, but I think the Widowmaker battle is pretty interesting here because Neko Slayer did a fantastic job of playing the long game, not taking the duel against Drunk Monkey style, whereas Drunk Monkey style is kind of constantly looking for Neko Slayer right now. We talked about that. Oftentimes, the best option in a Widow duel is to just not take the Widow duel.
Yeah, I mean, Santix is still taking the Widow duel. Like, Bumblebee's literally the first player that they
Santix can
ping
do
out
whatever Santix
is
wants.
the Zen, because Santix is holding this high ground and denying Drunk Monkey style the ability to try and find where Neko Slayer is playing from.
Santix can do whatever they want. I dare not question Santix for the lives of my family and future children are on the line. It feels like, oh my, stop it, dude. No, pack it up. Bumblebees, go home.
She's still going for more. Immortality Field is given to Chisato so that Hanzo can hold strong in the face of the aggressive Zen pushing onto them. Oh my goodness. Santix goes solo, does go down. The spheres from the Sigma being able to curve around that corner and take her out before she's able to find that health back. And finally, Bumblebees will be able to move around the first point. We talked about maybe impatience or ego coming through. It feels like 7-2 and Black just were a little bit too overconfident in how they took that engagement.
I can't even be mad at them.
Oh yeah, well, when you're hitting those shots, like,
Yeah,
you
when you're doing that.
absolutely put Santix into that position. Because, like,
To be fair, it was also only Santix.
Yes,
so
that is
there wasn't
true.
much else being done.
that is very true. As we are going to see the swaps come through, Lane onto that Genji, BX6M onto the Hammond so that they have that follow-up dive. But Drunk Monkey style is going to be starting off
Sweet
this fight in
revenge.
style. Santix is gone. And the Widowmaker can breathe a much larger sigh of relief as the Genji as well, one of the other counters that Widow's existence, is spotted out by the Sigma, rocked, and then sent to respawn.
That rock alone gives them a ton of space. Being able to push this in with the hyperspheres and throw damage down this hallway is massive in terms of making sure that you put damage on them before they actually enter. Getting knocked off by the ball, just steps forward. No fear at all in the heart of Avery. And it forces 7-2 on Black to reroute. If you send 3 players down that hallway, yeah, that's into a Gridic Flux. You're kind of rocking a hard play situation. Quite literally, rocking a Gridic place, if it were. Avery pressuring out the Widowmaker, keeping the Zenyatta away. The Baptiste is also on the run. This Sigma is zoning 3 players out of the fight at once and has not procced an ability yet.
Make it 4. The Sigma is literally zoning the entire team out right now. However, the shield does fall. As we can see, the Hammond able to roll past and push onto the Widowmaker prone behind. Santix coming in with the pick onto her mirror. Aramori does go down. And Lane, with that kill, is finally able to close up the distance and take Avery out with the melee. And this should be 7-2-1 Black settling in for a pretty comfortable hold. They still have to be wary of the Sigma Flux coming through from Avery, but there's nowhere near that insane amount of control of zoning potential that Avery had to be able to keep all the members of 7-2-1 Black sequestered off of this high ground and low ground, allowing that pillar to move for absolute free.
Just a little bit of poke here. Nothing too crazy. Wow, they actually got that. Chisato I mean, I understand separated away from the team looking for a flank, but you hate to get picked off in a position like that, especially with the health pack so near. XXM now ready to defend. In the face of the rock, it's easy. I mean, you just press the mines in the small hallway. All the zoning necessary was done. They trade for Jam, but Avery goes down. This is far favorable to the team in 7-2-1 black, and nearly enough is the deflect as well. Neko Slayer able to finish off on that one. Looked for a follow-up shot onto Widowmaker, but that duel not too well for them.
Santic still holding onto that Transcendence as well. Lane is going to be able to build a blade up of their own. Aramori at least doesn't have to contest with trying to use Transcendence for either a blade or a Sigma Flux. You can just use it for the blade. But we've already seen that Zens are more than capable of dealing with Genjis before blade is popped. And there it is. Santic fights Chisato again.
No, that wasn't versus. That was completely on accident. Were sights popped? No, sights weren't popped. That was completely on accident. Okay.
Hey, look, like we said, Zens know the angles to just spam damage into. And Santix, emboldened by this Transcendence, is more than content with holding herself this aggressively forward to try to take out the unsuspecting members of Bumblebee.
Santix is, oh man, we are cooking up something fierce right about now. Oh man, we're deep in enemy territory. Find the other side. Oh, sneaking another one. Doesn't have to pop trans to escape yet. Oh, Genji, low.
Okay.
One more.
Hey!
Snap kick. Give them the bags. Give them the bags. Go on, turn around, crouch.
This is a friendly tournament where we're encouraging a safe and stable environment.
You saw Santix stand on that body. You know she was thinking about it.
And she thought better of it.
Yeah,
we applaud her for it.
She did. Oh man, what an incredible set of kills though. Just lining themselves up behind the flank entirely. What do you do? Bumblebees, you have to keep your head on a swivel at all times now for roaming Zenyatas.
Part of me thinks that we're actually seeing Drunk Monkey style off of the Widowmaker onto the Hanzo, not just because you want to have that additional shield pressure, but also because you just want to have that recon to know where Santix is playing from. Oh my goodness. This Zen is absolutely monstrous.
Problematic is Santix. Let's see how much more she can get done though. In the high tier. Oh my. This is a player that is feeling herself. 100%, man. It's not even close. Another kill. Good pop trance, saving it for the final moments of this one. Knows that there is one more fight to win after this. They are dead set on winning it with a critical ultimate, but they hold their cards too close to their chest, Drunk Monkey style. Punishes, but spawn should be even.
I mean, damage has already been done. The Zen volleys just pressuring onto Jam's Amp Matrix deny that angle of entrance for Bumblebees entirely. Chisato's still got the blade, but you know Santix is holding on to that Transcendence, so you don't really want to commit to using it, especially because the Genji has to be able to dash into the members of 7-2-1 Black who are set so far away that the Genji's going to be taken down even before you're able to make it into that back line. As BXXM, we're heading into this final fight. We're about to hit overtime. Has the Hammer Mice to deny Bumblebees to even touch?
Laid out for Chisato. Neko Slayer with a big connection. We're trading 2 for 2. Make it 3 for 3. Both teams well in each other's back lines. It's a 2 versus 2 on point. Avery and Jam versus BXXM and Lane. The sustain slightly better for the Bumblebees duo. The damage less. Lane falls to Avery, and now it's just the ball. Do they have enough damage to actually finish it off? No, but they have enough sustain to see them through till the spawns come in.
Self-destruct is going to be available for Bumblebees, but it's the only ultimate that they have to work with. Santix has that Transcendence, but Bumblebees pushing forward aggressively the way we'd seen Avery with the Sigma before, denying 7-2-1 Black the opportunity to poke and build ultimates before the fight begins. XXM sees where Bumblebees are going to be playing from, baits Chisato, but not into the Widowmaker shot entirely. The disengage comes through as Transcendence to touch the card and keep it in play comes out.
And send it up. Santix has found another flank. Oh no! Santix has found another flank. Hide your families, hide your loved ones, hide your friends. This Zenyatta is about to go on a tear. Santix looking for heads, for anything. They just can't contest the cart. That's the problem. There's not enough sustain to get BXXM back on this. Santix can kill as many people as she wants. It's just not going to be enough.
Not enough for point B, but maybe enough time has been able to be burnt off for the full hold of C. This is the problem that Bumblebees now have to contest with. 1 minute and 22 seconds left, and every single time they approach this castle gate, Santix gets an absolute shooting gallery to play into.
There is no sniper on the other side to threaten Santix. It is only dive, so until that dive comes in, Santix will continue to throw volley after volley. Drunk Monkey Style actually swaps to the Widowmaker, laid on into the point here. Trying to offer up some sort of threat to the Zenyatta, to the Widowmaker on the other side, but it's so much easier said than done.
So cautious as well. They know that Necroslayer is playing that Widowmaker. Does go incredibly low. However, 2 pressure coming through from Bumblebees, but the dive comes out from BXXM onto this backline. Suzu already being pulled out from Aramori. Swift Step is also invested, and this signals the Hammer to overcommit. There it is. The mines come down, catching Aramori before she's able to make it back into the spawn point, and Bumblebee's entire path into this fight has been disrupted in full.
And that's the problem, right? You can't keep your head in 2 places. You got a Wrecking Ball on one side, a Widowmaker, and Santix, most notably, on the other. How do you really deal with this? Now they have to break out of their own spawn in the face of all this damage for 721 Black, not to mention the Implication Matrix that's coming up in a couple seconds. This is very much a possibility for a lights out. With 3 seconds on, they have to switch card as well. You're walking into these sight lines that are so deadly. The blade pops, they all run out like cockroaches from the light as they run around the castle into the sight lines of an open Widowmaker and a Zenyatta that wish nothing more than to send them into a cold, deep grave.
7-2-1 Black come away with the win. And like we said, we can wax poetic about this team for so much, but we have to give it up to this player right here. Play of the game, one of many plays coming through from Santix on this Zenyatta, just looking absolutely cutthroat on the support as she finds a 4K. Insane plays.
There was more than just the one 4K.
That, like I said, one of many, and just being able as well to deny the existence of ultimates. Like, so often as a Zen, you get into that really pressured situation where you know there's a Genji on the other side and they're coming with blade and you're like, I have to pull trans, and that has that massive domino effect of making you push aggressively, right? You're peeking around those angles, you're trying to send those volleys in, you're trying to keep up and match that ultimate charge, and a lot of the time we talk about Zen being one of the more vulnerable support players. Before Lifeweaver came along, his hitbox was probably the most egregious in all of the support lineups that we had, with how easy it was to headshot him successfully. But Santix was never in that position of panic building transcendence because she was able to deal with the Genji blade even without the ultimate. Snap kick just comes through, volley onto the Genji's head, and bam, blade has been denied in full.
I think it's funny how much the game changed around that one play being made. It felt like the entire texture, the entire story, everything. Santix starts playing completely differently. Bumblebees start playing scared. 7-2-1 Black are playing like they have the wind at their back. Like there's a hurricane pushing them forward, all led with the tip of the spear of Santix. I mean, dude, what an insane series, and it deserved 3 maps, as have all of our other ones. We've got an interview, though, coming up in just a bit that you guys aren't going to want to miss. Be sure to stay tuned. Make sure to bring you in. Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate your patience during the quick little break, but we have got an interview on the other side of it for you, as promised, and who better than the tank player who we just saw pick up a big win for 721 Black to ask a couple of questions about the series. 721 Black, first of all, huge congratulations for picking up the win. Boom, taking up the helm. I got to ask you, though, first question, we got to get the obvious questions out of the way. Is Santix taking any performance-enhancing drugs, supplements, or the like? Like, what's going on there?
Her caffeine tolerance is incredibly low. She literally will have like one Coke in warm up, and then she's like crazy for the rest of the night. Like it's insane. She's nuts. Yeah.
So I have to ask, because I'm pretty sure your team is also of the same time zone of me. Two of you, I
Yeah.
believe, are actually in the EU at the moment. So first of all,
Four.
high five.
No, it's five. Five of us.
Keeping up
Five of us at
with
EU.
the
The only
owls.
NA is Maple. The only NA is Maple. We're all EU, all the Maple.
So
yeah.
then I have to ask, if you're playing on this super high latency, how does it actually affect how you're playing? Because obviously with latency, there's a little bit of a delay to be able to react to some of these plays. But a lot of the time, it felt like the reaction, especially to things like the Genji blade, was absolutely pixel perfect.
Yeah, so in pre-fight a lot of the time, like so I coach mainly. So like I'm good with like timings and predictions and stuff. And like in pre-fight a lot of time, like we know what their ult plan's gonna be. We know like we hold certain positions so we can like bait certain stuff out, which we usually wouldn't do on EU. So we can like have like a safer time with like counter ulting and stuff and hitting triggers. Like the latency isn't that bad. It's kind of weird on like heroes like Genji, for example, like dashing and deflecting and stuff. But like hit scans and stuff, it's not that bad. So we just try and play like as much kind of either hit scan or like something like a Hanzo or something to kind of set that back. That's why we don't run much Sombra, because the latency is just too high on the hacks. We get interrupted too much.
So obviously, I mean, your plan has to change a little bit considering the ping
Yeah,
thing, the
a
EU
little
thing.
bit.
But following that, what was your plan coming into the match? Did this go how you thought it was going to? Because honestly, for us, this is our third best 3 of the day. That's gone all the way to 3 maps, and it's felt like 5 maps.
Yeah.
Did the game plan change from start to finish? What'd you guys come in with, and what'd you end up adapting to? Run me through kind of over the course of the series what happened.
So we thought we knew we were gonna win. Like we were waiting for a very, very long time between games, because like there was like I think there was a game in the bracket that went like 4 maps or something, because they drew on Hollywood.
Yeah, like 4 or 5 maps.
Yeah, it went
Yeah.
crazy long. We knew we were gonna win because we waited too long to lose. That was kind of the mentality going into it. Like, and then we knew we were on stream. It's like, oh, we gotta win now. All the boys are watching us. We gotta win now. But
losing simply wasn't
yeah,
an option, is what I'm hearing.
yeah, like we adapted like quite a lot mid map. Like the diva swap on Kings was random. Like I can't play diva at all. I'm a main tank player. Like, I can't play diva. My Sig's like barely good enough. I can get away with Sig. My diva's terrible. But I swapped the diva just because we needed like a bit more peel. Like Hanzo was getting hit too much, and like Suzu timing on ping is terrible, so like it's hard to peel him. So yeah, I went. The diva swap was on the fly, and then ball on second. I noticed that like the Sig in mirror was just missing a lot of rocks. So I thought like if he's missing rocks on Sig, he's probably just gonna miss rocks on the ball, and then so we could hit like Zen harder, so we could just play faster tempo and overwhelm them a lot, which obviously ended up working in our favor quite considerably.
And you said as well that you were one of the team's coaches. How much practice has been done? Because obviously, again, like playing from the EU against all of these teams who are on NA, a lot of them having access to either contenders resources or even Overwatch League resources for teams like Vancouver Titans and NYXL. Like, how has that impacted how you've come into preparations for these matches?
So we didn't scrim a single Calling Our Heroes team going into the event because all of us, like, there's a couple people on our team have to work and stuff, and we just couldn't play like 1 a.m. scrims every day. So we've only scrimmed EU teams, and we tried to so 721 Black is like the Calling Our Heroes team, and then we have another team, 721, who we like went to LAN with and stuff, and Santix was on that team as well. And but we got as many blocks against them as we could, and then we had them play like specific comps that we kind of predicted like through like NA meta and stuff that people were going to play. So we played against a lot of like Monkey Sombra, a little bit of Ram, and stuff like that. Like EU teams are mainly right now playing like a lot of Monkey, Analucio, Hanzo, and like they're not really playing much Ram. So we wanted as good prep as possible, but like a lot of the preparation and adaptation and really all of like the strat building has been done in like the last day and a half, because the way that our team were playing it, that we were scrimming, if we get prep with, they don't play it anywhere near the same. Like the tempo's different, the resource investment's different, the target focus is different. So like we've had to really just kind of, after officials have like ended, we've just kind of figured out like who's weak, who's strong, kind of who we're going to go against on different stats. We played MRXL, and the strat was just hard tempo backline, skip the DPS. We don't give that DPS time to get kills. We win. Didn't go that well, but we won a round. But yeah, so we were just trying to build stuff on the fly. We've had like a week of scrims, I think, before this. So we're not the best prepared, but I think we're competent enough and we're flexible enough, and we know each other and we have good synergy to be able to like adapt to whatever we need to.
You guys look real good for a week of scrims right about
Yeah.
now. I gotta look. We can talk all about the game. You guys had some really nice strats, but I guess how does it feel to get past a game like that? To get, like you said, the broadcast game out of the way, to get such a big game out of the way, and head into the final round feeling pretty good about your spot.
Honestly, mate, I'm absolutely knackered. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. It is currently 4:53 in the morning. I've got another game to go, and I want to go to bed. That's why I look terrible. I'm in my pajamas right now. I'm literally in the
Dude,
PJs.
I wish.
I've got a jersey.
I feel it. I feel it. Same time.
Got
Another
the
cast to
jersey.
go.
But yeah, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I just want to go to bed. I've chugged so many energy drinks. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna have problems.
Well, I mean, you know what you have to do, right? You just have to win this next game quickly, and then you can
Yeah,
indeed go
just
to
win
bed.
quick.
Yeah, exactly. We just wrap it up quick. We've had the group of death. Like we played MYXL. We played we were gonna play Vancouver. We didn't end up playing Vancouver because the bracket changed. And then we played like 2 out of the top 5 teams so far. So like
I think what you're realizing is that
teams.
you're making one of the top teams yourselves. The better you
we-
play, the harder teams
yeah.
you play. You're just you're just at
like-
that point. You got to give some credit here.
Yeah, well, we don't want to be overconfident, but we're well aware of like
Yeah.
what teams are good at, what teams are bad at. We put a lot of prep into whatever VODs we can find. So like some people played in the last Calling All Heroes, I've watched a lot of those, and then I've had like teammates in EU who've played like NAODs and stuff with some of the players. So like I've got enough info on people to be able to like plan for stuff. Like the main issue with us right now is just confidence. Like early on we play better in that game than we played like all day, and it's like 4 a.m. because we just need to get the confidence. We just need to get the confidence, and then once we get the confidence and the tempo, we can roll. But yeah, we just kind of wishy-washy with the confidence, but that'll come, I think. Like we're in it for the long term. We're not just here for like one event. We're going to play EUOD together as well as this Calling Our Heroes team, so we get as much practice as possible. Like we're taking it as seriously as we can. We're not just here for the bag and then running away.
Yeah.
So, sort of then to touch on that very, very quickly, obviously we've seen in the last Calling All Heroes, a lot of either contenders teams or Overwatch League teams would look to pick up teams that were able to qualify into the grand finals and give them access to things like resourcing and coaching. As a team, what would it mean if you had that potential of being picked up by some of those organizations and given access to those resources?
We talked about that today. We've got a very set list of conditions for what we would accept and what we wouldn't accept, because realistically right now we're all very experienced in the scene. Like we've been around for a long time, and we know kind of what we can do independently and what we can't do independently. And I think people overestimate what's going to happen if they get access to like contenders level coaching or our level coaching. Really, like the biggest thing is just grind the game as much as possible, watch as many VODs as possible, and work with your teammates, because what works at Owl might not work with you. And that's, I think, a trap a lot of teams fall into. Like we struggle with Lucio comps because you've got 2 flex support players. So we play a lot of Anakiri, which we like Havana because the Bap Zen's really good for us. So I think Owl level resources are, you're only going to get Owl level resources if you're in Owl, if you're living in the team house, like your 6-hour blocks and stuff like that. Like the difference between getting access to those things and not getting access to those things is only as much as like how you can use them, and you need way more like scrim data. You need to do so much more as players to get access to that, and I don't think we'd be able to make the best use out of them. So we've got like a very specific list of things that would allow us to like actually, if you give us these things, we need to be able to like play the game more. We need to be able to like be financially sustainable. We need to make this like we need to treat this as a job. If you're going to give us owl level stuff, we need to treat this like a job and not just kind of slap the owl name on it and say, look guys, we're an owl team. Like we need to we're proud of being 721. 721 stands for our beliefs and our culture and stuff, and it'd take a lot for us to like throw that away just to say we're like an owl team.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of respect for that, and you guys are doing a ton with the resources that you do have right now. I'll say it again. Huge congrats on such a massive win. Good luck in your next. Good luck staying
Thanks, man.
awake for your next
Appreciate it.
game. More
Yeah, I'll need it.
likely.
I will need it. I will definitely need it.
Yeah, we'll leave you to go with that though. Get on to your next one. Take it easy. All right, Mox. One more to go. It's in the air tonight. Well, I guess this morning for you. But there's another 3-0 brewing, and this one is one that has been storied for quite some time. Up next, everybody, we have NYXL up against Dart Monkeys. Don't miss it. Follow, stay tuned, get water, get snacks, do what you need to, but do not miss this match. welcome back, everybody. Back to back bangers. And why don't we add one more B to that list? I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind. This one is, I hate to say it, at like 5 a.m. European time and currently midnight Eastern, but this might be the match of the night.
I mean, this is, without doubt, on paper, the match of the night. Both of these teams currently 5-1. We saw NYXL Academy take their first loss against Timeless Ethereal a little bit later on. Timeless Ethereal still currently undefeated 6-0, but NYXL Academy and Dart Monkeys, one of these two teams is going to walk away with that second position, and they're going to go head-to-head live on broadcast to figure out who's going to come out ahead moving into tomorrow, where we elongate the matches and potentially see an even later broadcast day. Is, oh my goodness, though, the talent on show today is absolutely unmatched.
Yeah, the resilience from these teams as well. This is a lot of game. The only thing more resilient than these teams might be my hair, which has somehow stayed styled throughout the entirety of this obscenely long day. And it might not for this match, especially if it's as good as we think it's going to be. It's going to be all over the place. And this is when things get messy.
This is when things get incredibly messy. This is when we're going to see the flexibility and versatility come through from these teams. Like you said, it has been an incredibly long day as well for all of these teams, all of these players. So you are going to just see that perseverance as well come through. And both of these teams have been able to pull through in Calling All Heroes before. Dart Monkeys were very popular in the last iteration of Dart Monkeys. They've kept the exact same team moving forward. Absolutely no surprises. They've been having an absolute whale of the time if you have an eye on their social medias, but they have extensive hero pools from all of these players, and I think Aspen immediately stands out, SK as well, being very, very skilled in that backline. Aspen being known for her sort of continued existence alongside LA Gladiators, and potentially being one of the first females other than Kaguri all the way back in inaugural Overwatch League for the Shanghai Dragons to maybe be able to step up into that Overwatch League existence. In fact, I think if there's any player who does make it onto that stage, first and foremost, likely Aspen is going to be included.
Obviously a formidable roster, but we have to remember this is a roster that lost to Timeless Eternal earlier on in the day, so maybe not the clear victors that we thought it was going to be. Meanwhile, another team whose only loss was to Timeless Ethereal is NYXL Academy. Fun with Sniper, Wicca, and Caro make their appearances for the second time on broadcast today.
Yeah, and again, like you said, second time on broadcast, so we already know what a good team this team truly is. Bond standing out, obviously having that experience inside contenders, as well as Wicca getting that experience, being able to synergize together really, really nicely, being able as well to be very versatile in terms of the hero pool that they're able to output. I think they're going to be a little bit concerned about maybe that Doomfist curveball coming back on through, but I'm not really expecting it to be too problematic, given the fact that I'm expecting this just to be a lot of meta versus meta, a lot of really heavy dive compositions coming through, most likely on control Ram versus Ram, with that maybe little wrinkle of something like a May to be fielded over maybe that Tracer and Sombra full commitment to dive.
Bold of you to expect anything at this point. At this point, this late in the night, this many matches in with what we've... I'm done expecting things. The only thing I expect out of this is a good match. And starting off on Oasis, I think it is very likely that we get exactly that. 3 very different points to play, 3 very different styles to try and field for these teams. And I say 3 because I'm like all but certain it's going to go to 3. Every single control point that we've had has at least threatened going to 3 submaps.
Yeah, I mean, if University does pop up, we might get to see the Reinhardt. Reinhardt on University is probably one of the more in-line maps that you can run the Reinhardt on, and Eevee is very partial to the tank of the Reinhardt, so I wouldn't be unsurprised if we see Dart Monkeys try and lean on that little bit of expertise, but we've already seen what happens. The Ramattra is just a little bit better than the Rhine at all stages in terms of just like initial poke pressure coming through with things like the lack of damage fall off on the primary, the fact that you can have that range pressure and then very quickly rubber band towards the melee too, whereas the Reinhardt without something like Lucio gets a little bit caught amongst the weeds and can very
every time
quickly
we
be
go to a
chunked
brawl
down.
map, you just start making fun of Reinhardt and I just get sad. You're just
Hey,
like,
look,
oh
he's,
yeah, they
he's
could bring
getting
out a
a
Reinhardt or a
cardboard
Ramattra.
skin
You could
Okay,
just
he's
leave him
getting a
alone.
skin
Just
where
leave
his
him
armor
alone.
is literally covered. We
Flipping
saw
right
it in the
into
Battle
this.
Pass teaser, so I'm gonna say just now, I'm sticking in line with Blizzard. They know that there is no chance that it was
Play
coincidence.
my hero in peace. That's all I
That
ask.
they released the Reinhardt covered skin on the same patch that his armor gets nerfed, and I find that absolutely hilarious.
Blizzard is a cool mistress, I'll tell you that much. Anyways, Dart Monkeys, NYXL. I'll say it again, match of the night material. Granted, we have had 3 gigabangers on so far, so I don't even think you could say that anymore. It's going to be close, though. We're starting things out on City Center. We expect the dive compositions to be a bit more prevalent here, but that's not to say you cannot run something different if you want.
Yeah, this is where you're most likely going to be funneled towards that dive. Whether it's the Winston, whether it's the Hammond, the big difference is most likely going to be in that backline. Already we can see Wicker on the Ana, Aspen's going to be fielding towards Lucio. No surprises, SK is going to be fielding towards that Kiriko. So we've already gone over the differences. Sustainability for that Ana, for the Winston, but also just a lack of survivability. That Kiriko and Lucio work together so well to make sure that they're both able to survive those engagements, as Bon is going to cross onto the Sombra, Wisps onto the Tracer alongside Zemra, and it's just going to be a straight up mirror matchup. So every single one of these players has access to everything else that's thrown at them.
And shout out to Boom for calling it, right? Understanding that there was going to be a lot of that. Winston, Lucio, Ana, Kiriko flying around alongside the Sombra. Good call out. Understood the NA meta well. Arco, though, with a big opener on the Wisp, is going to put the brakes on NYXL Academy, at least for the time being. TV Girl storms forward, though. Punishes an overextension. Are playing Overwatch 3 yet again. 4v4 on the point. Dart Monkeys, though, in control of it, ticking up that percentage further and further with every moment.
Good dive coming through from TV Girl, however, not able to find that backline, intercepted by Dart Monkey's Winston. Hack does calm down, but the kill doesn't come through. Zemrit does go down in the meantime to Kero, however, and Eevee, as a result, isn't really getting that room to be able to maneuver back onto NYXL and look for the counter dive opportunity. Just has to walk forward and use the Tesla call to try and bite into the backline instead.
That they will. TV Girl makes the space, flips the point. A lot of zapping going on, but they've got a little bit more cleaving done than the other. Oh, we have to sit back and take a look at the ultimates, take stock of what we've gathered throughout all of that, because there's a lot coming up.
Yeah, like you said, there's a difference in cleave between the two Winstons, and as a result, TV Girl or Sniper will have access to that primal already. They can use it to try and reroute the impact of SK's Kitsune Rush as well. Wicker is going to have that soundbar, but it's actually the hack that comes down onto NYXL Academy's Kiriko before the fight begins. Kero now using that Kitsune Rush to embolden Sniper's push into that back line, but not in time to save Bond.
It does so quite well. Dart Monkeys, though, respond with 2 of their own, popping every single ultimate they had in response to the engagement from NYXL Academy. If NYXL Academy can get out of this relatively cleanly, they're going to be happy. But if they can get out, maybe with a win, with the point contest, I'd be even happier. But no point contest. Instead, they choose to reset, take their ultimate advantage, and go.
Well, Soundbar is going to be removed from both these Lucios, so Sombras can just use that EMP whenever they want to, and whenever they want to is right now. NYXL coming in with a coordinated dive. TV Girl coming in off of the back of that EMP, connecting onto SK, denying the Kiriko the chance to be able to use that Swift Step, and as a result, NYXL should be able to find a flip. It's just going to be about how much stall Dart Monkeys can output before that flip comes through.
I mean, it's all down to follow-up on the EMPs. They were popped at practically the exact same time, if not the same frame. But NYXL Academy, better follow-up. The dive from Wisp and TV Girl Sniper were phenomenal. And finish off those health bars. Now, no ultimates on board, and a pick in favor of Dart Monkeys. You have to give them a big advantage coming back into the point. They're going to grab this thing right back.
Yeah, Bond goes incredibly low. So low, actually, that she gets sent back to spawn. Barcode looking for that hack will be able to find the entrance for Dart Monkeys onto this point. As Flip still hasn't been given through. Zemra has that Pulse Bomb. They're trying to just push the NYXL Academy off of this point so they can finally find the flip. We're even seeing the Pulse Bomb being used just to zone this team even further, but the contest is still in play. NYXL conga lining themselves onto this point to not allow Dart Monkeys the control they look for.
This is what they needed to do earlier, right? This is that control that you can get on only City Center when you can rack up the percentage all the way up to 99 from 0. NYXL Academy doing a phenomenal job of that. In fact, they've got all 5 members. They're not even losing the fight anymore. They are still passive observers to it, waiting for an opportunity to properly engage, but No longer are they at least backseating the engagement from Dart Monkeys from earlier. Now Dart Monkeys, though, emboldened by the fact that they have a sound barrier in their back pocket, are going to look to push forward. They tick the point over in their favor. NYXL throwing the sound barrier, throw in an EMP to counter it for Dart Monkeys, though. And all of a sudden, the fight slipped on its heads. The shields stripped from their users. And it's NYXL Academy paying the price for it. Sound barrier from Aspen, just that little bit better in the moment, but it hasn't solidified a win quite yet.
Yeah, Wisp is able to find a pick, but Dart Monkeys going to be able to hold on. The Primal just batting NYXL from being able to move back onto that point, but now it's run out. The stick comes through. TV Go uses a Primal of their own to push back onto the members of Dart Monkeys. Zemrit hacked out, gets juggled by the Winston and immediately dealt with as NYXL throw in the EMP to try to finish off. Kitsune Rush coming through from SK, trying to buy Dart Monkeys that opportunity to push back onto this fight, and it has bought them a little bit of bubble to be able to breathe with, as NYXL still able to find themselves on this point, but not able to find the pick.
But you have to question, like, if this just keeps going, which it seems like it will because nobody is dying. Barco's gonna be the first one to get the EMP up. Oh, now things get spicy, though. No Winston, but you have the EMP, so slight advantage Dart Monkeys for just a couple seconds there, but once NYXL Academy pick their health bars back up, which they already have, they have the massive advantage of still having their tank player alive, so they've got to find a solid engagement. Waiting out the beat now, again, still no tank right now for Dart Monkeys, but that beat will buy time for Eevee to come back in. NYXL Academy have stabilized and now are basically on even footing in the fight. Trades either way, though. The health bars all crumble and hit zero at the same exact time. It's Dart Monkey coming out on top, though.
You know, I think we stayed at 99 to 99 longer than a map
We were
is
not at
normally
99 to
finished
99.
on City Center. We played like 360% of that point. And if that's any indication on how close this series is going to be, you are, like you said, going to be in for a very, very, very long free map series between these two teams. Really good sound barrier coming through from Aspen to be able to make up for the absence of Eevee and buy the time necessary for that Winston to be able to come back and them to finally be able to, as a group, push back onto the members of NYXL. And it really is going to come down to now who's able to control that high ground. Early Symmetra TPs come through to just allow faster touching towards the point as both of these teams look for the engagement, look for the opening hack to come out onto the Winston, and it's Sniper who's found out first.
Not too bad, though. Sniper can just get on out. Eevee can say the same. Let's get Suzu, and unfortunately that means the heals are relatively lacking. The tank to peel the rest of the team away now as they disengage. A far better position, almost inarguably, right now for the team defending the point. The question is, how good is the dive to counter it?
Yeah, they're pushed all the way back as well, so you can already see NYXL setting themselves up both on the low ground and the high ground to make Caro a lot easier to be able to survive the dive that comes through. As a hack comes down, isn't able to find a kill. Wisp does go down to Zemrit in tandem with SK's focus, and this should be NYXL with that lack of a body having to give up a lot of posturing for just immediate pressure coming through from Dart Monkeys.
NYXL this time not opting to try and bring this thing all the way to 99% from zero, but that's an okay trade. Understanding when you're in a losing position, though they're not going to give it up. They've stated themselves outside of the point and are waiting for an opportunity, looking for any member to step slightly out of position. They think they've spotted one in the backline in the Lucio, but they calmly disengage. Now a response is a pulse bomb from Zemrit, sound barrier as well from Aspen, a big commitment from Dart Monkeys, and I'm not sure it's even going to result in a win quite yet. They take down TV Girl, and finally, everything they just threw in is proven worth it.
Eevee is still alive. Somehow she goes so low, but she doesn't even actually need to use that primal, nor the rush to come through, as we see Caro just using that Suzu in case Zemrit try to go for a drive-by stick of that pulse bomb before Swift stepping back to their team. Primals are going to be up for both of these Winstons, but so too is EMP going to be up for both of these Sombras, and it's going to be a matter of who is going to be able to find more value.
That's when we saw him pop at the exact same time here, all but the same. You have to think a perfect counter dive is worth 10 regular ones. The EMP was phenomenal from Barcode. They thought they were following up on Bun's EMP by diving in like that, but instead they were just diving over top of Barcode.
Yeah, really smart play, like you said, from Dart Monkeys, punishing the fact that if they wanted to pull off that dive, NYXL had to fully commit all of their bodies, putting themselves into that position where the Sombra can just sit and wait with the EMP. As the hack comes down now onto Kero, denying that Kitsune Rush to be able to open up this point with still more percentage bought. Switch step even coming in from the Kiriko to be used to get into the fight, and that puts yourself into a vulnerable position. Suzu being burnt as a second swift step, being able to allow Kero to disengage safely, but now finally it is going to be the Kiriko going down. Aspen on the Lucio hunts them down, removes them from the fight, and no sustainability on the side of NYXL means that the overtime contest is going to be a lot shorter than the previous maps.
It looks pretty lights out right about now. How long can they actually keep this thing going for? I'm not convinced it's particularly long. This could very well be a 2 sub-map control point, but they've got to be able to find the rest of those picks. The health bars are low, but they are not 0 right about now for NYXL Academy. They've got a lot of gumption to keep fighting this point like this, but it's more than enough to work. Eevee down. The fight continues. The pressure from NYXL beginning to mount. Dart Monkeys can feel the fight slipping from their hands, and oh boy, they're coated in baby oil while they're at it, because it is falling all through their fingers.
Dart Monkeys should have had that. That was no support in the form of Kero when NYXL throw themselves onto the point to keep overtime in play, but the Squishies are able to, like you said, be extremely slippery. Like, this is a composition that is all about staggering and stalling and not going down easily, and NYXL play it perfectly, trading bodies, trading presence on that point to be able to make sure that overtime continues to play until they're able to find the regroup as an EMP comes through from Bun, connecting onto Dart Monkey's backline, denying the Lucio the ability to be able to disengage, but Zemrit actually finds the Winston as once again an opportunity that should have been there for NYXL to open up with the dive EMP is denied and shut in their face.
Now it's Barcode building up towards that EMP. NYXL Academy popping a sound barrier, trying to find some way back in. Wicca's looking to clutch up as best as she can, but things are just getting tougher. Gap's Aspen taken down, following no Lucios remain on the field. Dart Monkeys in control, and with an EMP in hand, all tools available to finish this map off here and now, but they have bled out SK, and they are slowly going to rot if they are not careful. There is not much to sustain on this point to keep Dart Monkeys in it. They've just got to try and keep people off the point as long as they can, but they won't be able to. NYXL are coming in, and they have a whole host of tools to use to try and take them down. Dart Monkeys cower back towards their own choke point, looking for any semblance of a place to dig their heels in and try and fight back, but they simply can't. NYXL have flipped it. It cost them a Kitsune Rush. They got it.
It cost them a Kitsune Rush, but they have a Primal as well as a Pulse Bomb to be able to stall out until the EMP is there for Bun. They just have to survive the rush engagement coming through from Dart Monkeys, as Aspen is not going to be able to use the Sound Barrier for engagement, knowing that Bun is so close to that Sombra ultimate.
Kitsune Rush out this time for Dart Monkeys. They know it can't be matched. A sound barrier thrown in, layered on top of the TV Girl. Could try and peel a lot of this away with the Primal Rage, and they do! Completely denies the dive with the Primal Rage of their own. TV Girl with some massive heroics to disengage the double being used by Dart Monkeys. All of this from NYXL Academy off the back of a massive play from their tank player. Now they've got an EMP. They've got a Pulse Bomb. They fought their way tooth and nail back into this map, and they will reap the fruits of which they have sown, and they will retrieve themselves from the depths of map number 3.
We're going to university, though. Pack the school bags, get ready to hop on that bus. University is ahead, and potentially that swap over from the Winston towards either the Ramatra or the Reinhardt. Dive is still a viable option here, but much more likely now that we're seeing things like the Mei come through. We are going to see that Rush Brawl composition come out. Zemrit on the Mei, Barcode alongside the Hanzo, Bun, yeah, going to be matching Mei as well. Interesting to see that these Lucios are potentially still going to be sticking around. The Baptiste, a must pick. It feels like when you have that Ramatra, a lot squishier, I think, than a lot of players were sort of anticipating when Ram first dropped, but having that immortality field to be able to circumvent that impact from the Mei wall is just too crucial to forgo.
Changing compositions now. Barcode up against Wisp on the Hanzo. Ace to match Zemrit versus Bun. A difficult fight for either side, but the wall right now from Bun looks phenomenal. The one to match from Zemrit, a bit less so. It's going to result in a positional advantage for NYXL, one that they leverage into a pick onto Zemrit. I don't think there's a way in without the help of that Mei right now for Dart Monkeys.
Yeah, especially with Wisps covering that high ground so Dark Monkeys don't get the off angle to set Barcode into a position to punish the members of NYXL encroaching upon Dark Monkey's front line. Wisps just turns around to her left rather and deals with the Mirror Hanzo too. And this is going to be Dark Monkeys sent packing within moments. NYXL establishing that point control, holding on to it, foregoing that high ground initially, but then moving into it the second that they've got Dark Monkeys stuffed up in that choke.
That's off to the other side's choke. YXL Academy looking to hold. No ultimates in tow to really do so, though they have not secured that much of an advantage yet in the fight. Instead, they've got to take this one mono. Mono. Only ultimates on the board are ones that they build during this fight, but they won't even need them. TV Girl Sniper has done a phenomenal job engaging this fight, laying the damage onto the backline, the foundation on which Wisp will build a fight win.
Yeah, Bun coming in with such a good Mei wall. Coming in on that second Mei wall, isolating out the member of Dark Monkeys and allowing TV Girl on that rematch to just move forward and pummel through the health bar, even using that zone as well to push on the remaining members of Dark Monkeys squishies to isolate them even further from being able to help Eevee on that rematch so they're able to just chunk the tank down. And YXL now using that amplification matrix, forcing out that early wall from Zemrit so Bun doesn't have to hold back and can use one of her own the second she sees Dark Monkeys move on towards that choke.
Choice snap from NYXL Academy. A beautiful dragon thrown in. Completely slices the likes of Dark Monkeys in half. But still, they remain stalwart, ever present in the face of NYXL Academy, facing them down and saying, you know what, we will take that dragon. You can throw all the damage you want at us, but we will not topple.
Yeah,
Wait,
Barcode actually uses Wisps pushing forward aggressively to throw that Dragon Strike into the angle of Ant Matrix to take the Hanzo down. So even though the Dragon Strike connects through the Ant Matrix, they're still missing that burst damage of the Hanzo to keep Eevee in check when Annihilation comes through. And NYXL Academy are now going to have to reapproach without support ultimates. Thankfully, Dark Monkeys don't have support ultimates of their own. Early Blizzard comes through. The Maywall isn't able to trap any member of NYXL as a Dragon Strike comes through from Dark Monkeys and still misses the connection.
No, we're watching whiff after whiff after whiff of ultimates right about now. All right, the teams pick it back up right where they left off, walling off the likes of Eevee. Oh, that's a big play by Bun to bring the fight back. So some real spaghetti droppage going on there in those moments, but it's going to result in NYXL Academy taking away a map number 1, which is crazy because after all of that, University ends in relatively unceremonious fashion. Nevertheless, though, a massive win for NYXL Academy.
So I'm gonna say that yes, unfortunately, both the Blizzard and the Dragon Strike didn't
the Blizzard,
find
the Dragon,
value
and then the next Blizzard too.
that they were looking for. But here's the caveat, right? Wicker knows that Blizzard is there. They know that they're going to use that Maywall to try and isolate those players. Holds on to the Lucio speed boost, and I'm fine with them throwing in that Blizzard just to force Dark Monkeys back even further. Like, even if that Blizzard from them doesn't connect, at least NYXL are able to use it to be able to secure that point flip to come through. Agreed. And then you're playing with the other team pushing into a choke where Mei has that wall and is going to be able to move onto those targets. And Mei, when we moved into Overwatch 2, yes, she lost the ability to fully freeze with her primary, but primary is essentially a flamethrower, just turned into the O negatives. It does so much damage up close and personal, and you can even see NYXL just throwing in that immortality field over the top to guarantee that they're able to continue to hold that really aggressive position on choke, so that Bun on that Mei is able to continue to connect that primary damage onto all of the members that are trying to push back onto the point once the Blizzard has abated.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk specifics about that final fight all we want, but I think we should zoom out and talk a little bit about what these teams are making for their own identities, because we have two very different teams. Though they were locking the exact same compositions the entire time, if there's one thing I've learned in this, is that NYXL, oh my god, they just don't have, they forgot the quit bone in their body. It was not installed when they were born. They kept going on every single fight, every single engagement, just believing that they could win anything. And they could. They did.
Perseverance. Like I said, these teams have been going for a very, very, very long day. We cannot undersell that fact, but they have that perseverance, and the fact that they're able to continue to hold that morale and the communication as well from like team chat has got to be exemplary, especially when you're pushing into a fight and it's gone on that long and you're juggling so many different factors and you're trying to think like, okay, who's coming out of respawn now? Who's going to be the body that takes on that point control and goes after the specific target that we've figured out that we're going to jump onto? Like, that communication from this team, what I would give to be a fly on the wall to listen into those comms, because they have to be absolutely stellar to be able to pull off those holds.
I think both of them have. I mean, considering that we were watching Somber Monkey comms go pretty much the entire time, it has been at times hyper synchronous, right? At times a complete clown fiesta when some of these fights break down. Like, you are on every extreme of the spectrum right about now, and it's not getting any less exciting. We're going to Blizzard World next to continue things. We could see a change in composition here. We could see non-mirrors, but it's likely we do see at least at some point either the Winston or the Ram come back.
Yeah, I would expect that we're most likely going to see that Winston continue to just pop up alongside something like the Sombra. Sombra has just had so much buff to her, like, even just sort of not fully buffed in terms of the numbers, but the ability that Hack has to be able to just knock players and heroes out of the meta. Like, Orisa is just nothing at the moment in terms of meta, and a large part of it is down to Sombra just being able to disable her kit entirely. Lifeweaver coming through, obviously he's not enabled in this tournament, but I think we're not really going to see a lot of Lifeweaver in either Contenders or Overwatch League, even though we know he's enabled there, purely because Sombra just disables so much of his kit, and she continues to be such a problem for these teams to deal with. When that Winston and Sombra, when that synchronization is on absolute lock, you see those targets get picked out and they get like 0.5 seconds to realize what's happening until they blink and they're just in the respawn room.
I feel like 0.5 seconds is kind of generous. I think that's more than a lot of them get. Yeah, it's rough getting hacked out and taken down, but I think it's important that we highlight the Sombras that are doing it, because I actually think that Barcode, man, the EMPs were landing time and time again. Counter dive EMPs, dive EMPs, didn't seem to matter. Both Sombras were connecting consistently and charging up at pretty reasonable paces on top of that.
Yeah, they were keeping pace with each other, right? And that's like the huge ask that you have, that both of these Sombras, if you're going for that mirror, have to be able to build EMP, because it always puts that Sombra into a horrible position of, you're like, do I EMP first and hope that we're going to find the value? Or if you're Dart Monkeys, well, we're going to EMP second. Like, twice we saw that they would wait for Bun to use the EMP, that it would signal a full commitment from NYXL. It would not be a bait. EMP had been used. They want to have that follow-up. And Dart Monkeys would play what should be a significant disadvantage to an absolute stunner of a win, because they would know that NYXL were fully committed into that fight, and they would lay just trap upon trap upon trap, obstacle upon obstacle, to make sure even when EMP commits, it still doesn't mean a fight loss.
Now you're playing into the Sombra, but I'm going to be honest, I got to take a second here and address how confusing it is to see NYXL in orange and Dart Monkeys in blue. My head's going to hurt after this one. Good luck to the rest of you chatters who are up at 12:30 Eastern time, keeping things straight. NYXL Academy, though, like I said, in the orange and fielding that Sombra that we were talking about that can be so deadly. Dart Monkey's a very different offer up, though. Kiriko Ana, held by the Monkey, but with an Ashe in tow. Often wanted to keep things at a bit of the distance. A composition we haven't seen too much of, but I trust is going to be perfectly powerful, especially with Barcode being able to take up the reins on the Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe, like you said, wanting to keep things at further distance, quite literally in terms of the coach gun. You're able to just coach gun off the dive, but Kero finds SK, and that is going to be that backlane sustainability significantly removed, as we are going to see Dart Monkeys just forced to give up a lot of room, as NYXL Academy are going to be able to fully push this defense off of that one pick straight back into Chosen, pick up at least one tick at this point. Now a second, and still Dart Monkeys have not been able to put themselves onto the point contest.
So where's the finisher right now is the question. for NYXL Academy. As they position themselves around the point, as they play this neutral, they're looking for a dive, but no ultimates are coming up anytime soon. Until then, Dart Monkeys can continually just pump heals into Eevee until a pick comes through, but it's for NYXL Academy who find the opener. Zemrit gets a little too big for their britches and steps a little too far forward, and that was all the opening that NYXL needed. Find a point cap.
Oh no, Eevee's denied the ability to jump over that roof, bonks her head on the woodwork, and is sent tumbling down to the ground with a start, as NYXL Academy will be able to unlock that point off of a first fight, and really only 2 picks coming through to be able to lock that up. The initial one onto SK, and then that secondary one onto Zemrit, so that the Tracer just doesn't get to worry over that little side lane flank towards some of the squishies set further back. And Bun has been doing such a good job of just hacking these really strong targets either onto SK to deny that Kiriko the ability to be able to push onto the point and then swift step back to the team to keep the contest in place, or even the hack just connecting onto Eevee so that she's not able to jump in and create that space, as Barcode moves onto the Soldier just for extra sustainability on their side while still having that distance to push and punish NYXL when they try and move onto these high grounds.
The high ground will play well. There's no doubt about that right now. Dart Monkeys are just trying to make sure they have somebody to contest the cart. That's the big problem for them. They can have the high ground all they want. They can look for picks, but stopping cart progress is a lot easier said than done. You can see the cart continues to move forward. 5 ultimates up practically for either side at this point. And it is a Mexican standoff. Either of them just waiting for the other to pull the trigger first. Dive up from NYXL Academy. EMP in. A beautiful bit of follow-up. The nano boost comes out from Aspen, but it is but a whisper, a whimper, as she falls to the ground, unable to have enough impact to counter such a massive ultimate as Bun landed.
Yeah, but Eevee throws in the Primal Rage, and they're actually able to trade a member of NYXL Academy. Sniper taking a lot of fire, comes in with a Primal Rage of their own, still holding on to it, but she doesn't actually use it just yet. So it's the bubble. Now we see the Primal Rage, since Eevee's jumped away from her Soldier, and that opens them up to go down. Hack onto the Soldier to make sure no heals or attack fires can come through to peel through that Primal Rage, but Barcode from some really good healing coming through from Aspen and SK will stay standing. Now it's not going to be that for the Tac Visor, but the Tac Visor, the threat of it is still going to be something that forces NYXL Academy into dropping that sound barrier, as we see the pulse bomb connection from Zemrit is going to immediately be peeled away by the Suzu coming through from Kero, and NYXL Academy off of this rush are not allowing Dart Monkeys any time to chime back into this fight.
Chance. I mean, that ultimate trade that we saw, yes, we saw a kill from one Primal Rage, not enough from the other, but the trades themselves were way worth it for NYXL Academy, who come away with double support ultimates going into that fight. It looked close because Dart Monkeys certainly did lay down some damage, but it was never going to go their way when you're facing down KR and Sound Barrier. Now you got an EMP coming into this one. It only gets worse.
Yeah, Dart Monkeys just swapped off of the Ana and the Soldier when they were so close to Tac Visor. They've understood that they're just going to be too vulnerable. Sitting in the back, waiting for that dive to come through. NYXL's coordination on point, like we talked about. That Sombra and Tracer Winston synergy is just so clean from this team. As again, Sniper just goes to pressure that front line, not allowing Dart Monkeys any opportunity of rest by keeping Eevee entirely occupied so that the EMP comes through and connects onto SK. You lose your support once again, and NYXL just continue to walk forward.
A big hack as well into the Winston, who is already extremely low. Can they run Eevee down? They can. She hits the dirt unceremoniously like a sack of potatoes at the hands of NYXL Academy, who are tearing through Blizzard World. That pace is unseen by human eyes. Now to the end of the map they go. No touch to be had by Dart Monkeys. NYXL Academy have laid down the law. They have watched broadcasts. They have seen what has happened in NYXL Academy before. They have watched and witnessed every 3-map turbo banger we have gotten before this, and they look to change the tide of the Daymocks. That is a commanding time bank.
Yeah, and they just continued to pressure. There was never really a moment where we had to wait for NYXL Academy to go for that regroup, and that was what Dart Monkey's composition was sort of relying on. right? Having Barcode on the soldier, you're relying on NYXL Academy eventually having to go back to that respawn, so they have to sort of bundle their forces all the way through the gauntlet that is crossing that high ground when you don't have to burn that Winston bubble early straight into the soldier who's going to be set up with the tac visor. We don't even get to see the tac visor. Heck, we don't even get to see a Bob to come through when initially they'd fielded that Ash. Was NYXL Academy just did such a good job. Like I said, I cannot praise Bun enough for this Sombra pick of just being able to find those targets, identify, have the rest of the team pull Eevee's focus for long enough. Literally 5 seconds is all Bun needs to be able to find that pick, the infiltration, the fact that she is willing to fully commit the EMP, which is far faster to connect, almost instantaneous, so hard to cancel out, especially if you're a Kiriko. Like, a lot of the time you just don't have the time to be able to Swift Step or Suzu it, as opposed to going for the hack where you have a little bit more leeway to be able to escape it, committing that full ultimate onto just taking down that one target, because you know that one target falling is just going to be a fight win for your team.
Confidence incarnate is Bun right about now. Certainly bolstered after that 3-minute time bank was secured. See how they fare though, considering that the defending side of this map can be merciless to say the least. Oh, I guess Gay learns that the hard way. Trying to teleport out, doesn't manage to get away either. NYXL Academy now have them completely surrounded. It's just a matter of time before this small room, this carnival ride of Blizzard World is quickly turned into a very, very deadly place. The likes of Dart Monkeys. Barcode dropped low again. Dive in from Eevee. NYXL Academy waiting for their opportunity, looking for those supports. They're wondering, okay, there's 2 people on point, but where's the rest of the team? Where are those targets? And they spotted them out. Onto the Lucio goes the dive. It's unsuccessful though for NYXL Academy. Now it's Dart Monkey's turn. Immediately posturing, looking for that back line, and Eevee's on top of all 4 of them.
Yeah, Sniper has to go for that jump out, and unfortunately she jumps away from her supports, and Eevee, very similar to when we saw NYXL identify that the Winston was away, which means those backlines are going to be so vulnerable, very quickly makes that dive happen onto NYXL's backline, and literally in the blink of an eye we see point A open up. We may well be in for a just as fast, if not faster, time bank set for the side of Dart Monkeys to attack Blizzard World, as NYXL do not have access to this high ground right now. Zemrit is just patrolling to see whether or not anyone is going to try and take it away from them. Has the pulse bomb, has to use the recall early, and that is going to actually force away Zemrit's position on the high ground, allowing NYXL that potential to turn this fight around, as we see Dart Monkeys being pressured from the staircase but still pushing the payload forward.
Payload continues careening that way. NYXL refused to take the fight on it. Instead, trying to fight for the high ground, but they can't even do that. Eevee's got a great primal rage to force them back. Pulls back to the rest of the team. Cart progress now having been made, and looks to reclaim that high ground. It's going to be difficult though. Bun's got the EMP, and now it's NYXL Academy's turn to strike, immediately taking down the likes of Zemrit. The Winston's still low. Sombra found in Barcode, at least forced back for the time being, and now it's the rest of the team quickly to fall afterwards. Phenomenal follow-up again on another one of Bun's huge EMPs.
Like I said, this Sombra has just been doing so much for the side of NYXL. We cannot praise it enough, as Barcode is going to have 1 EMP of their own to deal with, but the problem is, again, like, getting over that distance that Barcode has to be able to set this EMP up with. She is going to be able to push the payload a little bit. NYXL Academy are going to somewhat allow this, and in fact it uses up that rush as baits them into the EMP. Consider rush line coming through from Dart Monkeys, since NYXL have already been able to use theirs, as a primal comes through from Sniper, just plastering the members of Dart Monkeys against those sidewalls, not allowing them to be able to push the payload any further for just a little moment, as Zemrit will be able to take Sniper down. However, it was extremely expensive for the side of Dart Monkeys to be able to pull that off. Unfortunately for NYXL Academy, it was just expensive on their side, and this contest is going to have to be done without ultimates.
I mean, it looks like a pretty good contest. I count 5 players on either side. NYXL Academy are going to be pretty happy with the engagement so far. The question is, can they find the backline? SK teleports out. Eevee dropped extremely low. Winston's life lies on a knife's edge. She will not be cut by it. No. Instead, the callous forms stay strong. And now Stuck still manages to get out alive. Eevee dropped down to half health again. Has built up an entire other primal rage. This tank player refuses to give space, refuses to bend the knee to NYXL Academy. and sees their way through the B point of Blizzard World. Now another massive time bank potentially in the books. It's certainly going to be hard to match that of NYXL Academy.
I mean, Dart Monkeys have the EMP to be able to open up this fight with. We've seen the follow-up from EMP doesn't necessarily have to be an ultimate. It just has to be well-coordinated dives coming through from your Sombra and Tracer. However, Bun in that stealth form is going to look to get the hack to land onto Dart Monkeys' backline. The Kiriko is the target of focus, does get hacked, but SK is able to survive. Of is slowed Dart Monkey's presence on this payload, as now the EMP comes through onto Wisp, but the Tracer able to survive long enough for the recall to come through, and Kero now gets to use that Kitsune Rush to push Dart Monkeys further back towards their spawn, and that time bank is very quickly draining away.
Confident EMP is not always a successful one. NYXL Academy are going to look to prove that case as they got out of that alive now, building up towards an EMP of their own. In fact, an entire ultimate smorgasbord, if you will. A lot of tools available coming into this fight. Dart Monkeys have got to figure out how to play
get pressured either. She knows that EMP was just used by Dart Monkey, so you can sit back and use that sign bar whenever you want to.
Cool. Aiden with difficulty though, because Aspen's coming up on hers as well. Emerald Pulse Bomb looking for any target, specifically the Monkey right about now. First Soundberry comes out from Wisp, second from Aspen. Slightly better beat for Dart Monkeys, gives them a big advantage. Wisp goes down early in the fight. A Kitsune Rush invested by Dart Monkeys as well. They're going to throw everything into this one, and it works beautifully in their favor. NYXL Academy had the advantage coming in, but Monkeys proved that it is just not enough. We talked about the grit and determination this team has, and it continues to show.
Secondary sound barrier unfortunately finds a lot more value as it is prone to in Overwatch meta, as Eevee's going to be coming up with a primal to try and juggle these members of NYXL Academy so they don't get to have that coordinated target focus, taking down one of these players and building the ultimates necessary to be able to hold onto this field a little bit longer. EMP is on the books for Bun, but Dart Monkey's doing a very good job of making sure it's only going to be Eevee and the Lucio that get caught out by it.
That's still
enough,
right?
It might be more than enough. Eevee going down means no giant body to be able to absorb all of that damage coming through from NYXL, but it's traded. Sniper goes down at the same time. Faster respawn's going to be there for NYXL Academy, but they have to keep touching the payload! Oh, it's almost a letter number as Dart Monkeys throw in the EMP onto the members of NYXL, putting themselves onto that payload, trying to keep it in play, as Dart Monkeys with a primal might be able to juggle everybody off it if they even need to use it. It's just good target focus coming through from the team. NYXL Academy unfortunately reduced to just having to stagger their way into that fight, and one by one they are dealt with by the target focus coming through, but there is a world of difference in terms of time bank available for both of these teams.
110 is certainly uncomfy. Have to make the most of it though. The first pushes on point A have been successful thus far for these teams, but seeing your way all the way through is going to be a hard task for anybody. And honestly, at this time of night, one slip up is not hard to do, but neither of these teams refuse to give either team anything.
Yeah, but for Dart Monkeys, like you said, it is essentially one slip-up territory, which is going to cost them this map. And in turn, the series, 1 minute and 10 seconds. At least, I will say, the benefit that you have to work with is that you're more than likely on attack going to be running that Sombra, the Tracer, and those are two heroes that very quickly do build into those ultimates. But they're also two heroes that are very, very vulnerable if they get taken down. And NYXL Academy are going a little bit off meta at the moment. Bun is going to be going onto that Reaper, so if you get attempted to be hacked, you're going to be able to have the Ray Form as well as being able to deal with Eevee. Kero, likewise, is going to be fielding themselves onto that Moira, so you can use the Fade to be able to cleanse off that hack. And they're actually sitting themselves up into the side room, waiting for Dart Monkeys to move right past them, unsuspectingly sitting in that little room, but they are spotted out by Barcode, and this is going to signal the composition that Dart Monkeys are running into.
Am I the only one that, like, I'm questioning running a Sombra with a minute on the clock? I feel like that's not a hot take right about now. It's a decent bit of damage, but it's almost never going to be an EMP in time. Eevee falls, the Sombra separated away. I mean, you can poke, but you got 40 seconds to build 65% of an EMP? No. Like, Dart Monkeys are taking a big risk. I think they need to get more distance after A, and that's what the EMP would be used for, but it's a huge risk because you're not going to have the EMP for A. It's not guaranteed.
And Barcode is not getting easy targets to hack either. Like, that Winston bubble is constantly there. It's not like you're feeding into that D.Va mech and always using that nail gun to be able to chip away at health and build up the EMP. She's yet to pass 50%. NYXL playing from that high ground, waiting for Dart Monkeys. They have to go into point now, and this composition is going to run straight into them to beat them.
They're happy to play point with this Reaper. Can continually apply pressure to that Winston. Through the Sombra. SK with a big pick on the bun, though, opens the door wide for Eevee to step forward without the threat of that Reaper in the way. Dart Monkeys storm onto A. Successful. Risking the Sombra pick, understanding they're not going to have that major tool until the second point, believing that they can get it done without heavier second DPS. And they're going to be massively rewarded now. Now Dart Monkeys can start cooking. They got ultimates up. They got an EMP in hand. This is their time to do some real damage to NYXL Academy.
Caro is going to have to be so careful with how they use this Coalescence. You can fade in Coalescence now, true, and that might be able to cancel the hack normally, but are you going to be able to fade off EMP? And this is the risk that NYXL Academy run into. Do you open up with Coalescence, but then see it being used as that EMP, but that then allows Wicked to be able to use that time bar. This is a discussion that this team has got to come to terms with, and very quickly. If you allow Dart Monkeys control of how this next fight goes, they get another fight win.
Just coming up on more ultimates. I mean, there's a sound barrier here. There's a Kitsune Rush. EMP, the only one they want to use. They throw in a Pulse Bomb, is answered by the Coalescence. The Kitsune Rush traded in favor of Dart Monkeys. Still, Sans tank, NYXL Academy attempt to win this fight, but they disengage. They pull out as quickly as possible, knowing that they may not get many more chances to stop this card at a reasonable distance.
Silent Bar is going to be available for both of the Lucios, but the hack connects onto NYXL Academy's back line. As we see, Sniper coming back in on the Winston, has that primal, pops it immediately, so they're not going to be hacked out of being able to use it, but still more payload distance picked up for Dart Monkeys, as it's going to be a Death Blossom coming through from Bun, but not on the payload. NYXL Academy coming in with the kills needed, but the payload, we cannot understate it enough, got a lot further than it had any meaning to when you were coming in with 1 minute and 10 seconds on the time bank.
That was obscene. That was not something they were ever meant to get done. They're meant to get held at A point still, despite running the Sombra. Again, the Sombra is an investment into trying to push the map even further, and it is a major risk, but it paid off. It paid off big time. NYXL Academy come in trying to say, you know what, we're just going to end a couple fights with our Reaper, play the advantage. It's not enough. The sheer grit and determination from both these teams at this point, neither of them are giving this up any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, what the Sombra is as well was it was fast. So even though Dart Monkeys lost that first fight, they had the very mobile composition that was able to very quickly get back into position. NYXL Academy, they don't have that additional condition. They have 3 minutes to be able to play around with. So they can play whatever they want. They can bank ultimates up. They can poke and pressure Dart Monkeys and very slowly, methodically pick up 1 tick by 2 tick by 3 tick with that additional pressure coming through from either Wisps or Bun just going onto the point to draw Dart Monkeys off of this high ground. And that could be one avenue, or they can just go straight for that rotation and take high ground away as a full 5-stack. Dart Monkeys have to be very careful about how they play this, because even though they were able to get that payload almost all the way to B, they're still facing down the barrel of a 3-minute hold if they want to be able to continue this series.
And I mean, that's not to forget the extra map that would be requisite in that happening. NYXL Academy would love nothing more than to go to bed, to hit the hay, hit the sack, put their heads on their pillows and go me, 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 me. But it's just not going to happen anytime soon, not if Dart Monkeys have something to say about it. Firing away, they evacuate the high ground relatively quickly, vacating the premises as it were. To engage now in NYXL Academy, push out of their small hole in the wall, do so successfully. Now it's Bun in the face of Eevee, forcing out an early jump. But in the meantime, there's a pick from Eska. It's completely put a stop to things. That is now a minute taken off the clock for NYXL Academy.
Onto Caro, the Moira, the anchor for this composition to be able to put Bun on the Reaper into that aggressive position and press onto Dart Monkeys and take that fight, turn what is essentially a brawl a dive composition into a brawl fight. Now NYXL Academy still are going to be able to have the time to be able to push backwards. However, SK is able to find the Swift Step onto Eevee and keep this Winston topped up, building into more rush charge.
Barcode down, like you said, a rush charge is nice, but it's got to come up in time. I'm not sure that's the case. Second tick online now. Where's the contest? Where's the contest? Where's the contest? Where's the contest?
They're giving it up. I mean,
Yeah,
at
that's
this
not
point,
giving it up. That
NYXL
was not
Academy,
giving
if
it
they
up.
pick
Evie
up...
definitely jumped down to the point. That was not giving it up.
I mean, if that point at least is picked up for NYXL Academy, they don't get more time on the bank. So Dart Monkeys giving up that point so that they can play this rush into, I think, a better space for them, right? Where you have more of an avenue to be able to play along the full length of it, forcing NYXL Academy into potentially using a silent barrier, and then just having to disengage when the rush comes through.
Now sound barrier popped. NYXL Academy storm forward. They massive advantage in terms of ultimates and on their supports as well. The damage being thrown in by the Coalescence on top of all of that, making it very difficult for Dart Monkeys to fight back. With 50 seconds left, we have 1, maybe 2 fights, and a whole lot of ultimates for NYXL Academy to try and survive.
Yeah, Dart Monkeys, like you said, they do not fight back with ultimates. They hold on to this, and they're going to have 4 coming into this next fight. They have to clear Bun, however, off of her high ground control with this. Death Blossom! The Reaper moves forward! Wisps moves forward to intercept, and the EMP is denied before it can connect onto the members of NYXL and take the supports down. Bun, without even throwing in the Death Blossom, might just have won this entire match for NYXL Academy.
And they forced out the Primal Rage. Dart Monkeys are quickly running out of ultimates. The Kitsune Rush was used as well, but the Primal Rage effectively pushed NYXL back and disengaged it for them now. Death Blossom in the back line could be the nail in the coffin. He catches out SK. Fun, she's got everyone on the ropes and is looking to put Dart Monkeys in a shallow grave. Everyone falls. And when the rubber hits the road, when everything is said and done, when the dust settles, NYXL Academy have taken a close series 2-0.
Okay, Bun exemplary on the Sombra, but that play
Reaper play. Oh,
on the Reaper,
come on.
using that high ground control, knowing that you have Death Blossom, that the team is moving forward to intercept you, especially that Sombra, right? The Sombra is looking for the hack on the Reaper to try and deny Death Blossom if it comes through. And it's perfect. The bait of forcing that Sombra into too far aggressive a position so that Bun on the Reaper can just dump her down so low with those shotguns in such a close range, and then all Wisps has to do is just blink forward, put a little bit of additional pressure onto those pulse pistols, and you see the panic come out, the EMP trying to connect onto the members, Barcode trying to find any value that she can before she goes down, but it just does not happen. The Sombra dies mid-cast of the EMP, and Bun has done her job. She's been able to derail the win condition, derail any anchored point as well for Dart Monkeys. They looked so collected in the fight before, where they understood enough ultimates had come through from the other side. All they had to do was play patiently. They just had to deny 1 fight win and then control that high ground and shut down any contest coming through on the payload with so far a distance for Dart Monkeys to travel all the way from that respawn point back on to that payload. NYXL surely wouldn't have been able to see themselves through another overtime, but it just goes up in smoke and Reaper Wraith form. It's perfect.
I mean, I think that last fight definitely exemplified what makes NYXL great right now. It is that, I mean, grit and determination. I've said it a million times. It's corny, but I mean, it's true. That was 2 ultimates versus 5. They didn't stand a chance. What do you want? Like, that is a fight that only NYXL Academy wins, and I think there's only one thing left to do, man. Just talk to them about how it happened, because it must have been insane, like you said, to be in those comms. We'll find out on the other side of the break. And welcome back, everybody. Quick break, quick interview. Like we always say, we are back with one of the victors of that match, and I am extremely pleased to say that we've got Wicca in. Wicca, congratulations on the win. First of all, whether the win was against the opposing team or against your ISP, I'm still not sure. I've had the wonderful pleasure of talking to you plenty of times. I would call us at least friends for having had you on my co-stream, but I feel like at this point, with what we've been through together today, Wicca, we have to be family. This has been a long one.
Absolutely. I mean, today's been crazy long, actually. And moving houses in the middle of match day and having our sub play one of them during that time was definitely added to the hecticness a little bit.
Oh, that
A little
does
bit.
indeed sound a little bit crazy. But I mean, speaking about crazy, we have to talk about that last fight where you have essentially two ultimates going into the face of four, and somehow the team comes out on top. What were the comms like to be able to pull that off?
They were very, very loud. So in the previous fight, the call was initially just to go with beat, like aggro. And then obviously, you know, we ended up incidentally stacking a couple of those. So we played to just like hold close. So that way, even if they did ult us, we could at least get another fight. But we ended up like forcing their Suzu a little bit too early for them. So we just capitalized off of that and flipped the fight in our favor.
Yeah, you guys had some massive. I mean, throughout the series, it was time and time and time again. We had characterized you guys just never being willing to give up on fights, whether that was on the first map where you guys fought tooth and nail for every single point, refusing to give up percentage points if there was no need to, or down to those last wires on Blizzard World. But was that really the mentality you guys had coming into it, or is it a belief that you mechanically can pull out the fights, or is it rather one that you're making a calculated risk that you think you can get through this?
It's definitely more of the second one. We've been talking a lot about just our re-engages in particular. So we kind of have the ability to leave the fight and then take it back to them in a quick fashion that helps you like win fights.
And I think a lot of the time we saw as well, you were able to very quickly adapt into what Dark Monkeys might have wanted to maybe be a little bit more of a surprise pick coming through from their side, especially that sort of first time that you're attacking Blizzard World and you run into Barcode on first the Ashe and then the Soldier. Was that pick any sort of impact on how, as a team, you approach that dive composition coming through?
Yeah, so when they're on the like long range DPS that, you know, deal damage from afar, it's more they're not really playing a dive comp so much and like we are, so it turns less into like a brawl versus brawl into a dive versus like poke comp. So we just need to take our dives properly and we'll win the comp matchup.
I trust you guys did. There's a lot of analysis we can do over your play. It was phenomenal all day. You guys put up some fantastic numbers, but I forget that, man. Let's get down to brass tacks. How's it feel to be in this kind of position? You have earned a hard-earned spot, to say the least, heading into tomorrow. Is it relief? Is it I'm just tired and want to go to bed? What's the feeling like?
I think we're all tired, but I think the majority feeling is just more so disappointment in ourselves on losing to Timeless. That was partially a match of just losing to ourselves. We definitely made a lot of mistakes in that series that we're going to try to work to clean up for the grand finals tomorrow.
So sort of then building off of that, obviously, like, we already know that this is a roster that's going to be locked in, not just for calling all heroes throughout the year, but also for contenders. I was having a look through your team sheet, and I was interesting to see that Kero, one of your support players, was listing Lifeweaver as one of their favorite heroes. I know he's not currently enabled in this tournament, sadly, but given that contenders is going to be starting real soon, in fact I do believe it's starting on Monday, are we going to be seeing a couple of different maybe support lineups come through from the team?
There is some potential for some different support lineups to be adjusted in there. One thing I can say is there's no guarantee that we run Lifeweaver, but if we do, Karo is definitely the best Lifeweaver in the game right now, so we'll be able to clean house on that character, I think.
I'm here for it. Bold words. Well, we can worry about Lifeweaver another day. I'd say tomorrow, but tomorrow you guys have more stuff to worry about than Lifeweaver also. I'll let you get to it, Wicked. Thanks for popping in for the interview. Like I said, congratulations. You guys got to give yourself a little more credit. You definitely deserve it after a game like that.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
All right, GG's. Woo, Mox. Speaking of GG's, what a day. Let's go ahead and take a look at our standings, see how things shook out. We have one team in first, one team in second, and then a whole host of teams tying for all the other positions. But that being said, we have a top 16 finally solidified.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal, again, remaining undefeated off camera. They actually matched up against Vancouver Titans Blue and were able to deal another win to Vancouver Titans Blue. So it is going to be VTB coming in with a 4-2-3. However, it has been more than enough of a scoreline for them to be able to make it through, alongside NYXL Academy, Starry Knights, Dark Monkeys, Wisp Luminaria, Whiplash 721 Black, Bumblebees, Genesis Rain, Team Yippee, Unironic, Shikigami, not Shikigami, Averted, Mamormus, Kraken, and Bones. So these are our 16 teams that have been able to make it through the absolute cutthroat Swiss stage and into tomorrow's grand final playoffs, where we're going to add another map to the tallies of what these teams could potentially go through. However, all of these teams that took part, participated, hopefully find a whole lot of fun, as well as a whole new community to be able to hang around with and play a couple of Overwatch matches together. Unfortunately, though, they didn't make it. Still had a whale of a time joining in for the Calling All Heroes Major 1 for 2023.
And there's still one or two games going on, so this is subject to like some slight changes, but it's for the most part, yeah, I will back what you said. These are mostly the teams that are probably going to be making it in. Whew. Like we said, though, games tomorrow. We got a whole bracket to get through, so let's get through the rest of this. We got to give a huge shout out, of course, to Raidiant and the merch that they've got over there over at radiant.store. Really cute stuff. I keep looking at the Mercy Cat shirt. If you want to fund some amazing things, if you want to make sure tournaments like these are going on and continue to have proper funding, take a look at the website. Or if you just like cool shirts.
Does it have a love heart on its forehead, the cat?
I can't tell. I think it does. I checked the website earlier, but I didn't look that closely. Oh, it's a gem. Thanks, Prod. Prod knows.
See, Prod just immediately answers
Prod is
like the most
omniscient.
asked questions. That they're like on it. They know exactly what our minds are gonna go straight to. They know us. They can read us like an absolute book. But it's time for the book to close. It has been a long day of Overwatch, both from the broadcast point of view and also all of the players and teams. Like you said, there are still some games going on, given the fact that we expected this one to go to 3 maps. It ended in a very quick 2-0 fashion. I think a lot faster than some players. And
that was like air quotes quick 2-0 fat. We played Blizzard World twice.
Yeah, okay, so I guess we saw 3
quick.
maps if you count Blizzard World a second time. If you want to go into semantics, it was a 3 map. However, it was a 2-0 scoreline, so I'm gonna say it was 2 maps.
It was long enough, I'll tell you that much. You guys go get your rest, though. We'll get our sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow, the next broadcast. Enjoy your night.